and it is that time in the English football season where teams from the Championship play off for the one remaining promotion spot into the lucrative Premier League. This is what it sounded like when Sunderland made it to the final game with a goal in the 122nd minute to edge past Coventry.
Unbelievable. I've never seen scenes like it.
They'll play Sheffield United at Wembley for that last Premier League spot. The Victorious club, they will land a £220 million payday. So that's high stakes. Speaking of which, Australian Cam Davis was tied for second at 5 under at the USPGA after one round. How did he do it?
The only way you shoot a good score is by not trying to shoot a really good score, but just having a few extra putts drop from 20, 30 feet after good shots to get there.
That's what you call a paradox. Quite simple. The Giro d'Italia has had bulk drama in Napoli. There was a nasty crash that saw previous winner, Australian Jai Hindley, forced to abandon the race when the bruised peloton finally made it to the end of stage 6. It was another Australian who claimed the win.
Visma Leesabite looking for fighting for room alongside Moschetti. It's a dirty sprint. Coy sits up. Kengrove sits in front. Groves is going to take the win. Chaos at the line, but the Aussie got it right when it mattered.
Denver has sent its series with Oklahoma to Game 7 in the NBA playoffs. Waiting for the victor will be Minnesota. Here is their stars, Rudy Gobert and Ant Edwards, being asked if they're satisfied with making the Western Conference Finals.
We just got here. We haven't done anything yet, so no.
It feels good to get to that step, but his stomach is not full, not at all.
Frenchie's having a moment. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Phil Pryor. Thanks to the Gold Coast Suns, SBS and Sunderland Football Club on Twitter for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily. If you missed any of this episode or you're after more sporting conversations, you can find this episode and hundreds more on the ABC Listen app.
The Exxon Valdez supertanker.
Salman Rushdie's the satanic.
The People's Liberation Army has
Step back to the 80s for the end of an era.
I am excited.
Season 3 of The Newsreader, Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Grooves alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round with ABC Sport.
Front and centre, Bobby Hill, where he should be, where he always is. Bobby Drill's got a couple.
Hello, I'm Charlie King, an ABC broadcaster and a proud Gurindji man. Over my 30 years in broadcasting, there's no disputing that Australian rules football has had a challenging history with its Indigenous players. From the heartbreaking...
Adam Goods has gone over to the crowd here and pointed quite demonstratively.
Adam Goods on the bench, clearly upset by what's happened here.
Kicks it inside 50, Goods the target, 1-on-1, takes the mark, little nudge, plays on and goals.
Chorus of boos around Subiaco Oval.
What a terrible pit, he should end like that.
To the groundbreaking.
I declare Gavin Wagon there the 1993 Brownlow medal.
Someone mentioned tonight that I was the first Aboriginal to win it, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my heritage.
And of course, the breathtaking.
Hand pass to the runner, Franklin in full flight, Buddy, unguarded, goal square, got it. That's exactly what that man can do. The ultimate entertainer.
The Sir Doug Nicholls round.
We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. This round is a chance to focus on those that lead the way and set the standard.
Please have conversations with your kids, your friends. Have those uncomfortable conversations because that's the only way, like I said, that we're going to move forward in this nation.
Like all who play at the highest level, our Indigenous players have a varied path to the bright lights of the AFL, and this round lets us celebrate those journeys and hear their stories. This game is brilliant.
High up and under, Raken upstairs with the hang.
And our Indigenous players are brilliant.
It spills to Dudley, he's so deadly.
and I believe we can use that combination to make everyone better in all walks of life.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
So sit back, reflect and enjoy the call as we celebrate our culture and shine a spotlight on the best Indigenous players in our game.
Took a bounce, runs the 45, kicks on goal. That'll give him something to cheer about in purple.
Rioli in the goal square, suckers it through. Picked up by Pickett, who bounced it through. He's an excitement machine. Hands it to Powell-Pepper. Rioli shines to the footy and then slams it into the hill.
You're listening to the Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Just as Indigenous players have inspired footy fans for generations, so too the game we know and love today was influenced by the traditional game of Marngrook. Large gatherings, kicking and chasing a rolled-up possum skin, and that ancient sporting custom brings life into this annual tradition, albeit a relatively young one, which takes place on the lands of the Gadigal people. Eora, the place we know today as Sydney. This is the Sydney Swans' annual offering to Sir Doug Nicholls Round, and far beyond the cultural significance, tonight's game against Carlton has tremendous importance for the home side. They are 3 wins and 6 losses, currently sitting in 14th. And the Blues have hit form with 4 wins in their past 5 starts, fighting to yet prove that they belong in the top 8. It all takes place here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg, and Daniel Garb calls the action alongside me. Hey, Garby.
Good evening, Spriggy. Great to be with you as part of Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Such a special round on the calendar. Your intro summed it up superbly, and I think tonight will be a wonderful occasion for Sir Doug Nicholls Round, because Friday nights at the SCG have been pretty special over the recent years, and Carlton have been here a couple of times over that journey and added to that with some excellent contests, and this game just feels so even tonight. Yeah, there's that win or bust in terms of their premiership chances feeling around the Swans, and Carlton are building nicely now, back in some form, so it should be a beauty.
Ryan O'Keefe, our Norm Smith medalist, will join us in commentary during our pre-game build-up here. But I'm delighted to say, first up, that Ty Kennelly, premiership player, is here. G'day, Ty.
Good afternoon, or good evening, guys. It's great to be here. Friday night football, the SCG. There's no better place in the world you'd want to be, and one as a footballer, but also as a spectator, and certainly as a listener. It is a great occasion, and the round itself is very magical, and the impact Indigenous footballers have had in our game is certainly had an impact on my life, and the game itself. It is a great celebration of the Indigenous footballers in our game, and looking forward to a good one today.
We'll come back to all of that. There are no late changes here, by the way, teams-wise. So for Sydney, some big moves from Dean Cox. Hayden McLean and Ben Patton both omitted. Back in comes Joel Amati from his hamstring injury, and Peter Laddams off some good form in the VFL. The sub is Ollie Florent, so it's his 129th consecutive game. It's his first time ever being a sub in his career. So he is the sub tonight for the Sydney Swans. For Carlton, a big change here, forced through injury. Tom de Koning out with a larynx injury. That's the voice box. That happened last week. Blake Acres with a shoulder, and Lockie Cowan also missing due to a hamstring complaint. So Mark Pitnett in for his first game of the year covering Tom de Koning. Matt Carroll and Jordan Boyd round out the inclusions, and Boyd will be Carlton's sub. And of course the Blues can square their ledger and go into the top 8 with a win tonight, albeit with most of the round still to play. You can text us 0437 774 774 tonight and right across the weekend. We'll go inside both camps shortly as well. But as you said, Ty, the Swans consider this their most important home and away game. They've done the Marngrook game since 2002. It used to be an annual thing against Essendon, I think, for the first 10 years. It actually predates Dreamtime at the G by 3 years, and the entire Indigenous round concept, which began in 2007. So the Swans are certainly proud of that. This is now 4 times in 5 years. They'll face Carlton for the Marngrook Trophy. They've won all 5 occasions that they've played the Blues on this weekend for the Marngrook Trophy. But you mentioned the guys that you played with, and of course, 2 great names adorn the best on-ground medal here tonight. Adam Goods and Michael O'Loughlin, 2 great mates of yours, and it's only quite a recent memory, I'm sure, for most of these Swans fans, albeit an era ago. But those are the 2 eminent names that come to mind.
Yeah, certainly, and like I said, Spriggy, the impact they've had in the game, not just in Sydney, but as a whole, and when you hear players talking about that they haven't met Adam Goodes and the impact he's had and their superhero of dreams of being an AFL footballer, and they certainly had a huge impact on my life. And my very first football training session, and it was at Randwick Army Barracks, and the first person that came up to me was Michael O'Loughlin. I walked out to the training track and I was very, very nervous, and he said, "Do you want to kick?" And I was like, "Mate, I've never kicked a footy in my life." So I kicked it, and he tells a great story, guys. I remember thinking and talking to a couple of other coaches going, "Oh my God, this bloke's got no idea." The ball was going everywhere. And ever since, I've had a really strong relationship with Mick and Adam, But certainly, look, the celebration from a football club's perspective from the Swans has been huge. And I remember playing in the Marngrook games, and it is a special round, and they have an impact like the Indigenous people have in our game. It's great to celebrate it and celebrate it all over the world, but certainly here in Australia, it is great to see the impact that they're continuing to have, and we should be celebrating, and we need more Indigenous players in the game, and more needs to be done to actually get some Indigenous players in the game. And I'm talking about Western Australian numbers and certainly NT numbers as far as Indigenous players playing in the game. Not enough's been done for mine in those regions, and you see obviously there's some programs being produced, but they're not producing enough footballers and actually having an impact and actually keeping the players in the system or getting them into the system in the first place. Actually,
it's all part of the conversation and part of the theme: past legacies, future legends here in Sir Doug Nicholls round here at the SCG. On to matters to do with the game. If the Swans don't win tonight, is there still a path to the finals for them if they slump to 3-7?
Yeah, they're running out of time, aren't they? Clearly everyone's talking about the injury numbers and whatnot, but I think the Swans are worried about bigger things than actually worrying about September right now. It's actually trying to get a W and get some form and four-quarter form into their game, and the inconsistencies in the game it's just been too much, and they can't get momentum back, and they're playing in inconsistent games. We saw it in the last 2 weeks, Gold Coast and Essendon. It's just the two halves of football that if they put the game together, well, it's a different team and a different result.
This was Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Ty Kennelly, soon to be joined by Ryan O'Keefe as part of our build-up to the Swans and the Blues for the 24th Marngrook game as part of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. But while we wait up here, let's introduce the fifth member of our team, who is Declan Byrne, on the boundary tonight, and he's with the home side first up. Declan.
Thanks, Spriggy. I'm down here with Tom Papley, out with an injury. Perhaps for people who don't know, what have you done? When did you do it?
Over in Perth, sort of had a bye, and I went to train on the Tuesday just to have a little trot, and I thought I had a bruised heel and got a scan, and I've got a stress fracture in my heel, so it was a bit of a surprise to me, and it's a very frustrating, slow injury. It's a heel, so it's sort of always on it and not much blood there to heal it, so it's pretty frustrating, but it is what it is. It's slowly getting there.
So you've been in a boot, you're out of it now, but how long do you know, or is it still a bit of a mystery?
Yeah, it's still a bit of a mystery. I think with stress fractures, they're slow, and you got to go on feel sort of thing. So still obviously probably at least a month away. But it's just a slow burn at the moment, and just got to day by day, week by week sort of thing, and see how it feels.
We know you as a live wire out in the field. I'm guessing you don't go very well sitting on your bum at home not playing footy.
Nah, especially a Friday night when there's a little bit of moisture around. Would have loved this, but it's very, very hard to watch, but especially when we lose. When we win, it's all right. But, a bit frustrating watching, but hopefully back out there soon.
Last home game was against the Giants, which I feel like is probably your favourite game of the year. You're always fired up for it. A good win for the Swans. What have the Swans done the last few weeks that has impressed you guys in-house?
Yeah, I think the Giants was really good. It's obviously a very sort of big rivalry now. A lot of emotion went into that game, and I think going out to Essendon, and we needed to go back-to-back wins and get another one, but it was very disappointing last week. We worked on it throughout the week, and we need to start well tonight, and I'm sure the boys will.
It's a massive occasion, Marngrook, big Friday night game against Carlton. What have you done during the week to, I guess, celebrate the proud Indigenous history the Swans have?
Yeah, we've got a great Indigenous history here. Some of the best players in the game play for our club that are Indigenous, so during the week we went out to Redfern there on Monday. Jared Hodges does a great job with the Indigenous program, and just learn about their history, and it's just a great round, great concept to learn about different cultures, not only just Indigenous, but it's just great.
I'll throw it to the team upstairs on Friday night, ABC Sport.
Hey, Paps, it's Tig, mate. Plenty of time for your Early Crow podcast. How's that going? Is that what you've been doing for the last few weeks, or what have you been actually doing?
Yeah, that's it, Tiger, the Early Crow podcast. Make sure you get a follow. But, yeah, it's a bit more time for form, mate. Hopefully finding a few more winners, which would be nice. But, yeah, back in a few. Get on the Early Crow.
All right, mate. So let's get some serious chat going. How do you reckon Coxie's gone? Talk to us. How is he?
Yeah, he's good. Coxie's he's been fantastic. I think he's different to Horse. He's I think you know Horse Tiger. He's a very intimidating big man that he sort of can. You don't know how you sort of approach him sometimes, but he's of course a very loving man as well. Coxie's a bit more approachable, a very larrikin sort of bloke. Everyone loves him. He's very jokeable. But yeah, he's been very, very good. He's obviously a bit frustrated with some injuries. It's not an excuse, but he's been great with how he's gone about it. He's been hard on us at times, but also rewarding when we need to be as well. So he's been great, mate.
Have you got a role tonight? Are you just you actually involved in the playing group? Or?
Yeah. I'm just sitting in a stats box eating lollies. That's my role.
Taking over Horse's old job. But what has been the real focus internally to actually try and get hold of Carlton? Obviously the inconsistency in the game from a team perspective, but actually the approach to trying to beat Carlton.
Yeah, I think they're a really, really good contested team. Their midfield's really big and strong. We just want to be able to halve that at least. If you win that contest, clearance and stuff, then go forward and really lock it in the forward line. Get our repeats going. We're a really good repeats team. We just need to score off the back of that. And they're obviously a really good defence, number one intercepting team. So we want to minimise that as well.
Tom, it's Brett Sprague here. Does it feel like an unfamiliar place, being 3-6 and sort of fighting for the season? Obviously, you've had Dean Cox there in the ranks for a while, so he's not entirely a completely new face by any means. But even for yourself in your 10th season now as a player, you would have missed the finals, twice? Is it an unusual place for a Sydney Swans team to be?
It is. I think 2017, I think it might have been, we were 0-6 and that was an interesting position to be in. We got back from there and made finals. So we can do it. We just got to get our game going again. I think against Giants, you've seen it. We were hard and tough, and we got our game going. We locked the ball inside 50 and we scored. So it's obviously frustrating, but yeah, we definitely can turn it around, and hopefully tonight's the night.
Since you mentioned the derby here a fortnight ago, it was pretty clear that Joel Hamling had the task to try and niggle Jack Buckley and Sam Taylor, and naturally, being a derby, a few spot fires were triggered. How did you think Joel went trying to take on a role that maybe you've been more renowned for?
Yeah, he was like duck to water. He was that annoying. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I was sitting there watching it, just laughing the whole time. I reckon he was going in their huddle when they were trying to speak. He was doing everything. I was pretty proud of that. I didn't mind that.
Good stuff. Tom, Dan Garb here. A big call made by the coach tonight, Ollie Florence, the sub. What does that say about Dean Cox's ability to make a big decision like that early on in his tenure, and how would Ollie deal with that kind of decision?
Yeah, I think with Ollie's probably, I think he was honest with himself during the week as well. He hasn't been playing his best footy, but Gus Sheldrick, who has been the sub, has really come on in the last couple of weeks and done a role for us as a sub. And tonight they've got a big midfield. It also helps out Isaac and Chatty, Rowie in the midfield to maybe be able to send some of them forward at times as well. So Gussie's really, really good inside player. Ollie will come off the bench, and as soon as he comes on, he'll be fresh. He's got beautiful skills, so I think he'll go well off the bench as well.
And you touched on it before. I wanted to ask, what kind of watcher are you of the footy? You said you're frustrated. Do you ride every bump? Do you get into the umps a little bit? What do you like watching on? I can't imagine it's easy.
I'm very passionate, as you probably would have guessed. I like getting around the boys when they get up and about. I think the Giants game was really good. I love watching that game because we're obviously winning and it was a good scrap, and it was really good in the stats box up with a few boys, and we're getting around it. But last week when you're not at the game, watching it from home, it's and you can't really see much what's going on like behind the ball either. I like watching the whole field and see what's actually going on. So that was frustrating last week, watching at home and not getting the win.
There's a number of you, Tom, that are in that injured group. So just one more time, you said, several weeks, maybe 4 or 6 weeks, back half of the year for you?
Yeah. Hopefully, around the bye and just see how we go, and hopefully we can go on a run.
All the best tonight.
Cheers, boys.
Tom Papley with us in the Swans camp here, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. What about you, Ty? Just giving out free ABC plugs for all kinds of different podcasts around the place. But yes, it is a curious thing with the Swans, the fact that they are injury riddled, but they have to hold serve in games like tonight. I'm surprised they're actually as heavily favoured as they are, to be honest.
Yeah,
Carlton,
but the form's been inconsistent, and Carlton have won 4 out of 5, Spriggy, so you're bang on. And well, I think of Coxie a lot. You know, in this situation, he's a first-time coach from a club that's played in the grand final, that got beaten up in a grand final, 2 in the last 3 years, and then you get handed the reins, and then you get ravaged with injuries when you're actually trying to change your game plan, and then you get ravaged with injuries, your better players. I look at the opposition in Carlton, and if Carlton's better players aren't playing, they are inept as a football club. And if their top 6 don't play, so the Swans have got the bones of 8 or 9 that are not playing. So to actually be in some bit of contention, I'll put in a real rose-coloured glass on this as far as from a Swans perspective. If you look at them in a year or even by the back end of the year, the games they're getting into, some of these players will come back to them when they're better players, but you just need to get them. Right now it's hard to see that, but you're trying to look at that from a whole holistic approach as far as the club and the team is concerned, that they're getting some really strong games into players. But that doesn't mean much to, you know, the 40,000 people are going to turn up here tonight going, well, we want to win, and so do the actually 22, 23 players on the ground and the coaching staff. We want to win tonight.
Certainly right. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Grant listening in Hobart says or asks, what's the weather like there in Sydney? It has been sprinkling rain, overcast and wet for much of today. And to that point, Garby, it's surprising that Sydney will go in so big with Amadi and Laddams coming in as well. We'll discuss all that in depth as we go. The bounce down here just over half an hour away.
Keen to see how they deal with the Twin Towers, though, in that sense. Harry Mackay and Charlie Kenner, who are back in form in a big way. Obviously, Tom McCartan gets one, but who goes to the other? Dane Rampy can do a job, but there's always the worry that one's a little bit too tall. So then does one of Hamling or Francis, probably Hamling would be the one, go back into defence? What does that do to their forward lines? That it probably one of them does, considering Amadi's back into the team now. So that's a very big ask for someone like Hamling, who hasn't played against a player of that stature on a big stage like this very often in recent times. That's going to be a big concern for the Swans defence, isn't it? Huge.
And you nailed it, Gabby. Those two boys are going. And last week's game, Mackay was unbelievable last week. He pulled them over the line in a scrappy game itself. You know, Kerno's first quarter last week was outstanding, you know. So McCartan will take one of them. You know, he'll take the highest one, and he generally does take the highest one as far as further up the ground. You know, whether Ramps has had his challenges this year with the opponents taller than him, you know, which is challenging as you do get old in your career with the height, which you generally can do when you're a bit younger and fight and scratch for it. So it's going, and then you're looking at Nick Blakey, which they've tried. Really want to free Nick up. You know, you just got to get back to what they're doing and what they know, you know. And they've obviously tried Tommy McCartan forward, you know, and it hasn't worked, and they've had the courage to go, well, it hasn't worked, so we'll change it back. And you know, that's an ego thing as well. For a coach to actually make that decision, it's pretty strong not to stick with it, going, you know what, I got it wrong. Great, put my hand up. But Nick Blakey's the one you'd really want to see release and come over the top and actually help out a Rampy or a Hambling, whoever it is actually on the key foot forward.
The unmistakable voice of Ty Connelly here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Swans and the Blues coming your way very shortly, and inside the Carlton camp in a moment as well. This is the second game of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, the annual Marngrook game, which the Swans do so well. Of course, that brings us just back to last night briefly, because, well, I say it's a rough trot for the Swans from here. One team who we can see a path for is the Gold Coast Suns, Ty, who now have 7 wins. They're up into second. They've got at least 6 winnable games on the run home, considering there's still, 14 games left. You'd expect them to cruise to their maiden finals appearance in their 13th season.
We've heard this before, haven't we? But this year more than ever, it looks like, you know, the stars are aligned, doesn't it? You know, and obviously with Dimmer coming back in as a coach that knows exactly how to do it and get him to the final, I'd predict a dip, and actually they'll have training load will lift and the dip in their form at some stage. But with the wins that they've got on the board, and the draw itself has been fantastic for them. You know, clearly when they finish in the ladder, when they finished the year before, they got a favourable draw this year. But they're doing everything right. every single thing right as far as the way they're approaching games, and they're beating oppositions in close games and winning close games. And there's been some blocks there you're looking at going, like Longy last night. Like Ben Long was a defensive half back pocket for St Kilda, and he's taking hangers like Warwick Kappa last night. It was great. I don't know if you saw the hanger itself. He's jumping on his back and he's landed. So they're pulling players, and that Dimmer seems to have the ability to do that with players. Now, I met a guy down in Tassie last week when I was in Tasmania, and it was Stewie Jew, and I was just, all I was thinking of asking him is, how are you feeling watching Gold Coast doing what they're doing? He's had a huge impact obviously on it, but he clearly had a lot of success with Brisbane last year. But it's they cannot but play finals. It's almost impossible, isn't it?
No, it looks pretty assured from here. So 8 straight wins in Darwin. They win last night by 8 points. Of course, Hawthorn lose no admirers. They came back from 5 or 6 goals down in the first half to make a game of it. But that's how it all finished up last night, the opening game of the first weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls' round here on ABC Sport. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Phil from Werribee says, perhaps mention Elkin Riley, who was the first Indigenous player to play for South Melbourne in 1962. Born on the NT Queensland border, part of the stolen generation, as so many were, adopted by a minister, educated at a private school in Adelaide, good sportsman in SA, and went on to one of the 3 VFL sides interested in his ability, Essendon and Richmond and South Melbourne. Played 51 games above his height as a ruckman. John Nicholls did that at Carlton. Injury shortened Elkin's career. Thank you, Phil, for that. 0437 774 774. It's what it's all about, little stories around the place like that.
But the stories you learn about Indigenous people by knowing Indigenous people, and I certainly know going up to Darwin with Mick and Adam at times, it's just you get engrossed in a culture that I don't understand. I never understood, and I think I'm still learning about it.
Well, you're a world away in Ireland, coming here and then learning about that part of Australia.
That's right, well. And it's not just the Irish people. There's a lot of Australian people need to learn and understand the culture as well, and the history of Indigenous people and everything. So, it's great to celebrate, as we'll continue to talk about tonight.
This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly, and let's get into the Carlton camp with Declan Byrne.
Thanks, Briggy. I'm down here with the Carlton assistant coach, Tim Clark. Talk to me about Tom de Koning this week. How frustrating is it when stuff like that happens that you just don't want to see?
Tommy was really frustrated. He got a knock during the game. He thought he'd be okay, but the specialist that he went and saw just said, look, you needed to have a week off just to make sure that it was fully healed. But with Tommy missing, we get a great opportunity to put in Pitto. He's played the last 3 or 4 weeks in the VFL, played really well. He's been itching at the bit to be able to get out there, but when TDK's been playing so well, it's been hard for him, and tonight's a great opportunity against a really good ruck.
It's a huge occasion, Marngrook at the SCG. Carlton haven't had a great record against the Swans recently, so what's the focus tonight for the Blues?
We love the way Sydney play. They're a contested side. They apply a lot of pressure, and we pride ourselves on doing the same thing. So we feel it's going to be a real tough inside battle. If we can pressure their midfielders, we can pressure their halfbacks, we feel we can get a really good look going the other way at our goals. So a really hot, contested game. That's what we're looking forward to tonight.
It was a gritty win last week against St Kilda. One man who stood up, who I think the whole AFL world were happy to see, was Harry Mackay. Club's been backing him through his struggles. How happy were you and the coaching group to see him step up and kick some really crucial goals?
You just wrapped for Harry. He's a pro. He puts in a lot of work into his footy, whether that's opposition analysis, whether it's watching other forwards, and the work that he does on the track. Puts a lot of time into his contest work, a lot of time into his goal kicking, and to see him get rewarded with a performance that really helped our team was quite pleasing for us all, yeah.
Big game tonight for Jesse Motlop as well, his 50th in Sir Doug Nicholls' round, part of Marngrook game. Has he had anything special this week as a part of not only his celebrations but sharing a bit of his culture?
Not necessarily Jesse's culture, but we had a presentation and what the jumper meant, and why we're playing in the jumper that we are tonight, and he's really proud to be able to play in this game, as is the rest of his teammates, and hopefully we can put on a show, get the ball inside 50 and see whether Jesse can do his work tonight.
What about the sad passing of Robert Walls, a Carlton legend, premiership winner as a player and as a coach? Did you talk about it and sort of talk to the group about his effect and what he'd had at this club?
Yeah, look, we as a group had the benefit that Vossi was coached by Woolsey. He's been mentored by Woolsey through different stages of his coaching career, and he shared a couple of stories of when he was a player and Woolsey was a coach, and our boys are really clear on the impact that he has had on football in general, but also our footy club, the way that he played, the way that he coached, and hopefully we can play with an edge in his honour tonight.
Chera went to half back as well, probably out of necessity. What happens to you when you lose Chera and Fossey says, sorry, we need him down back?
It's always an argument with me and Sammy Hamill, who coaches our defenders. Chera's been a really honest player for us this year. He's been great around the contest. His transition is terrific. And he plays his role wherever he plays. And, last week he had to go back and play a role in defence, but I was pretty quick to let Vossi and Sammy know that he's back in the midfield tonight.
Speaking of your back six and maybe that wrestle, Sam Docherty just played in the VFL. He racked up another 37 touches to go with 38 last week. What does he have to do to find his way back into the ones?
Yeah, Doc has played a number of different positions this year. He's played through the wing. He's played through half forward, half back, and he's just got to keep earning the right. He's got to defend really hard, be a good teammate out there, which he's shown fantastic leadership, whether he's playing at AFL, which he did earlier in the year, or playing VFL today and last week. And if he keeps playing his role, keeps setting us up from our back line, he'll be pushing really hard for senior selection, which he's done the last couple of weeks.
Last one, high-profile club, Carlton, are always under the microscope. When things get stressful, what do you see in the head coach, Michael Voss, that keeps you and the group, the players and the coaching group, calm?
Yeah, Vossi's been a really strong leader, as have our other leaders in Brad Lloyd. Cookie's been terrific. When the pressure builds, you don't feel it as a staff member. I don't think our players feel it because our leaders are really strong. They set a really clear direction, and we've got we focus on keeping our eyes in. We know what we can control. We know the brand of footy that we want to play, and when that pressure comes, Voss is really good in letting us just do what our job is.
Tim Clark from Carlton, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Declan Byrne there with Tim Clark in the Carlton camp ahead of the opening bounce here, which is just over 25 minutes away. And he mentioned the VFL there as well. So Sam Docherty, 37 disposals for Carlton. They won that game by 30 points. It was played here at the SCG as part of, I guess, a curtain raiser in the traditional sense. Callum Mills was the story there from the home side's point of view, and he played just over probably a half of footy all up. And probably some surprise he didn't come back tonight. He was a test to play in the ones, and in the end, I suppose, with the conditions being the way they are, there was a risk involved in bringing him back tonight. He'll definitely play next week.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been a tendency to do it as a coaching staff, and Coxie in his first game back saying, you know what, first year, sorry, I need him. I need my captain in the team, but he's made a decision obviously from a longer term, which is, again, it's a great maturity from a first-time coach, isn't it? To go, you know what, I'm not getting him in, I need him in,
We'll pick it all apart very shortly here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's the Swans and the Blues for the 24th edition of the Marngrook game. You can keep your texts coming in our pre-game, 0437 774 774. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sports.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. This is the annual Marngrook game, which comes your way from the Sydney Cricket Ground. Tonight, the Swans and Carlton, which is under a half an hour away. And a warm welcome if you have just joined us through South Australia for the first time this evening. It's a week, or in actual fact, 2 weekends that we acknowledge the oldest continuing culture in the world, deeply embedded in Australian football, and the Swans have made this their showpiece event of the round since even before we had the Indigenous or Sir Doug Nicholls round concept way back in 2002. So it means a lot to them, and even more so tonight, because it's a very important game for a team fighting its way back from a slow start to a new season and a new era under coach Dean Cox. Carlton has a chance to square its ledger if they can continue to harness some of the consistency across the past 5 weeks or so. 4 wins in that time. Tonight's blockbuster would be a decent scalp for Michael Voss's men. There is no doubt about it. And they will be without Tom de Koning tonight. Mark Pitnet in for him. The Swans have gone big with Joel Amati and the backup ruck Pete Laddams into the side. The respective subs are Ollie Florent and Jordan Boyd. And we are all set under cloudy skies and maybe a light shower or two here at the SCG. My name is Brett Sprigg. Daniel Garb will call the action here with me, as will Premiership players Ty Connelly and Ryan O'Keefe. Declan Byrne is our boundary rider this evening as well. You can keep your text coming. 0437 774 774.
Good evening, Spriggy. Great to be with you. Wonderful Friday night in Sydney, part of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, and we're about to witness over here the pre-game ceremony, which is always a feature of this round that is so special as well. So looking forward to it. You'll get the sounds of it right here on ABC Sport Friday Night Footy. It's just such a massive game. It's got that win and bust mentality around it for the Swans. We've been talking about that for a couple of weeks, but huge for Carlton as well. If they can build on their 4 wins out of their last 5 and claim a win on the road at the SCG against a team still stacked with some high-end talent, that just changes the way we look at Carlton a fair bit as well.
It's a marquee game, Ty. It's a marquee game for both sides. It's Friday night footy and it's all those things. And I think there'd be Carlton fans out there that maybe have that sense of cynicism, thinking this is the kind of game that we could very well have our colours lowered in. But it's a massive game for both sides.
It is. It's a great game. And it's obviously a game that the Swans have celebrated for a long time with the Man Group previously to the Sir Douglas round. And it's something that the Swans have really grabbed hold of and said it's a Friday night game. They want to showcase the Indigenous game and the impact it's had in the club and the game itself. So it is a huge round in that piece. And then there's the intricacies of the game itself and where the both clubs are at right now, and as far as the ladder position with the Swans and the way they're playing, and obviously Carlton and the form that they've got back. You know, the start of the year, you're looking at Carlton and going, and you're looking at Fossey and there's stress in his face, and you're going, oh no, and there's people starting to call for his head, you know, and the shift in the way they've been able to play. Now, albeit those games early in the season were actually quite close in win-loss in points differences against the opposition, so they weren't as bad, but they've certainly turned their season around. And the Swans, we know clearly with a lot of injuries and their inconsistencies in their in their games has been so clear. And it's not just in the quarter, but it's very much in the half. It's in the quarter where they're actually playing, and they're giving up big goal amounts in short bursts, and it's an issue that they've had for a while. And certainly we've seen in the last 2 weeks where they started Gold Coast and they were on fire, and you thought, wow, watch out. Yeah. And against a team we know they're red hot at the moment, and bullied Gold Coast around the ball, and Matt Rowell didn't touch the ball, and we saw Matt Rowell and Anderson's impact on the game last night, you know, and they've done the same thing last week in the second half against Essendon. Disney start putting it together.
It's not just about honouring this round and all that comes with it, but of course Robert Walls, among other things, a Carlton legend, died this week. His involvement across 4 decades as a player and coach, and then in the media as well. Carlton was the place where he had the most impact as a winner of 3 premierships, as well as being a captain. And then through his playing days and early coaching years at Fitzroy, he would then coach the Blues to a premiership in 1987. He has a link to the current coach in Michael Voss as his first coach at the Brisbane Bears way back in the early 90s. Also coached Richmond later in that decade. So there will be a moment's silence before our usual ceremony here. And given his stature in the game, the thoughts of footy fans are not too far away from Robert Walls and the Walls family. And it's also pertinent tonight because Charlie Curnow is 1 goal away from joining Carlton's 300 club. He would be the 14th to do it. And that group, led by Stephen Kernahan on 738, includes, in 7th place overall, Robert Walls on 367.
There you go.
Fantastic. He was the oracle, really, of AFL football for a period there in the 2000s. I mean, Wolsey's voice was the one that set the tone to go with what he did as a coach and a player. And I was lucky enough to meet him in the early 2000s working in radio in Perth. He had a deal with the station I was working for and came over quite a bit. Just the loveliest man. Just such a gentleman. And everyone has been telling tales along that sentiment throughout the last week. And I was blown away as a youngster by how nice of a man he was. So that will always stick with me when I think about the great Robert Walls.
I was lucky enough to play a career of AFL football, and there's commentators that stick with my career, and Wolsey was one in grand finals and moments and voices from a media perspective. And I got to meet him numerous times, but certainly the voice of him and as a player watching games back or whatever, it was always Wolsey's voice that rings in my head.
Softly spoken, but
very direct.
Very, very important. 0437 774 774. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, coming your way from the Sydney Cricket Ground. Ron was touching on last night's game. Hi guys, if Jack Gunston played last night, would Hawthorn have won the game?
It was a high-scoring game, wasn't it? There was no defence in the game at all, so who knows? But they're getting it done, Gold Coast, I don't know.
Especially up there. We're going to see a lot of teams rest their players over 27, 28 years of age, let alone Jack Gunston, who's obviously in mid-30s these days. There's a few things out of that game, which, of course, the Gold Coast Suns won by 8 points. Hawthorn fought back from 32 points down the opening game of the first weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. 0437 774 774. Speaking of Charlie Curnow, who gets Curnow tonight? So we've had that discussion, I suppose. Is it McCartan or is it Blakey? Then again, they've also got Francis and Hamling still there with Amati back in, and Laddams, I suppose, if he goes forward. Do they reshuffle those defenders come forwards back to the back line?
Yeah, it's probably a strength of what Sydney going to get in next year or later in the year, because their ability to actually move players around. Certainly Tommy McCartan will get the higher one, whoever it is, whether it's Curnow or McCoy. And it seems to be Curnow on last week's game. You'd think they'd go with McCoy deeper on a smaller ground at the SCG. As a key forward, you can get lost at the SCG playing 30 out from goals. So you either got to make the decision to play high as far as at the back of the square or deep. A lot of key forwards get lost at the SCG, and that's why the better ones here come straight to mind. Tony Lockett and Barry Hall, that play that role so well, and Buddy Franklin, obviously, that ability, because you can get lost. But there's a question mark. Is it ramps? And then obviously a Blakey come over the top, or they put a Hamling back to play on a key forward that's hot at the moment. So lots of decisions that are going to be answered pretty quickly and soon.
With our traditional ceremony getting underway very shortly, and as I mentioned, a minute's silence for Robert Walls coming up very soon as well. Just to give you some information here on the Indigenous Guernseys, in case we don't get a chance later on, but the Sydney Swans wearing their Guernsey, which is designed by Jordan Adler, who's a Bidjigal artist, and it is very reminiscent of the actual mural in their headquarters just across the way here at Moore Park. The Swans make their way out wearing that Guernsey, and it does reflect the Sydney Swans community and acknowledgement there. Carlton make their way out as well in their Indigenous Guernsey, but as I mentioned, Jordan Adler is the Swans Indigenous Guernsey artist, and it's got the large four surrounding circular symbols which pay ode to the club's themes of work, commitment, belief and respect, qualities that need to be nurtured, while the symbols on the back of the Guernsey represent the Swans players, staff, families and fans and the ancestors of the local community. The Carlton Football Club revealed their Guernsey, which has been designed by Yorta Yorta siblings Luke and Sienna Thierry. Sir Nicholls himself was actually a Yorta Yorta man, and the Yorta Yorta people have the long-necked turtle as their animal totem, which inspired the shell design, which is the eminent feature on the Carlton Indigenous Guernsey. So the teams will line up here on the members' wing of the SCG, the western side of the ground, with the captains out there. Paddy Cripps for the Blues, and it looks like James Rowbottom will be the Swans leader tonight, alongside Joel Hamling, himself a Yorta Yorta man. And the didgeridoo greets us here with our official ceremony getting underway in just a few moments' time. It is a special occasion, the 24th edition of the Marngrook game here in Sydney. The Swans and the Blues coming your way very shortly.
The Australian Football League, along with the Sydney Swans and Carlton football clubs, invite you to take a moment to honour the life and legacy of Robert Walls. Robert played 259 games across 15 seasons at Carlton and Fitzroy, going on to coach 357 games across 4 clubs. His contribution to the game spanned some 6 decades, continuing his impact off-field as a respected media figure. He was known as a tough taskmaster, but it was clear that his deep love for the game and for the people within it came first. If you're able, we ask that you please stand and take a moment to honour Robert Walls. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight here at the SCG, we celebrate Marngrook round between the Carlton Blues and the Sydney Swans. Marngrook was the name given to the traditional game played between 2 neighbouring clans from Victoria's Western District, the Djajarurrung and the Jadawajali tribes. This game is seen as the inspiration for the game of AFL as it's known today. Today's cultural performance will be done by the Gamay dancers, very special dance performed by them. But before that, I'd like you all to give a big warm welcome to our local elder, Uncle Lord Walker from the Gadaga Foundation, to deliver tonight's Welcome to Country.
Nongabi, Nyangang Lloyd Walker, Gadigogi, Nurananda, Darulgulu, Nuluarayang. Good evening, players, coaches, managers, officials, umpires, ladies and gentlemen, and family. On behalf of the traditional owners of Sydney, I welcome you all today. This area has special significance and cultural attention to our people. We would gather at Centennial Park marshlands, not far from here, with events such as payback, corroborees, and control battles. So once again, a warm welcome. I'd like to acknowledge one of our community members, Jordan Adler, who designed the Swans jerseys tonight. On this special night, I'd like to also pay tribute to Indigenous NFL stars that are positive role models to our people. Nandawabi.
The Gamay dancers with this performance. Uncle Lloyd Walker gets a pass for the code mix-up. He himself played rugby for Australia, so he's a busy man doing these fantastic acknowledgements right around Sydney quite often. The Gamay dancers performing in front of our teams lined up here on the SCG, the Western Wing. It's the Swans and the Blues coming up for Marngrook. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
All the latest, all verified.
Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Hello, I'm Charlie King, an ABC broadcaster and a proud Gurindji man. This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round with ABC Sport.
And how appropriate! Bobby Hill runs onto it!
This game is brilliant.
He burns off the would-be tackler!
And our Indigenous players are brilliant.
Bobby Hill lights it up again for the Magpies.
So sit back and enjoy the call as we celebrate our culture and shine a spotlight on the best Indigenous players in our game.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Bouncing ball for Pickett, runs an arc, snaps from 40, finishes with class.
Gather his Bolton works his way through traffic, threw it on the boot, kicks a ripper of a goal.
Cameron somehow picks it up and snaps, and only Charlie can do that.
It up towards Ryan, gets a run, and a fly! Ryan soars through the night sky.
You're listening to the Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
150 odd years of Australian football pales meekly in comparison to the world's oldest living culture, but Marngrook is the theme that binds them here in Sydney for Sir Doug Nicholls Round. The game that featured scores of young men chasing a rolled up possum skin was said to perhaps loosely inspire the game we know today. So the Swans mark this in their calendar as their most important home game. And isn't it important tonight in the context of their season? 3 wins and 6 losses against Carlton here. 10th place, 4-5, Michael Boss's men. And welcome to you if you have just joined us through WANT and indeed through News Radio locally. We're on Gadigal land here tonight, the place known as the Eora Nation. Today, Sydney. And it'll be the Swans and the Blues coming your way in just a matter of minutes. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg. Daniel Garb is alongside me. The team news here just to recap. So a couple of changes for the Sydney Swans with Amati back from a hamstring and Pete Laddams back in as well. Out goes Ben Patton and Hayden McLean. Ollie Florent is the sub for the first time in his career. The Swans player in his 129th consecutive game. First time sub for him. Meanwhile, for Carlton, of course, they lost Tom de Koning to a larynx injury. Mark Pitnet comes in. Akers out with a shoulder. Lockie Cowan with a hamstring. So Matt Carroll and Jordan Boyd round out the inclusions, and Jordan Boyd is the Carlton sub tonight. Ty Canelli is here, as I mentioned. We've talked this up, haven't we, Ty? Because we've got, finally, joining us in the box here on ABC Sport, Ryan O'Keefe.
Making too much money, mate.
Pushing off the sight screen. He's in for his first. He's got the new ball in hand for a fresh approach here with the opening bounce just 7 minutes away. Welcome, Pebs.
Yeah, good to be here, and good to be for this occasion. It's always a very special. This is a Doug Nicholls Round, and I remember playing in these games. For our brothers in our team, it was such a special moment, and to be part of it. And all the players love it. All the players love wearing the Indigenous jerseys. I think it's something I've still got everyone I played in at home in my collection, so it's very, very special.
Yeah, it is. It's a round that you always remember, and it sets yourself. And being a Friday night football even makes it more special as a player when you know the whole country's watching you play, and then you want to turn it on. And we've talked numerous times about the impact that the brothers have had in our football club as in the Sydney Swans. But really looking forward to this one. 0437 774 774 is our SMS number as always. I mentioned Carlton's improvement, 4 wins in their past 5. It's the pressure game, surely. They now top the league for tackles per game overall and sit second for tackles inside 50. So they're winning from those intercepts.
Yeah, and I was chatting to a couple of the Swans insiders today, and they were worried about Carlton's pressure and the contest. They are the number 1 contest team at the moment. So they were a little bit worried about that. They were worried about the conditions. If it was going to be a wet, greasy, that would play into Carlton's hands. It's interesting the Swans brought in 2 talls, like a Laddams and a Marty, like for this game and with these conditions. So I'm not sure what the strategy is behind that, considering de Koning's out as well. So
he's a huge out, isn't he? He's a massive out.
Yeah.
It will swing a lot around the ball from Sydney's perspective, missing the Koning. And I just think the age that Sydney had for 2 halves against Gold Coast and Essendon, it's the test is now or never for the group as far as can he actually get there. And looking at him warming up, Millsy's done all his. So Heaney's done all his warm up as a midfielder, and we're thinking about who's going to play back. It's Francis has done all his warm up as a defender down back, and obviously picking up Curnow and McCoy. So clearly those 2 are going to play in those positions, but. As ever in a game of the SCG, Ryan, as you know as well, the middle is such a crucial area of the ground with the size of the ground itself, and it's going to be one there. And I think Sydney need to get cracking and actually need to start standing and play on edge like they did against the Giants.
So there's a player I want to speak about with that in mind, and that's a former Sydney player who now plays for Carlton, George Hewitt, who I reckon is far and away their best player this season. He's 6th in the comp for clearances, leads the Blues for score involvements and tackles. He's a player Sydney would love to have back in their midfield right now.
Oh, definitely.
I wonder if James Jordan has the task of stopping him tonight. That's how well he's going at the moment, George Hewitt. I'd be surprised, but he's a really big player for Sydney to stop, isn't he?
Oh, his season this year's been fantastic, and I know when my son keeps talking about him in his super coach team or whatever about George Hewitt, that he must be having some sort of game. But yeah, look, I remember George here when he first turned up, and very raw kid from South Australia, and just had that, just wanted to work hard, and obviously it's taken him a bit longer to get to where he is, but he's just persevered. And I think all reports at Carlton, he sets the benchmark for training standards and professionalism. And now, there's no surprise why he's playing the way he is.
And not dissimilar to yourself, Ryan, the way he approaches football. It's just, he was so anal in the way he actually approached the game and his ability to actually get the most out of himself. And he was moved on in Sydney because of the Parker, Kennedy and Hewitt, the three very similar types. Well, one of them you just couldn't keep playing all three because obviously the leg speed was an issue, and that's why George was moved. And Sydney didn't keep him, obviously. But good on him, and an absolute ripping bloke. So he is playing some incredible football. And Cripps is the other one that's having a real down season. I'm playing a lot of football now as a forward. So where's his body at? And you talk about Walsh's season and that midfield group of the better ones. When Carlton better ones play, as most teams, they look a different team, which they have got up and going. And McCoy was no better example of that last week with his ability to actually take him over the line against a real rugged game in the way they got over the line against St Kilda. So I'm expecting a fierce, fiery battle early, and I'm expecting the Swans to really come at them and try and get after them with their physicality. And then obviously the game in a wet condition, it's going to be one on the deck, but your big fella's trying to provide a contest, which is interesting. Going back to your point around the decision with the two tolls, and Amadi, I think they needed a key forward. Hayden McLean has been struggling as well, and but is the answer obviously the two boys they brought in?
Yeah, I'm not. The jury's out for me, to be honest. And my jury's still out on Amadi in that factor to bring him back in. But I think Carlton has had a few wins on the trot. I would question the opposition they've played against a little bit. So I think this game for both teams is going to be a real test to see where they're at and if they are going to be contributors in the finals.
It's got the marquee billing. It's got the special Friday night footy feel to it, albeit the crowd is still, look,
it's filling.
Sydney, it's filling up now, only the last sort of 5-10 minutes or so.
But all that paddo is still at the bar, that's why. Getting last drinks before they scoot down the hill.
The Waratahs are playing next door as well. That wouldn't take any fans off the
2,000 people.
But not to be too disparaging to rugby union. But look, yes, it's been a funny old day weather-wise. The Darawal people and their Yuin language identify one of their 7 seasons as Bunnamarayung, which means wet becoming cooler.
Yeah,
I think that's where we are tonight. The past week or so in Sydney's been that way, certainly. Bunnamarayung here in Darawal seasons. But the opening bouts here is just a few moments away. On that note, let's head downstairs. Declan Byrne is there for us. What's it like down there, Declan? Good evening to you.
Good evening, team. Yeah, I've got the rain jacket on, but I'm hoping it doesn't arrive. It didn't rain almost all of today, and then for about 45 minutes during the VFL game, which was the curtain raiser, it rained pretty heavily. So the deck is really wet, really greasy. You can imagine back end of quarters, it'll get pretty slippery, as you talked about. It's about 17 degrees, so it's a beautiful night. And as you've said, the crowd is slowly making their way in. It looks pretty rammed in the members and the ladies to the left of me. It should be a pretty good crowd, and we're ready to go down here, but expect a slippery one all night long.
Toss one by James. One of the Swans will kick to the Paddington end to start here, the left of your radio dial or ABC Listen app. Apparently one correspondent says gate issues with the crowd. We'll see how that all comes about. The Swans will tell us if there's any issues there. That's happened before. Andy from Wodonga. Some of my favourite players ever include Derek Kickett, Longy, Sonny Walters, Nicky Winmar, Jeffrey Farmer. It goes on. Thank you, Andy. And he's starting another thread about favourite Irish players. That's another whole...
let's go.
You've had multicultural around in the past. You've been an ambassador for the AFL in that respect. It's a whole other thing, whole other conversation.
St Patrick's Day's already gone.
We keep celebrating every day in my house.
It's about round 3 anyway. But this is Sir Doug Nicholls' round. The players take their positions in a pretty cool and drizzly evening here in Sydney. Ryan O'Keefe and Ty Kennelly break it down for us in these last few moments. It's a desperate game for both sides.
It's a desperate game for both sides, and it's going to be a slug. It looks like there's a bit of drizzle coming through now, and it's going to be just a contested slog. So whoever gets on top of that is going to win this game, and I just think Carlton will get on top.
Yeah, it's here in the middle. When I'm looking at Cripps in the middle, Heaney's now actually gone forward in the setup, but the Grundy battle in the middle of the ground to give some edge to Sydney. I'm really looking forward to seeing actually the Sydney midfield group led by Rowbottom and certainly Warner digging in their heels. And I'm going to go Sydney in a real close one with Warner to Hewitt right now in the matchup, which is fantastic, and looking forward to seeing that one.
The didgeridoo gets us underway and fires us up. We'll hear it after every goal tonight. This is an occasion. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Marngrook translates to game ball, and it's game on here in Sydney. The Swans and the Blues. Here's Dan Garb.
Francis has gone back. He's on Mackay. McCartan on Curnow. Grundy in the middle. No Tom de Koning. Pitner doing the ruck work. Grundy knocks it down. Rowbottom gets hands to it. He's wrapped up in the centre circles. So we'll throw it up again. Friday night footy, ABC Sport. The Blues and the Swans at the SCG. Rowbottom gets his hands dirty again. Sam Walsh with the tackle on him. We've moved half a metre from the centre circles now. And we'll throw it up again.
I think we're going to get a bit of this tonight. It'll be contest after contest.
Crowd starting to build inside the SCG. Drizzling slightly. Pitnett gets his first possession of the season. Squeezes one out to the wing. Motlop picks it up. Turned over though to Cleary of the Swans. Pitnett gets down low to get hands to the footy. But Sydney win it out once more through Grundy. The handball towards defensive 50. Picked up by Blakey. Gets it to Rampy. He sends it to half forward. Hayward couldn't take the mark. Nick Haynes gathers it for Carlton.
And Ollie Hollands receives the hand pass. Looks for a way off half back. Hewitt slips the tackle. Little kick down in the line. Motlop got a score from behind there from Wicks. And now Wicks can put the Swans on the overlap. Right foot kick high towards 50. It's out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Carlton's ball at left half back. And yes, indeed, there are ticketing issues with fans entering the SCG as we speak. They had to do manual checks. So there are fans lining up outside the turnstiles. Hopefully, we're talking 35,000 plus here tonight, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So you got Francis deep and Mackay, and McCartan's higher on Curnow. So interesting matchup here, and he's got a great matchup deep now, Mackay and Francis one-on-one.
And Evans might be tagging Blakey. He's marked it in front of him and now sends the Blues inside 50. Mackay jumps for it through his hands. The ball will just trickle over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for Carlton.
I'd be isolating that as much as I can if I'm Mackay. You know, he's in red-hot form, and it's a big, big job for Francis.
Interesting call that handling stays forward and Francis goes back.
2 minutes gone, no score. The Swans and the Blues. Back in it comes Grundy and Pitnet. Pitnet's first game for the year. Cripps at the stoppage, traps the hand pass. Hand pass from Walsh a little wide. Out of bounds for a throw-in. 60 around from Carlton's goal round weekend. Brett Sprague, Daniel Garb, Ryan O'Keefe, Tyconelli, Declan Byrne with you tonight. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 2.5 gone in the opening term.
Umpire throws it back in, just outside, attacking 50 for the Blues. Cripps gets hands to it. Sheldrick is watching him closely. Warner couldn't gather it cleanly and then socked it off the ground. It was picked up by Hayward. He got it to Campbell. Now the Swans can go. Warner, the sweeping handball out wide. He was under pressure, but he finds McInerney. Now goes back through the corridor and switches it over to Lloyd. It'll bounce a couple of times and sit up for him on the outer wing. The Swans go inside 50 for the first time. Coming out to meet it though is Silvani, having an excellent season, matching up on Heaney. He marked it on his chest and now he switches it to Wittering in the right back pocket.
Yeah, you got to have a better entry than that inside 50. He had some time on the ball, Jake Lloyd. He's a better ball user. Well read by Silvani.
Wittering sticks a dicey one here. Skids out the other back pocket here. Hand pass out comes back to Sard. And now again off half back. They can rebound to Mitch McGovern towards the outer side and marking in front of the O'Reilly stand. He wheels and goes here, does Cooper Lord. Sends his kick down the line, sliding in there. Mackay is paid the grab. 65 from goal. Back to Cooper Lord. 65 from goal again this time. Motlop spills a grab. Cripps mops up and snaps at the left. And Carlton have the first goal. The Blues go coast to coast. Didn't look pretty always, but it's got the finish there. Paddy Cripps, the captain, has the first goal. Carlton won straight 6. The Swans yet to score. 4-goal opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Ryan O'Keefe, Tyconelli.
I'll just go back to that Swans entry. It just showed McInerney had an opportunity to go deep, and it just shows the lack of confidence I think they've got in their forward line, their keys. He went to that wide, and then they obviously messed up that entry. But then you can see the danger of fast ball movement against the Swans at the moment. Their team defence is just off and you can get right through them.
The toll's obviously an issue in keeping the ball in the front half of the ground itself. They just come out that easy. And then the entry that was slow and on a kick that was actually a shank kick from Wittering, their ability to bounce was way too easy and they weren't chasing the forwards of Sydney.
To the two-time Brownlow medalist with the first goal of the game. Carlton won straight 6, Sydney yet to score. Pitnet with a quick clearance, pumps Carlton inside 50. Off hands, Mackay is the first man to gather it. On hands and knees, his handball went straight to Rowbottom, and then Tom McCartan under pressure sends it out to right half back. Cleary's underneath it, and Ollie Hollands sees it over the boundary line. Quickly down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
James Jordan starting on the bench, so we don't know who he's going to. And down here at ground level, it's only 8 centimetres, but Aaron Francis just looks so much smaller already, manning up on Mackay.
The other mismatch is Young. He's got about 20 centimetres on Rampy.
Toss back in. Cooper Lord busy early. Hand pass back to Ollie Hollins. And that left foot kick to find Cripps on the bounce. He can't quite keep it alive. Out of bounds on the eastern side for a throw-in.
So Heaney starting at full forward. He looked like he did something during the derby where he was maybe injured. He spent a lot of time forward. Didn't have a great game last week. You do wonder if he's carrying something if he's starting at full forward for the Swans and they're just trying to nurse him through a little bit.
Oh, I think they just need some marking power down there, to be honest, and they've probably got enough midfielders that can sort of cover it.
Grundy out points Pitton at this time. Hand pass from Robert back here. They go off half back, the Sydney Swans, but kicks a turnover straight to Ollie Hollins. Wasn't the best kick on the outer side down there. Carlton in possession again.
They work it forward. That is a kick that's missed its target. It was a big target, that of Pitnet. So gathered by Sheldrick. Gets it to Warner. He guides it up the wing to Amadi, who had to go back with some courage there with the flight and took the mark.
It's too slow. You know, this can't love. It's a 50.
It is a 50. Not sure what for. Maybe Saad just stepped over the mark slightly because there was no one who entered Joel Amadi's vicinity. That's a pretty hot call by the umpire.
This was the Swans last week. They gave away 7 of these against Essendon, or most of them like this.
But Joel Amadi, back in the team for his first game since round 5. After taking a mark on the wing, has been marched forward and will kick from 45 out on an angle slightly better than 45 to the right.
It's such a harsh penalty for something that probably doesn't really, make an
impact
influence on the game at all.
It's one of the frustrating ones for supporters. This won't be for Sydney fans, though, if Joel Amadi can nurse it through, which he doesn't. He flares it out to the right. Sydney's first score of the game. They are 1 behind. Carlton 1 straight 6, 7 minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
You mentioned one guy who's happy about Ollie Florent being sub. It's Angus Sheldrick. He was sub 5 weeks in a row. So he's in the 22 tonight, Angus Sheldrick.
And he started on Cripps, so welcome.
Saad buys some space in the left back pocket, pumps it to the outer side of his preferred left side. 2-on-2, spoiled from Rampy, sliding out there. Roberts has been their chief ball winner in recent weeks for the Sydney Swans. Now comes the Cooper Lord again for the Carlton side. Walsh reaching, does control the grab, middle of the SCG. Wants to wheel and go by hand. Dummies the hand pass, goes with a kick instead. Inside 50, Mackay is outnumbered down there. Francis in the contest, comes to ground level, socket out of the air by Will White. It goes across the goal mouth, mopped up there by Lloyd for the Swans. Back to Rampy. The loose man there is Roberts, and now Lloyd goes again.
Clears the defensive 50 for the Swans. 2-on-1 in favour of Sydney. Jordan worked his way to the front and allowed Hayward to eventually gather it, but they've turned it over. Walsh picks it up. Jordan's trying to tag him now. Walsh's handball goes over the boundary line, but at the boundary throw in just forward of the wing. So Jordan now off the bench, and he's gone straight to Sam Walsh. Carlton 1 straight 6, Sydney 1 behind. 8 minutes gone in the first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport at the SCG.
Just watching Grundy in the last 2 entries inside 50 for Sydney. He's playing almost like a back half ruckman in general play, trying to help them support the defence.
That follows up at ground level. Shares it with Lord. His kick partly smothered. Won't be Mark paid there at half forward for Carlton. Knocked back here by the Swans defenders. Cleary's handball up in the air. Pressure there on McInerney, and out comes back here for Carlton again with Nick Haynes, the former Giant. Sweeping hand pass, now a kick from Lord inside 50. Spots up Mackay, who leads out into the pocket and marks 45 out.
That was just too easy for there. It was a beautiful kick, put it to the advantage side of Mackay there, but
no pressure on the ball, was there?
No pressure on the ball, and then it's just a lot of space. Like, I know the Swans are going to try. You can see there some of the defenders like Blakey and that are sort of playing that back shoulder so they can get it back quickly, but when entry comes in like that, it's just really, really hard to stop.
Nice kick, wasn't it?
3 goals last week against the Saints. Harry Mackay makes a meal of this. Out of bounds on the full by a long one. It remains Carlton 1 straight 6. The Swans just the 1 point so far. 9 go on first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
He missed that by a whole goal.
That was as a key forward, and like even the Marty miss. That's your job. Like, are you practicing that constantly.
I think he is. I think that's the problem. He's overplaying in his head mentally. I think it's a mental thing, obviously, with him. But
Swans go short. Roberts to McInerney. That's a dangerous one to centre half back, but he finds Riley Bice. We know he's an accurate kick. That's not his best effort, but it found its way to Corey Warner on the wing. Needs to get rid of it quickly. Does so to Hayward. He slipped over. Handball over his shoulder as he was falling over. Then it's knocked into attacking 50 for the Swans. Warner's picked it up. He's playing forward now. The snap from 45 out might bounce through, and it does. The fortunate bounce for the Swans. It hit the ground about 5 metres out from the goal line. It hit the perfect part of the Sharon for Chad Warner in Sydney, and looped over 2 men on the goal line for the Swans' first of the game. They are 1-1-7, Carlton 1 straight 6.
They made that difficult than what it was, and you can see. I'll go back to my original point. It's like they're afraid to go direct into their forward line, and they sort of muck around it. And it's been a bit of a theme this year. They've had to work super hard for their goals, where coming, say, last year, for example, it was such ease, and they'd have that confidence on the inside 50 connection. It's almost like they're scared to go direct forward.
Clearly is a tactic, obviously, with the defensive aerial threat that Carlton have too, Wiedering and them, they can. And when you get burnt so many times, I think you're going to try and trust and try a different way to score, and certainly is a tactic.
Tyken Elliott and Ryan O'Keefe, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Chad Warner, the recipient of the most previous 2 Goods O'Loughlin medals for best on ground in the Marngrook game. Sherahan pass to Cripps, picked off here by McInerney. Now it comes back to Jordan. Swans go forward of halfway. On the entry again. Reaching up for it. Down there is Laddams. Chad Warner. Hand pass back to McInerney. Hand pass comes out to Cleary. Work back to Grundy at centre half forward. Needs the target there. And Bice out after it now. Carlton can soccer it away. Gathered down there by Mollop in his 50th game. They go forward of halfway here, the Blues. It sits up on its point down there for Corey Durden. He can put it inside 50. And again, Mackay leads up and takes the chest mark. This time closer to home and a slightly easier angle as well. 30 out from goal.
It's not the match-up down deep, no. It's the match. It's actually around the ball. How easy they've come out. Sydney coughed up the ball with 3 handballs in that instance, and that's off the pressure of Carlton, I would say that. But Sydney actually had opportunities with the ball in the hand. They had a quick kick it, but they've overdone it by hands, turned it over, and there was no defensive pressure. And I don't care who's playing on Mackay in this instance, where the ball's coming in that instance. You can't defend it. It's not good enough from a midfield defensive perspective.
Harry Mackay's last kick was 2000 Tyconelli. This time he makes no mistake. Harry Mackay with his first of the night. And Carlton have their second. They take back the lead. 2 straight 12. The Swans are 1-1-7. 12 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Ryan O'Keefe and Tyken.
You've got to be sure of your hands, aren't you?
Yeah, and I reckon that is a dying skill in this game.
Is.
And particularly this one, the amount of overuse with handball, and they turn it over, cost them. And you see the way all McGovern did was kick it out to space because the Swans collapsed on him. Carlton had the space. But the other thing, defending-wise, the ball was always going that shoulder. He just gave him space. There was no body work. There's nothing like that.
The voice of Swans Premiership players, Ryan O'Keefe, also the 2012 Norm Smith medalist, and Tyconelli. Their 20-year anniversary for the 2005 Premiership coming up next week, Tigers.
Don't remind me.
3 weeks is the 20th. Watch out. Stay away from me for 3 days if you're looking for me.
Sure, that will be a fun weekend for our experts in the commentary box tonight. Harry Mackay in the ruck. Manages to knock it forward. Off half-back, Blakey gets hands to it. The left to behind. The Blues squeeze it inside 50. Off the chest of Wicks. Motlop's his opponent. He gathers it. Turned it over to Bice, and he's wrapped up well. Inside attacking 50 by Durden. So they'll have a ball up. Just in front of centre-half forward for the Blues, who were 2 straight 12. Sydney 1-1-7, 13 gone in the first quarter.
Visitors lead by 5 points. Mackay from the stoppage. Towed forward, gathered there in the fence as Wicks can work it away. It skids beyond defensive 50. In the contest, Lord there with Sheldrick, and Sheldrick does well here for the Swans. Kicks off half back, but straight to Ollie Hollins. I'll start again just forward to the O'Reilly wing.
Hollins guides it into the right forward pocket for Carlton, off hands. Punched away by Francis. Now gathered by Bice. He slips over, as many a player has done already in this game. It is wet here at the SCG. Heaney's first possession is a handball out to Sheldrick, and now they can step away from defensive 50, the Swans. And in fact, there's a free kick that is going to be called and pulled back all the way to half-back.
Heaney got hit late as he handballed.
Right, so it's back to Sheldrick to take his kick with a bit more time perhaps than he had previously from right half-back for the Swans.
So Angus Sheldrick, opening round, started in the team. He was subbed out, then he was subbed in the next 5 games. So there he goes. Left foot kick beyond defensive 50. But Mackay outpoints Brodie Grundy on the outer side. And Carlton work the footy away here again. This time Elijah Hollins, 70 from goal. Long to the hot spot now for the Blues. Can he find the target down there as it skids out the back on that 2-on-2, and it will go out for a boundary throw-in. Left forward pocket. Randwick end of the SCG. Carlton lead by 5 points here. 15 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's been played this part of the ground, hasn't it? 10 inside 50s to Carlton in the first 15 minutes of the game.
And Harry Mackay is causing them problems. Up to 6 disposals already, and a goal. Picked up by Elijah Hollins. He's tackled well by Matt Roberts. So another ball up, inside attack for Carlton. He lead this by 5 points. Well done by Grundy. Just pinched that out of the ruck. Used his strength. High ball. Ollie Hollins is underneath it, though he's marked it. So a repeat entry
it's
coming to the Blues.
Isn't it? They've had 3 or 4 exits, Sydney. They've been actually marked. They haven't got the ball to the ground. It's really well played from Carlton in the position, but Sydney need to be better to get the ball to the ground.
Ollie Hollins has had a fair bit of it. Deep inside 50. Mackay got hands to it again. Grundy's there. Lewis Young falls on it. Francis is with him. So a ball up just outside the attacking goal square, which is draped with the Aboriginal flag as part of Sir Doug Nicholls' round here at the SCG.
Carlton by 5 points early on. Mackay out of the ruck, slams it down onto his boot. It wobbles through for a behind. And that was almost like his...
Creative.
It was like his best... so Daniel Wells there, just not with the jump. 6 points is Carlton's lead now. 2-1 plays 1-1.
I'm just worried about the physical contest the Swans are bringing. And Carlton are much more physical, more proactive in their body work, and it's just something the Swans are going to have to lift in this part of the game.
Francis went straight down the corridor. It was a great contest made by Cleary. That allowed McInerney to gather. Laddams has it now. He's got a man free. A Carlton defender slipped over, so Hamlin can gather and kick his second goal in AFL football. Joel Hamlin, he waited 97 games for the first. He's kicked his second in his 99th.
It takes from a kick-in, when they actually have a fast play. It was a great contest in the middle of the ground here from Cleary to actually create the contest, and Ryan was asking for it. Give some contest and some strong work at the ball, and Cleary did that, and then Sydney were off to the races out the back, and unfortunately, I can't remember who the Carlton defender was who slipped over. Was it Silvani himself? And allows a really snap from Hamlin, but that's Sydney you want to see more of. Taking the game on, have the contest from them at half forward, and then actually off and running and going, and they haven't seen a lot of that certainly this year, and certainly not tonight.
Well, it's been more direct, and what's caused their problems is the overused handball and turnover. When you go a bit more direct, use less possession and get it in there, you'll find a way to score.
Ryan O'Keefe, Taikanelli, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And Joel Hamling, despite being from WA, has Yorta ancestry in northeastern Victoria. Love that goal. Scores level here at the SCG 2-1-13. We'll ball up again as we can't get a clearance. Big week for umpire Justin Power out there. He was one of the officials in the Freo Collingwood game last week. Bit of chatter around that. Free kick here going for a block going Laddam's way. So that was adjudicated there by umpire Justin Power.
There wasn't much in it.
Back in the side, goes inside 50. Awkward pick up there for Cleary and also Campbell. So off half back they go here. Hewitt to Sard Carlton. And now his kick was measured well here, but Durden had work to do. Retrieves it now. Cripps rode the bump and now can look for a hand pass option. Bursting by there is Will White. His hand pass knocked down there by Rowbottom. Sliding in again, Durden. Brought to ground by Rowbottom. And the umpire says, give it to me. 45 out from Carlton's attacking goal. Randwick end. It's 2-1-13 apiece. 18 gone first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Swans have worked their way back into this first term. Carlton have been the better side so far. It is parity though on the scoreboard. We'll have another ball up on the paint of the 50, right half forward for Carlton. Inside 50s, 12 to the Blues, 6 to Sydney. Well, Adams and Pitnet doing the ruck work, and it's a free kick to Pitnet in for his first game of the season. De Koning out, just pops it up to the top of the square. Francis flew. Favoured Bice, threw it on the boot. It'll bounce once and over the boundary line. And that's a bit of pressure relieved for Sydney.
You hate those free kicks in the ruck, don't you, Ryan? Around the 50, certainly. You probably could have went back and had the shot himself, but They're easy outs and easy clearances when you give free kicks away in the rock, and it's been an issue for the whole game, hasn't it? And trying to see which way it's going, but don't like seeing them.
Toss back in, scores level here in the Marngrook game at the SCG. Over to the Swans, goes off half back, but floating across to intercept is Mitch McGovern.
There's another one. It's become such a problem in the game for Sydney when they do release from a stoppage or clearance. They're getting outmarked forward of the ball.
McGovern had that chest injury last week. It was a test to play tonight and passed that test with flying colours. Kick picked off there by the Sydney Swans. Wicks kicks into Hewitt. Trapped now by the former Swan. Handball comes wide here back to McGovern, who go laterally. Overcooks it though as Bice runs after it. So too Corey Warner. Off half back. It skids off his boot there. Very untidy stuff. Chera mops up for Carlton. Now back with Sard. More distance towards half forward. Rampy with the spoil fair from behind on Francis Evans. And it comes to ground. Chera there first. Also wrapped up by Rampy. And so too Rewbottom, who's tackled. And the umpire will chuck it up on the outer side of the SCG. 2-1-13. The Swans and the Blues. We've just hit time on here in the first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So this is where I like to see a Marty become closer towards that quick kick out, rather than Warner at the moment.
Clean tap down by Pitnet. Cripps try to soccer it forward. Just outside attacking 50 for the Blues. Carlton skippers back in there again, bullocking away, but the Swans win it through Roberts. Sends it up to the wing. Silvani and Amati wrestle for it. Falls to ground and Sard can gather it and just chisel one inboard to Ollie Hollins. He'll go deep into attack. They converge on it to the Swans defenders. Francis couldn't mark those, so the ball falls to ground. Curno's there, tries to find some space. Sweeping handball out to Durden. He couldn't gather it. The tackle is put on him by Rampy. Calls for holding the ball. Umpire says play on. Now the snap-on goal by Lord is across the face. Punched away by Warner. Laddams is the man to charge in. Put some clean hands on the footy. Gets it to Wicks in the back pocket. And Amati keeps his feet and was then tripped. In fact, he infringed first, says the umpire. So a free kick to Carlton and Silvani. 65 out from their goals, left half forward.
Goes inside 50. Hold your phone there, Tigers. Curnow takes the grab in the left forward pocket, 35 out.
It was there because the ball was kicked on Amati's head, so he's underneath the ball and he's actually doubled back into the defender and put his arm around them. But the problem from Sydney is between the arcs. They're actually getting outmarked and beaten. At the stoppage situation, Sydney are putting it forward up and giving Carlton the defender loose behind the ball. And when they're even, they're getting an intercepted mark against them, and certainly when they've got an extra on the ground, they're getting beaten, Sydney, that is. And Carlton have set the game up really well.
Charlie Curnow on the approach to become the 14th Carlton player to 300 VFL AFL goals. This is right across the face, and it's out of bounds on the full. It remains Sydney 2-1-13, the Blues 2-1-13, 22 gone first term. Friday night for ABC Sport.
Yeah, the problem is, Tig, they're allowing, say, Sard or someone free, and you can dictate who you want free.
They're all collapsing at the stoppage or the contest as well, aren't they?
Carroll to chair up. Carlton with the repeat entry inside 50. It bounces over everyone. Roberts just got hands to it. Half a metre out from the goal line to stop a goal and rush it through for a behind. 2-2-14 the Blues. Sydney 2-1-13. 22 and a half minutes gone in the first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Roberts spots up Lloyd down the corridor. Still inside defensive 50 for the Swans.
Lloyd does go wide here to find Amati. Coming late to the contest in there was Nick Haynes, the former Giant. Carlton with hand pass off to Motlop in his 50th game. Here's kicked by Amati. Good second effort. Trickles inside 50. Can they make something work here? Handball comes off the deck from Will White, now bursting by. Evans overcooks his attempted kick here as he's brought to ground. Might be holding the ball. No, will ball up. 15 out from Carlton's attacking goal. It's the Blues who lead by a point. 23 gone first term.
So if you look behind the ball, look in front of the ball for Sydney, there's loose numbers for Carlton everywhere.
Pittner with a clean tap down to Cripps. He's got his second.
Wow.
Cripps on the snap again from 20 out. Smooth ruck work by Mark Pittner. That will give him a massive confidence boost. In for De Koning. He put that right down his captain's throat. He converted. Carlton 3-2-20. Sydney at 2-1-13.
There's problems everywhere, isn't there, Ryan? You're trying to explain it to the listeners. So Sydney have an extra 1 or 2 at the stoppage, and then they get beaten as cleanly as that, with as actually effective stoppage. And whereas you're trying to win the ball at the source, when you've got 2 extra players there, and then to lose the rock tap and the clearances as cleanly as they did, that's not right. And that's a real structural problem that Sydney have right now.
Yeah, you might need to hand all the Swans players a footy card. My name's Paddy Cripps. I'm on a Brownlow. I'm pretty handy. I'll just stand free all alone and afford 50 stoppage.
But he's been free at the stoppages.
Not a bad stoppage player.
Yeah.
Carlton by 7 points. A couple of goals for their skipper early. In the middle there, Heaney for the Swans. Grundy couldn't grab it. That goes McInerney. And they're coming front on there, and Evans off half back. Lloyd receives the handball. Now he kicks down the eastern side of the SCG. Amati in the contest with Haynes. And now it's back here with Corey Warner. On the deck there for McInerney, and now Roberts puts the Swans back inside 50. Can they get a marking target? No. Silvani puts himself back there, intercepts once again. Carlton by 7, 25 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's not good enough from Laddams. He's 200-something centimetres and brought in as a key forward, and he just allows an uncontested mark. That is not good enough, sorry.
Well, Chad Warner threw his arms up in frustration. He's there to make something happen, but the ball's got to hit the ground sometimes for that to be the case. That was too easy for Carlton as they work it up to the wing. Good contest by Mackay, but Blakey knocked it away from him. Walsh sends it back inboard. Coming out to meet it is Roberts. He's turned it over to Chera, who paddles it forward. Gathered by Lewis Young. Real wide it was, in fact. He got it to Hewitt, and now Curnow out in space on McCartan. And McCartan has taken the mark. Will kick from 45 out on a 45-degree angle to the right. The game on Carlton's terms in the first term.
Yeah, they've set the game up really well, Carlton, so they have, and they've applied it. No, it's a damn wall. It's 17 inside 50 to 7. Sydney are 6s and 7s. They're not winning the contest inside, and Carlton are very clean outside, which puts a lot of pressure on a defence that's not quite right with their matchups either. So it's going to happen, and I think the scoreboard is quite flattering from Sydney.
The second look for Charlie Curnow at goal 300 of his illustrious career to date. And there it is. The triple ton for Charlie Curnow. He's the 14th man to do that in Carlton history. The 2-time Coleman medalist, 2-time All-Australian. It's another accolade attached to his name. And more importantly, tonight for his side, they're out to 4-2-26. Sydney at 2-1-13. We've gone 26 minutes in the first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's not a lot, is it? I was expecting a 14 player to do 300. I was thinking like there's surely a lot more. It's actually quite surprising there's not that many from the Carlton Football Club.
So number 7 is Robert Walls.
Yeah.
Of course, we lost this week. Outside the top 10, you've got Eddie Betts, Mark McClure, John Nichols. Outside the top 10. So it's a big top 10 led by Stephen Kernahan.
Yeah.
The Fev's in there, obviously. Jazelenko. There's some big names. Big Lance. We're going to have him in there.
300 goals is pretty good achievement.
And he's only halfway through his career too.
Yeah, it's not that easy to kick 300
Oh, come on, Ryan.
Back in the day, maybe it was a bit easier. Down at Carlton's here, Pitnet. Kicks towards half forward. Rampy. That's not true, actually. It was probably even harder back then. It was actual
20 goals a game.
Cleary gets away here from Ollie Hollands. His kick goes nowhere, though. Trickles towards half forward. Sard slides out to meet the football. Off the deck. One back here by Sheldrick. And now Corey Warner. Off to Heaney. Cleary's running shotgun. Little 1-2. Back to Isaac Heaney. And now Chad Waters inside 50. 40 out. Centering ball. And he spots up Haywood. Reaching for the overhead grab. He marks 30 out directly in front.
You can clearly see they're trying, and there's just technically things that are just not quite right from them, So Sydney, and then obviously the better ball users get the ball in the hand. They have to do that with Heaney and Warner, So it was actually a great decision for him. It looked like he was going to go for the goal itself, and saw Haywood at the outside of his eye, and nice little dinky inside kick outside of his boot.
2 goals won against Essendon last week. The game perhaps they should have won. Haywood, right-hand side of the goals, it just sneaks through. So Swans get the immediate reply. They cut Carlton's lead back to 7 points. Sydney 3-1-19. The Blues are 4-2-26. 28 gone first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Ryan O'Keefe and Ty Kennelly.
They are trying Ty, but the overhandball and they're not confident. It's okay, but the amount of times they do turn it over and it goes back the other way. So teams that keep applying the pressure, and Carlton are doing a good job at that contest and pressure, they'll cough that handball up and then all of a sudden they're out of position and it goes back and it's hard to defend again. So just this style, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure even they know what's going on. It's a bit, we'll just make it up, and hopefully we can scrap something forward.
Brave tactic by Dean Cox. Isaac Hinney started at full forward. Chad Warner's there now, not just half forward, but actually out of the goal square. Mitch McGovern matched up alongside him. And for some energy inside their forward 50, the Swans. Carlton lead by 7 points. Late stages of the first term. Here's Cripps already with 2 goals to his name. Socket away from him, though, by James Jordan. Hayward comes out to meet it, the last goal kicker. He overran it, though. Now he gets it back. Handball to Jordan. Moves it on to McInerney. He started nicely again. That's an excellent kick. It finds its way through to Cleary. Now Amadi trying to find space inside 50. Warner's the man to generally do that. He gets it to Amadi, who snaps on goal and misses. With a behind on the near side, but that was better work inside 50 by Sydney. They are now 3-2-20, Carlton 4-2-26.
That's when the ball's on the ground. If they can keep it on the ground against this Carlton defensive unit, it is better play, and it has to happen. It's been frustration watching up here from us with Sydney's inability to get that ball on the ground, because that's the space we can catch Carlton's defenders.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The voice there of Ty Connelly. Bins to Silvani, and now McGovern runs by, receives the handball. Gives it a roost off half-back here. Pitt out the contest with Grundy. A little sideshow there with Lewis Young. Knocked forward here towards Frank the Tank Evans. Goes inside 50, and a good spot from McCartan there on Curnow. They smash it out of bounds for a throw-in. 40 around from Carlton's attacking goal round weekend.
That's a big no-no for Hollands. Running back in the leading lane of your key forward of Curnow.
He actually slowed up. Trying to protect his teammate if he wasn't there.
Exactly right. Holland should have just stopped, and Curnow would have marked it on his chest.
Voice of Ryan O'Keefe, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 6 points. A minute to go until quarter time. And a couple of Swans wrap up. Jesse Motlop, who's playing his 50th game tonight. Born in Darwin, grew up in Perth. In really good form this season for the Blues.
No, Sydney have evened it up forward of the ball for them with the winger, Carlton's wingers trying to drop off. But they're actually trying to even it up forward of the ball, which gives them just one at the stoppage, Sydney.
Another ball up inside 50 for Carlton. Here is Motlop, gathers it, but then takes it over the boundary line. So,
and I like
a push and shove there. Motlop didn't like the treatment he got from Wicks and ran back to give it to him. Boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Blues.
And I like that setup because you can't. Sydney's first option is give the hands.
They're not sticking fat with it. Look, Justin McInerney's the winger, needs to keep coming now, and it's Dan Rampy's got the spare on the forward.
Toss back in, Pitnet feeds it down here. Elijah Holland snaps and hits the behind post on the full. So no change to our score. Carlton leads by 6. 4-2 plays 3-2 in these dying stages of the first quarter here. The SCG. Silvani from behind on Amadi. Pitnet slaps it down there. Elijah Hollands back again now, this time for Jackson Binns. Sets up inside 50 for Carlton, and now it's marked there by Tom McCartan.
That is strong, isn't he? He's done a good job on Curnow, and he looks strong instead. He's the one defender Sydney can rely on.
I wonder if the one benefit of that move forward for Tom McCartan has been making him an even better defender. I mean, he was so consistent for so long, of course, but his last 3 weeks, especially the game he played on Jesse Hogan here.
You do learn a lot going forward as a footballer, certainly as a defender, and what the forwards do.
Looking good at the moment. He's kicked out, searching for Amadi. Came off the hands of the Sydney forwards. A boundary throw in, right half forward for the Blues. Wicks gets hands to it. Now they scrap away for it just inside 50. On a wettish night here at the SCG. The rain has subsided for now, but it was drizzling before the bounce and has been for most of the morning, so still pretty soggy. The SCG turf. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Down it comes. Both rucks missed it. Grundy follows up. Hacked out of the air by Angus Sheldrick for the Swans. Off that half back line. Wiedering sticks out his boot. Can the Swans clear a path? Hayward beaten to it. And Wiedering follows up and swings it back here. Right on the quarter time siren. Signal an end to the first quarter of Marngrook 20-25. It's Carlton who leads 4-2-26 with the Sydney Swans 3-2-20. The skipper, Paddy Cripps, has a couple of goals in that first term. So too Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow, who won up his 300th AFL goal for Carlton. And for the Sydney Swans, their 3 goals, all individuals, Chad Warner, Will Hayward and Joel Hamling on the board so far tonight. Across ABC Radio, News Radio, and indeed the world-famous ABC Listen app, this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Cooper Lord sends his kick down the line, sliding in there. Mackay, he's paid the grab. 65 from goal. Back to Cooper Lord. This time, Motlop spills a grab. Cripps mops up and snaps at the left. And Carlton have the first goal. The Blues go coast to coast
to Hayward. He slipped over, handball over his shoulder as he was falling over. And it's knocked into attacking 50 for the Swans. Warner's picked it up. He's playing forward now. The snap from 45 out might bounce through, and it does.
It sits up on its point down there for Corey Durden. He can put it inside 50, and again Mackay leads up and takes the chest mark. This time closer to home. Harry Mackay's last kick was 2000 Ty Canelli. This time he makes no mistake. Harry Mackay with his first of the night.
Laddens has it now. He's got a man free. A Carlton defender slipped over, so Hamlin can gather and kick his second goal in AFL football. Hitting it with a clean tap down to Cripps. He's got his second. Wow. Cripps on the snap again from 20 out. Smooth ruck work by Mark Pitnett. That will give him a massive confidence boost.
You might need to hand all the Swans players a footy card. My name's Paddy Cripps. I'm on a Brownlow. I'm pretty handy. I'll just stand free all alone in a 450 stoppage.
Second look for Charlie Curnow at goal 300 of his illustrious career to date. And there it is. The triple ton for Charlie Curnow. He's the 14th man to do that in Carlton history.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Marngrook at the SCG, which is Sydney's jewel in the crown of Sir Doug Nicholls round. They trail, though, to Carlton, who lead by 6 points at the opening change. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb. Our experts Ryan O'Keefe, Ty Canelli, Declan Byrne on the boundary. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774. Marcus in South Melbourne notes that in Carlton's entire history, 128 years in the AFL, only Harry Soapy Valance, who's in that top 10, Tom Carroll and Charlie Curnow are the only Coleman medalists.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes sense because Sticks Kernahan played in the era of all the great full fours, including Plugger and Dunstall and all those guys. Anyway, keep those texts coming. 0437 774 774. Mark's looking for a crowd figure. We'll get that later on. The crowd has all come in. There was, we understand, a ticketing technology issue which left fans stuck at the gates or the turnstiles, which is surprising because this place is so modern and like state-of-the-art technology and stuff here at the SCG. There's no issues there. Ty Canelli, Ryan O'Keefe, break down the opening quarter for us here at the SCG.
I think that the big issue here for Sydney's forward of the ball. It's really, you can see there's lack of confidence of them going direct and getting it in there with speed. Their overuse of the handball, the turnover that gets them into trouble. And just like the Swans have laid no tackles in their forward 50. Like they're not bringing it to ground and they're not putting any pressure, so it's just getting rebounded out. And you can see Carlton is set up really, really well and really disciplined, and they're trying to free up Sard back there. But what's happening is some of the Swans small forwards are going out wide, like Warner and that. Make that other player, that less attacking defender for Carlton, make them be the one to try and rebound you. You dictate who you want free. They're just conceding what Carlton's giving to them. But the issue, again, ahead of the ball is Laddams and Amadi have to bring the contest. They have to bring the ball. They have to take their marks. Both of them really, really need a lift.
Yeah, clearly there's a structural problem for Sydney right now, and as far as the way they're actually trying to play with a free behind the ball, which gives Carlton their free, because the winger from Carlton is pushing back, which is allowing Carlton the free, and they've had 20 inside 50s to 9, which is putting a lot of pressure on their defensive unit. They're not quite set as far as Sydney's concerned, but Carlton's ability to set the ground up has been outstanding, and understanding how they actually want to play the game against Sydney and try and play in the front half, set the ground up with an extra defender, playing 7 defenders against a team that they know like to run and go and actually take the game on, which we haven't seen from Sydney. The goal they got was actually they took the game on from a kick in, and they were quite direct. We talked about it during the call itself, but it's not a huge issue. You can fix structural things. It's the contest bit that they've been okay at Sydney, which will give them a chance. So the score is quite flattering for mine as far as Sydney's concerned, with just a six points behind.
It's because they're winning. They're actually doing all right in the stoppage. Sydney. So they're winning that sort of stuff.
So you can fix the structural piece, you'll get chances, but then it's forward.
And that structural piece, Carlton have had 24 intercepts. 24.
Which was a lot of some repeats. Sorry, Spriggy.
On the boundary, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a turbulent week this week in the AFL, especially that strained relationship between the umpires and the AFL. Well, the AFL GM, Laura Kane, spent that whole quarter down here on the umpires bench. So next to David Roden and all the assistants, just keeping a close eye on it. She's left at quarter time. She's seen enough, but an interesting sight down here with her sitting right next to the umps for that first.
Come on, give us a break. Give us a break. Like, what's sitting down beside the umpires for one quarter of football? It's a showpiece for the rest of the world. And there's doing my job. Come on, give him a break.
Few numbers, Garvey.
Well, we spoke pre-game. All right, McCartan goes to Curnow. Who goes to Mackay, though? Francis did. Mackay, 7 disposals, 3 score involvements, a goal, 6 of those possessions contested in the first quarter. They need to get a handle on him. The Swans, Heaney, just the 5 handballs in that first term. He needs to get in the game.
Starts on ball. Carlton by 6 points. Into the second term we go here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Tunnelled away by Grundy. Pitnet tries again. Double teamed there by Grundy and Chad Warner.
It's just a better look, sorry, Spriggy, from Sydney's perspective now. With Campbell smaller and obviously Cleary, then with Hayden forward and Hambling. It's a better look with Heaney around the ball.
Sherratt to Cripps and now Saar taken out of the contest by Heaney. Ball comes back to Heaney and now Sheldrick pops a high one inside forward 50. Trying to mark down there. Hamling beaten to it by Wiedering. Hamling tries again. Emerging with the football here is Ollie Hollins, but it's no, not marked. It was dropped by Sam Wicks. Wicks tries again though. Skids a hand pass wide to Roberts, and now he goes to the outside for Jake Lloyd.
Lloyd will look into the
Cleary.
pocket for a man on his own in Cleary, just set up for him, and Ollie Hollins did really well to get back and make a contest when Cleary looks set to mark it inside 50. Well done by Hollins. We'll have a boundary throw in now in that left forward pocket for Sydney.
Just an adjustment, sorry.
Dropped some marks this once, haven't they? It's just like they're playing with a different ball.
It's a different game. They certainly haven't adjusted like Carlton have to the conditions, have they? And it's a greasy. It's not wet, but it's greasy and a bit drizzly.
Back in it comes. Down there. It's come off the bonds of Cooper Lord. Swans have numbers around the ball. Sheldrick out wide there to Cripps. Tracking it now, and now Heaney off the outside of the boot. May just have a goal in the pocket. Was it touched? It was. Minor score only. Carlton leads by 5 points. 90 seconds into this second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It was touched there by McGovern on the way through.
Better start to the turn by Heaney. It was quiet in the first quarter. Sard goes short to Wiedering. Cripps up to 8 disposals. Ollie Hollins 8 as well as Wiedering sends it up the wing for Carlton. Coming out to meet him was Pitnet, and Grundy slapped it away from him. He started well, Mark Pitnet. Big focus on him. Tom de Koning out. Yep. First game of the season. He's taken it to Brodie Grundy so far in this clash at the SCG. Carlton lead by 5 points. Down to Declan Byrne on the boundary quickly.
A couple of weeks ago we saw Joel Hamling be an absolute pest to Sam Taylor. He's doing the same sort of thing right now to Jacob Wiedering.
Carlton by 5 points here. Grundy traps the footy on the wing, shares it back to Corey Warner, fires the hand pass to Sheldrick. Goes high inside forward 50. Wiedering playing in front, does intercept, will come back. It's going to be a Carlton free kick anyway. Silvani tangled up down there with Joel Amati.
There's a reason they're not kicking it in there, Ryan. They're getting beaten in one-on-ones in the air and everywhere. So if I'm a midfielder or a forward or a half-back, I'm doing the same thing.
But you still got to do it like that. Passage of play was much better at inside.
Yeah, Silvani plays on by hand. Wiedering's kick beyond defensive 50 now. Warner, it's Chatterton who gives away the free kick there on his fellow West Aussie and Paddy Cripps.
He's a bit slow to get up here, Cripps.
Yeah, he's limping on that left side, so that lower left leg, his foot or his ankle. That's something to keep.
He just rolled his ankle a little bit, stepped on Warner's boot.
Shepherd there on Hamling as Wiedering goes high down the line and out of the 2-on-2. Trapped down there by Pitnet, and it doesn't quite go inside forward 50. Piled on top of down there by Roberts.
Even a basic footy knowledge, you're Hambling. He was always going to handball that, Cripper. So you're looking for a half-back to get off him, and he doesn't follow.
Cripps has come to the bench to get that ankle looked at. It's like a slight roll, so he should be okay to get it strapped and come back on shortly as Carlton grubber one inside 50. Blakey with the tackle on Lewis Young. He just got rid of it eventually to George Hewitt. He'll snap from 48 metres. Curnow's underneath it. McCartan's with him. McCartan punches over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for Carlton, who are 4-2-26. Sydney 3-3-21. 4 minutes gone in the first term. And Cripps has the boots off now. He's getting that ankle attended to.
It's going to be a tough night for Curnow. He's going to have to do it the hard way against a really strong defender tonight, so it's going to have to be Mackay or a small for Carlton to actually get on the scoreboard. Carlton's done a really good job on him.
Thrown back in, Paddington end. Both rucks missed it. Lloyd can clear here for the Swans. High ball goes straight up in the air though. Hewitt spills the mark, and now at ground level he can wrap up Hayward down there. So Carlton by 5 points. I keep seeing replays of contact from Silvani when he got sandwiched between Amati and also Hamling. As they go beyond towards half back here, the Swans. Campbell tumbles his kick up the line, straight to Wiedering though for Carlton. He can't get a drop punt away. Campbell tries again, brought down here by Hewitt, and will ball up on the western side, not far away from Declan Byrne.
Yeah, so Paddy Cripps is getting the ankle re-strapped. He already had it strapped, but he's getting a second go, and Jack Silvani's just come off, so he's been limping since that big contest, tried to run it off, but no luck.
5 minutes into the second term, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Carlton lead by 5 points. Heaney does well to win that contest and get it to Corey Warner, who sends it up to half forward. Punched away from the pack by Wiedering. And then Ollie Hollins is well tackled by Campbell, but he got the handball away. Haynes back to Wiedering. They send it up the wing to Carlton. Underneath it is Hewitt. Spoiled away from him by his former teammate in Rampe. Chera gathers it. Inboard to Walsh. Guides one to half forward. Curno's on a long lead, a long way from home. He's got a man in space, though, inside 50. Durden tracked it back. Got hands to it. Then fell over. It's tapped back into his path, though, and Durden slams it through for the Blues. Curnow opened up space on the lead. Durden got out the back. It was a little bit scrappy, but the finish came eventually. Carlton have their fifth for the night, 5-2-32. Sydney 3-3-21. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I reckon Nick Blakey's hurt in that contest himself. It was his left collarbone, I think, or shoulder. He's down and he's holding it. But what about the ball from Walsh, the inside kick to Curnow on the lead and the damaging? We can see what Curnow can do. You're probably trying to release Curnow higher if you're Carlton against the Tommy McCann, because his ability to use the ball like that is very dangerous. Sydney looked like they had it after Blakey hit the contest itself, but then slipped over. And it's been an issue for both teams, hasn't it? The ground is their ability to keep their feet.
And that end of the ground too, I think they've relayed it.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of players throughout all the rounds been slipping down that end. But Carlton just made it too easy. The ball hits the deck, particularly the contest here from Swans half forward.
11-point lead for Carlton. We start back in the middle. Here goes Chera out of the traffic, kicks down the corridor. Had to meet the football down there. He was held from him there as Evans. He does win the free kick. Francis Evans, former Cat and power player. This will test his distance 55 or 60 from goal. And those options are plenty for Navy Blue jumpers. Up inside 50, and there was Lewis Young. Comes down the ground here. Swans can clear it. Comes to Rowbottom. And they escape the danger for now, the Sydney Swans, in that right back pocket. They trail by 11 points.
A reasonable purchase on that, Lewis Young. Umpire saw it differently. Rowbottom sends it up to the wing. Wiedering gets in front of Hamling. He's trying to ruffle his feathers tonight. It's gathered by Jordan. We'll have a ball up, smack bang on the wing, down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Cripps ankle re-strapped. He did a little run through side to side, and he's good to go, waiting to come back on. 9
disposals, 2 goals for the night for Paddy Cripps. As Walsh just works it backwards to Matt Carroll, who is set upon by 3 Swans.
There's a lot of arms and Sydney forwards looking at each other. They're now very conscious of the Carlton defenders, which makes you very reactive forward to the ball also.
Grundy at front position. He wins the free kick against Pitnett.
They got 2 spare backs, so he's going to have to try and lower his eyes here.
Bronx cheers from the Sydney fans. Grundy looks inboard, now back down the line, goes to the pocket. Laddams is in front. Hamling makes a contest. Laddams gathers it. Rowbottom, and now Heaney with the grubber effort. Off the boots of McGovern. That might have been on the full, it is. So Heaney went for the grubber effort towards goal. It bounced flush off the boots of Mitch McGovern and out of bounds on the full. And so Heaney will have a shot from deep in the right forward pocket, 20 out.
Left or check side? Is he going to go left foot or check side it?
No, he just does.
Left.
Isaac Heaney. To get this SCG crowd going, they need an energy boost. Carlton lead by 11. Heaney on his left. Oh, yes. Cue the superstar when Sydney needs it most. Their reigning club champion, Isaac Heaney, provides it from the boundary. Fortuitous it may have been off the boots of McGovern. Heaney made the most of it. The lead back to 5 points in favour of Carlton.
That was probably an opportunity then that both Laddams and Hamling just brought the ball to ground. Just got to bring it to ground. And it probably is a bit of a danger when your key forwards are playing a negative defensive role. Like Hamlin's been doing a great job, and probably him being a defender, he's getting spoils in when he's behind, not trying to mark everything. But that's all they need to do. Yeah. So Laddams and Marty, Hamlin's already been doing it really well. When the ball comes in, they're just got to crash a pack and bring it to ground.
Now, just in a replay, that is the wrong decision. It was. What's the term in cricket again? It's
a volley or a yorker.
A bounce. Bump ball. Bump ball is the term I was looking for. That was a bump ball off McGovern's boot. Hit the ground before going over. It should not have been out of bounds on the full.
Alas,
it's harsh on Carlton.
Sydney by 5. They win the clearance here as well. Chad Warner inside forward 50. Sliding out here, another free kick which will go Carlton's way.
Can you explain bump ball to an Irishman?
Hits the ground.
Yeah,
bat
the ground.
Bat ground over.
Okay. Rather than going on the full off the bat.
It's hard to see sometimes to the naked eye, which that one was.
Roberts on the outer side here for the Swans. Hand pass to Lloyd, who's being hassled there by his opposite number in Evans, and now it's out of bounds for a throw-in.
Starting to get their turn of it now, Sydney, as far as playing front half. Starting to turn the ball over and obviously win a couple of centre bounce clearances as well does help.
Carlton by 5 points, 10 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport coming your way from the Sydney Cricket Ground. And again, the Rucks were in too far and missed that throw-in. It's going to be a free kick for a block going Grundy's way.
Good luck picking them, eh?
Carlton fans will be thinking, review everything. How could we not review that? Just the way it is. You have to accept those ones at times. Sydney go inside 50. Coming out to meet it was Mitch McGovern. He's got his head back into the contest. Sydney win it back though. Hayward and now Wicks deep into attack. Wittering's down there. Well done, Nick Haynes. Isn't he back in form for the Blues? Former All-Australian with GWS and club champion. He was the whipping boy for many a Carlton fan after that opening round or round one loss to Richmond. But he has been superb over the last month or so. He brings it out to centre-half back after a 50 was paid. And he goes short to Adam Sard.
Sard on the 45. Spots the man there in Ollie Hollins. Right on that bullseye here at the SCG. High inside 50. Mackay slides out in company with Francis. Umpire lets them play. It arrives down here again in the pocket as Blakey marks the end of that kick and chops it off at left full back for the Sydney Swans. It's the Blues who lead by 5 points. 12 gone, second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And now it's with McInerney, who's been among their better players in recent weeks. 22 touches and a goal against Essendon last week. Long kick down the outer side. 2 on 2. Laddams holds strong in the pack.
It's got to go slow now. Carlton is set up really well behind the ball as Hamley's trying to get in position. Really well played. Look inside and slow the ball up.
Inside 50s, 24 to Carlton, 15 to Sydney, but the Swans making the most of their opportunities and just slowly but surely making their way back into this game. Now they're trying to control the footy. Carlton lead by 5 points. 12 minutes gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's with Wicks on the wing. And he spots up Hayward. Bounced off his chest though. Should have taken that mark. Jordan's there though. Spins away from the contest and finds Laddams in the pocket. Well done, James Jordan. Carlton players stood still for a moment. Jordan emerged with it. And Laddams will kick from 25 out left forward pocket.
It's a good template for him and actually how to control the game is small, but it can be very difficult to do in the conditions. And obviously because you're going as slow and you've got to be quite precise with your kicking and your ball handling compared to going fast into the defence that's obviously on top.
Well, Carlton plays zone defence, so he gives you the opportunity, you can control the ball, you can kick your way through it. If you play fast and long high balls, that suits their defence.
Tough kick.
No, he decided to centre at Laddams. Probably the wise decision. To a dangerous spot. Off hands. Carlton, though, emerge from defensive 50 with it. Here's McGovern. Checks back inside. Needs to get rid of it. And does to Walsh.
Walsh, hand pass on the top here. I've got some numbers going forward. The hand pass does come off to Lewis Young. Skids a kick inside 50. Mackay has options. He was run down from behind by Campbell. Well done by Braden Campbell. He got Mackay cold and it will be a Swans ball in the left back pocket, Paddington end.
Came out too easy though, didn't it, from the forward line. Jeez, there was no pressure on him coming out. That's a worrying sign there. But they probably thought he had more time with the ball in his hand, Mackay, didn't he?
5-2 plays 4-3. Carlton by 5 points. It's in the Declan Byrne very shortly as they go beyond defensive 50. Laddams swats it back there. Grundy and he are both out there. And Sheldrick hurries a kick. High inside 50. Heaney wants to sit down there. It's socket forward by Cleary. Sard with support and defence. It comes away with a hand pass from Lord off to McGovern. The Blues are away again.
McGovern pumps the Blues up to the wing. Grundy's there. Went over his head. Free kick. for a push going the way of Cripps.
There's 2 free kicks there. Braden Campbell just came in from the side and actually just punched Cripps in the side before the ball actually came.
Down to Declan Byrne.
Jack Silvani had a fair bit of work done on that right quad or thigh. He's had some painkillers and he's looking to get back out there.
Carlton lead by 5 points. 5-time club champion Cripps sends him up to half forward off the hands of Francis, who came out to meet the contest for the Swans and is now socked over the boundary line and deliberately. According to the umpire, well, there wasn't much intent to keep that in play, it must be said. So Carlton with a free kick just forward of the wing.
They've turned the inside 50s around Sydney, 25-17 now, so they've had it obviously in the front half for a while in this quarter. So
Jackson Binns. Inside 50 it goes. Grundy's now hurt himself. He went up for that contest and he's holding his arm. This is a worry for Sydney. It's socket away from that area. Hayward's gathered it. There's another Swan down behind play as well. So 2 of them in serious trouble. This is a big watch.
Roberts goes off the half-back line here for Sydney meanwhile. Deep. It's forward of halfway. McGovern picks up there for Carlton. Lord now comes down the line, receives it. That kick from Matt Carroll.
Francis is the player in the arms of the trainers for Sydney.
Keep an eye on that. Elijah Hollins, meanwhile, goes wide to Curnow at left half forward. And he pops it inside 50. And Francis Evans says, thank you very much. Marking 45 from goal on an angle better than 45 degrees. Francis still out there just in the hands of the trainers.
They were out everywhere, weren't they, with Grundy down and obviously Francis himself in the contest. They both got hurt, and I think Francis got kicked in the head from Grundy's knee in the contest itself, so it doesn't look too good. Is it a HI?
Oh, yeah, it's sort of the
head knock.
Upper part of Grundy's leg, got in the back of Francis's head.
Grundy's coming to the boundary line now.
Meanwhile, here's Evans. Sets it up. This will test all of his distance now. Up in the forward pocket. Cripps is always dangerous. Off to Elijah Hollins. Dummies a check side, shares the hand pass here as it comes away towards full forward. Durden was wanting to sit down there. Alas, it's knocked through for a minor score. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, Grundy's come off not getting a check, but Aaron Francis is in a bad way. So copped a knee to the back right side of his head, and he's been clutching at it a couple of times. 2 trainers next to him walking him off right.
Declan, they're going to stop the game or what?
They
this
should.
Is great for the umpires.
Learn the lesson from Lockie
Schultz.
Schultz.
Stop it?
Yeah.
he does look dazed though. He's walking, but he looks like he's in another dimension.
He stood back just before and nearly sort of like hobbled backwards when he didn't mean to. So he'll definitely go through the concussion test, and we can see Ollie Florent warming up as well.
So when a player is getting treated by 2 people in the middle, they've got to stop the game.
Yeah,
you just got to stop the game. We stop it for reviews and all that sort of stuff. That is a safety issue.
Declan, down to you.
They've already called it. Ollie Florent has taken off his Go Foundation T-shirt, his vest. Francis is in not a good state, so Ollie Florent will come into the game any minute now. Second quarter, Francis out for the Swans, Florent in.
It's an instantaneous concussion prognosis there, so there you go. As called there by Declan Byrne.
So Florent, it was a big call by Dean Cox to make him the sub in game 178, the first time he's been the sub. But he has been out of form. This does mess.
So who's the shift back?
His matchup.
Is it Hambling back? Obviously, they're trying. Do they get Hambling from the role that he was?
It might help them.
It might help him. Florent certainly will, from a ball movement perspective. But from a key position defender, who's going to go back as Rampy goes to him?
Carlton lead by a goal. Walsh is mowed down by Amati and caught holding the ball. So the Sydney crowd's up and about now after a couple of those injuries.
Silvani's down again. He's holding up here, getting slow to his feet. So there's carnage everywhere at the moment. Amati for the Swans. Along this member's side, Mackay intercepts there. Second bite, couldn't pull it down. In comes Rowbottom. He was met in the 2-man tackle. Umpire will ball up at right half forward for the Sydney Swans at the Randwick end. Carlton leads here by 6 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Down it comes for Rowbottom. It's been busy, tonight's captain. Wobbly ball across to half forward. Bice, Amati breaks the Motlop tackle, shares it with Campbell. He pops it inside 50. Chad Warner's lead. Got a good spoil there from Ollie Hollins. And the umpire from the A spot of the free kick. It was the non-controlling umpire, ran a long way in there to signal free kick for the Swans at left half forward. 55 out.
It's hard to see from here in live play whether it was a free kick, but he obviously saw it and he was quite a far way back from that contest himself, the unofficiating umpire. But I actually thought watching that he should have taken it out in his hands, Warner. But, it's been damaging as a forward, hasn't he?
So, Chad Warner, set shot, kick from 52, tugs it near side, out of bounds on the full. And it remains a 6-point lead Carlton's favour. 5-3-33 plays 4-3-27, 19 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tyke Nelly and Ryan O'Keefe.
So it seems that the independent doctor, the Carlton doctor, sorry, is down on the boundary line down here in the forward line for Sydney and the Carlton's defence, and he's trying to get to a player, but he's just doing laps to the boundary at the moment.
Bit happening here at the SCG. The Blues work it up to the wing. They lead by 6 points, 5-3-33. Sydney 4-3-27. Now, Ollie Florence got his Go Foundation shirt back on. He's back on the bike, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, it's as if it was a bit of a miscommunication within the bench here, because Aaron Francis is still on the front of the bench, although as I say that, he gets up and the doctor will escort him down through the race. But Florent, yeah, still the jersey on, or back on.
That sub does seem inevitable. We'll wait for the official word, though, as the Blues chip it to half forward. And Jordan and Walsh are there. And Jordan's hit high, surely a free kick. It is. So the Swans tagger, who's kept Walsh to just the 6 disposals so far. The padlock for the Swans doing his job adequately yet again. He'll take his free kick from left half back.
Goes long, just the other side, misses the pack. Ollie Hollands slaps it forward there, wants to find Haynes, his teammate. Swans with numbers. Chad Warner's hand pass inboard now, looking for Sheldrick. 45 from goal. Not a great kick, but that's okay for McInerney, who's in the corridor. Maybe he saw him late. Went off the outside of the boot and arrived right on the chest.
You're very kind there.
Well, he looking at the goals, and he was just, anyway.
I've kicked plenty of those in your lap, Ryan.
Yeah, you wish. So Justin McInerney, he'll be 30 out directly in front.
He's absolutely shaking. Nearly missed his foot.
No, give it to him.
Nah. That's like sort of off the tee. Yeah. Slicing goes onto the green the next hole. McInerney lines up the set shot. There we go. Scores are back level here at the SCG. 5-3, 33 apiece. And the Marnbrook game here in Sydney. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We've gone 20 minutes in this second quarter. As mentioned, Sydney 5-3-33, Carlton 5-3-33.
The Swans are not overusing the ball this quarter. They're being a lot more direct, which is good. And what has also happened is ahead of the ball, they're starting to get more contest and bringing the ball to ground and not letting the Carlton defenders or Carlton players behind the ball take those intercept marks.
They're smashing him around the ball now as well, Sydney, and the clearance numbers are quite evident as well on that. But Grundy's had a big impact in this quarter himself, and I think a Heaney shift inside early in the quarter got him going, and that was the piece that they needed. They fixed the structural bit by putting Heaney and Warner, and actually Heaney's ability and the balance forward the ball. So they look at very different teams, Sydney, don't they? Because their contest stuff was okay, we talked about a quarter time, and now they've applied that, fixed the structure, and they're getting the result on the board.
Scores level at the SCG, 5-3, 33 apiece, 22 minutes gone. Clearances, 21 to Sydney, Carlton 11. Even Sheldrick was laughing at that last moment. The worst part about it was he had a Marty running next to him, he burnt him, and then shanked it off his boot. Fortuitously, it fell the way of McInerney. Here is Grundy. Gets the little handball back to McInerney. And Heaney left it behind it, centre half forward. Good second effort, though, to wrap up Hewitt. And we'll have a ball up. Late stages of the second quarter. Carlton been on top for large periods. Still lead the inside 50s, 27-19, but the Swans have worked their way back. McInerney's been excellent. Yeah. Got it to Sheldrick. He sends them inside 50. Warner will leap. Amadi made a contest. Warner gets hands to it, hit his heel, and bounced back for Hamling, who's set upon by his opponent in 29 to match his in Hewitt. Ball up, right forward pocket for Sydney.
Yeah, McInerney's 3 score involvements, 14 disposals and 3 clearances.
Grundy wins it down here. Saad. Almost knocked out the back there. Back to Hewitt. And now Walsh can clear here for the Blues. Beyond defensive 50. Lloyd for the Swans. Back there to McCartan, and now Riley Bice. It's his turn to kick out of bounds on the full. So we're back here with a Carlton ball in the left back pocket. Scores level as we approach half time. 5-3, 33 apiece here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Haynes goes short to Chera, just outside defensive 50. Haynes runs on, wants it back from Chera. He ignores him, goes inboard to Elijah Hollands, who was told to play on. Chera was alert to that, but he's put Motlop under pressure and overcooked his kick. 3-on-1 against Charlie Curnow. Well done, Curnow. Just socketed that forward with 3 Swans on him. Riley Bice leads the chase to the football, and then Corey Warner slipped over. Gathered by Evans outside attacking 50 for Carlton. His kick inside 50 was pretty ordinary. Looking for Motlop. Grubbers along the ground will have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Blues. Perhaps both teams getting a little bit tired as we get close to half-time. Scores level. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
It's an absolute ice rink over that side of the ground.
Back in it comes. That's Ryan O'Keefe alongside Ty Connelly. They bust through a couple of tackles here as this is on goal. This shot from Francis Evans, and it's through for a minor score. Carlton leads by 1. 5-4 plays 5-3.
Angus Sheldrick having a game. 15 disposals, 6 tackles, 5 inside 50s, 4 score involvements. So
started on Crippo and spent a lot of the game on him too.
Enough of the sub nonsense, he's saying.
Yeah.
A lot of Sydney fans have been saying get him in the team for a while now. He's starting to show why. Heaney, well tackled. We'll have a boundary throw in. Left half back for the Swans. McInerney with 15 touches, Roberts 13. Lord has 12 for the Blues, Cripps 11 and 2 goals. Grundy and Pitnet. Pitnet wins the ruck tap. Now Walsh gets the hands free to Oliver Hollins. Inboard he goes, socket inside 50 for Carlton. Bouncing ball coming out to mid, it is Bice. Got his shins to it. Evans tried to gather it cleanly. Lloyd intervenes. Bice,
well played.
Tackled high.
Put his head over the ball a couple of times.
Kick. So some desperate defending from Sydney, who are under some pressure.
Done well. Just put his head over the ball a couple of times to actually slow that up. Could have ran over the top of it. And he's been impressive too, hasn't he?
Riley Bice, the 9-gamer. Goes to find Tom McCartan. Right half back here for the Swans in front of the old members' grandstands. Now Lloyd comes in to mark. The Swans are unbeaten in Marngrook games against Carlton. They were 9 of their past 10 against them here at the SCG. And 13 of the last 15. Up the members' side they go. Up in front was Laddams. Grundy brought down there this occasion by Matt Carroll. Carlton worked the football back, but only as far as Lloyd's. But Ender went intercepting at both ends of the ground here. Carlton leads by a point. 26 go in second quarter. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Lloyd to half forward. Laddams is there. Excellent contest though by Wiedering. In fact, it's Pitnet, sorry.
Yeah, but he did the work Wiedering on Laddams before the contest to actually allow Pitnet to mark that ball.
Good grab by the Carlton ruckman up to the wing. Mackay got hands to it, then brought it to ground, but fell over. Binns is outnumbered. Bice is there again. They're happy to trap this in. The Swans on the wing. Umpire lets it go though. Eventually the call is for a ball up. Carlton 5-4-34. Sydney 5-3-33. Blues fans still seething at the free kick given to Heaney. For out of bounds on the full against McGovern. The out of bounds on the full, that wasn't.
This kick hurried out of the stoppage from the Swans. Marked by Chad Warner on the point of the square. As they look to surge forward here. Chad Warner holds the footy for a moment. Goes to the right forward pocket. Heaney, speaking of which, gives a little shove down there on Chera. I think the umpire saw that for a Blues free kick.
You can see that they're being a lot more deliberate in their go for. They're slowing it down, making sure it's even ahead of the ball, and just being a little bit more careful in their entry.
Chera was moved to half back last week to cover her injury. Well, out of bounds here comes from Jake Lloyd. It's going to be thrown back in again between wing and half forward in the Swans attacking half. Blues lead by a point. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
So still no sign of Aaron Francis, who went down to the rooms about 6-7 minutes ago. For all intents and purposes, it looked like Florent was subbed in, but they're still holding firm. They got 3 on the bench though at the moment, the Swans.
Jordan Boyd, the sub for Carlton. Cripps to Walsh at half back, now to Hewitt. They're 3 amigos in the midfield combined, and they work it up to Harry Mackay. Excellent contest by Rampy. Mackay gets it back there to Hewitt. Got the handball away just before he slipped to ground. To Chera, and now Cripps, who goes to the left forward pocket looking for Lewis Young. And now Hollins needs to get rid of it quickly. Does so eventually under pressure from Bice. The kick is across the face, and Jordan sees it over the boundary line next to the behind post in the right forward pocket for Carlton. A chance for them perhaps to edge further ahead as we get close to half-time. They lead by a point at the moment. Friday Night Footy at the SCG on ABC Sport.
Umpire will toss it back in to Paddington End. Grundy and Pitnet down there for Jordan. It's hurried away. This good kick just again bounces towards the junction of 50. Out of bounds for another stoppage.
It's Just a bit of a stalemate at the moment. I think both teams are just looking to get to half-time, reassess where it's going.
Not a high-scoring game.
No, it never was going to be, was it?
Not like last night.
Crowd have certainly come in now. That was territory footy, wasn't it, last night? Gold Coast at Hawthorn. Pitnet back to Chera. Now they go inside forward 50 again. It's been marked by Mackay. That was a nice entry in the end down there. And Mackay does mark deep in the right forward pocket. It came from Binns, who's got boot to ball. Bit of a snap high inside that pocket. Mackay does mark it 30, make it 25.
It's the Francis issue now, obviously with him being off, and Blakey's had to start up on Mackay in a stoppage situation.
Opens up the angle to Harry Mackay, and this does go through for a goal. He has two to give the Blues some ascendancy, some momentum as we approach the major break. They're out by 7 points. 6-4-40 Carlton. Sydney are 5-3-33. We approach the half-hour mark of this second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tyconelli and Ryan O'Keefe.
Why wasn't someone on the line there for this?
Yeah. And no ruckman back here.
But no one. That
Yep.
went about shoulder height on someone that went through the goals.
I reckon Blakey was there, but he thought it was just too far beyond him.
I don't know, I just want to see the replay.
But
on that
even the stoppage before that, there's less than 30 seconds to go in the game, and to no player back on actually to help support from a Sydney perspective, to have it 1v1, it's not great structurally.
Here we go.
There is a spare though, but there's no one.
It was Lloyd.
Actually beat him to it, didn't it? They were too far back behind the goal line. Sydney boys.
The story here is the season. Harry Mackay set out a number of weeks with personal issues at the start of the season. He is back in superb form and having a big influence in this contest at the SCG. McInerney's kick is scrappy and marked by Matt Carroll at left half back. Just seconds remaining until half time. Cooper Lord kicks towards half forward. Mackay will come out to meet it again. Punched away from him by Blakey. And that will see the half-time siren ring. It is Carlton 6-4-40 over the Swans 5-3-33. The Blues, having won 4 of their last 5 games, take a slight margin into the major break. And Harry Mackay, their Coleman medalist up forward, has been the most dangerous man on the ground in the opening 2 quarters.
He kicked his second goal just a few moments ago. Paddy Cripps also has 2 singles to Corey Durden, and Charlie Curnow, his 300th career goal, which happened in that first quarter. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, all individual goal kickers for Chad Warner, Isaac Heaney. That was controversial, that Isaac Heaney free kick from the pocket. It was deemed to be out of bounds on the full off Mitch McGovern. Replays showed it was clearly a bump ball and not to be so. And this tight game, it may well be consequential later on. Will Hayward, Justin McInerney and Joel Hamling also on the board in that first half for the Sydney Swans. Margin hasn't gone beyond 13 points yet. That was Carlton's lead late in that opening turn. It's the Blues by 7 points at the half. And your experts on ABC Sport this Friday night are Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe and his premiership teammate Ty Connelly.
Well, the Swans got back in it because I think they were a little bit more deliberate and executed their ball movement a lot better. They structurally set up ahead of the ball, make sure it was even numbers. And actually, I think Hamlin really set the tone by just making a contest if it was out of the play. And then you saw those last few passages of play, even though Heaney got a lucky free kick, Laddams came, crashed the pack, Amadi crashed the pack. And that's all they got to do. They don't need to have to take all these marks, but be proactive, be aggressive as a key forward, bring it to ground, and then allow Sydney's crafty Warners and Heaneys and small forwards, Haywards, let them get into the game and do it that way. And what Sydney did really well was the ability to stop Carlton's uncontested marks or intercept marks. But then on the other hand, when the ball did go forward for Carlton, it just seemed to score a little easy. So it's got to make sure they put pressure on that ball. If it goes in there any time, goes into Carlton's forward line with speed, they got potency.
Yeah, you're right, and you're bang on the fact that Sydney adjusted with front half of the ground, trying to even numbers and not give a spare to Carlton and just get the ball to the ground and keep it active. Well, they want the ball active once it's going inside their forward 50. Their actually ball use between the arcs was a lot slower and more deliberate from Sydney, which allowed them to actually play more precise with their ball movement. We saw numerous times where actually were slow with with their entries, and gives your forward actually a chance to locate the opposition defender and get that ball to ground, which Sydney looked great. And also their contest work and their clearance and the adjustment from the personnel movement by the coaching staff to actually put Heaney inside the ball. And Cripps had a great quarter in the first half. Didn't see a whole lot of our first quarter itself. Didn't see a whole lot of him in the second quarter. And he wasn't on his own as far as the midfield group itself. I think Grundy got going in that second quarter from Sydney. So it's back on Carlton now as far as their adjustment from a coaching staff and how they get the +1 and the spare behind the ball from to actually try and give them the bounce that they had in the first quarter and get some more intercepts that we saw that they had in that first quarter. So where Sydney really adjusted with their ability to get that ball to the ground was the big shift in the game as far as Sydney coming into the game. I'm not too sure the number itself, but it'd be a high inside 50 number of intercepts against Sydney forwards. But it's all to play for now, so it's a low-scoring game, and as we said, there's not a lot in it. And the ability to actually score quickly could be the difference in the game. If you can score 2 or 3 quickly in this game, it could be the winning of the game for you. And it's set up now, isn't it, really, as far as an even enough contest? But Sydney be very, very happy with the adjustment at half time.
A stat that I'm interested here is forward 50 tackles. In that first quarter, Sydney had none, and Carlton had 6. And then from that quarter, Sydney had 2 and Carlton had 1. So. And I think that's the ability, if you can bring the ball to ground, put forward pressure on, and not like tonight, if you can play, it's just going to be those opportunist goals and be able to scrap it. And I think that would suit Sydney's forward line at the moment if they can scrap it and have a lot of forward pressure and kick goals that way.
The Francis one's going to be interesting to see what they do. Would the Sydney stick with the Blakey down deep, or do they actually, when they put Florent into the game itself, and what they do to make the decision of leaving Hambling here, what he's doing a really good job, as we talked about, limiting the impact of Wiedering. Do you try and put a rampy on him and get a Blakey to come over the top, because they're looking very dangerous, Mackay, when he does get that space, and as far as forward of the ball. But great adjustments in the midfield that we talked about. Like Sheldrick's having a great game for Sydney, and McInerney and Heaney's second quarter was being brilliant, and then Cripps and Chera getting their hands in the ball, and then obviously we'll see front half footy, so it's really set up for a good game.
And the confusing thing, I suppose, around that Aaron Francis sub, although it's probably more a formality as far as his 20 minutes HIA, and that may well come at half time, that we know that Ollie Florent's into the game, that's confirmed, but it looked as though it was happening all pretty quickly there. Was as soon as Aaron Francis came off the ground after making heavy contact with his teammate Brodie Grundy. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, and for the last few minutes, just after the halftime siren ended, the person who typically receives this sub bit of paper, if people who don't know, you have to literally write the name, the number. She was talking to 3 or 4 Swans officials. Leon Cameron was involved. There was definite confusion between whether he was going to be subbed on and then the decision to, no, let's wait, let's do the concussion test. So Florent went off the ground with his sub vest on. You'd think it would be made at halftime, but there are a few people down here trying to enforce rules and make sure it was all pretty clear.
Yeah, I was quite surprised how quickly they'd done it. Like, he still was on the ground, and you could see Oliver had pulled actually his top off. So, and then obviously a bit of communication in the coach's box from the bench and up, and that creates a confusion, of course.
You can text us as always, 0437 774 774 right across tonight and indeed across the weekend, which is AFL round 10, the first weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Richie in Esperance WA. Fact check, please. Was just wondering a clarification, he explains in his message, about whether Marngrook did in fact sort of influence what we know as Aussie rules football. Now, I should point out, this is the origins of that, the influence on what we know today is disputed. Now, let's face it, our game has changed a lot over 150 years in the last 10 or 15 years. But indeed, there are sort of circumstantial and anecdotal things which suggest Tom Wills, who grew up in Victoria's Western District and was outnumbered by Aboriginal kids and played with them and probably did pick up those sort of things. There's a lot of disputed things around whether it actually did, whether Tom Wills, who's considered the godfather of Australian.
But when no one's disputing this.
No, well,
no one's asked.
I think the idea that I think there's different, the Joab Warrung people that know about that part of Victoria have said, well, they didn't quite play the game that much. It was played more so down this way. These things, this is 150 years ago. What is interesting about this is that when you go back to sort of 19th century Australia, this is the colonial times, this is before Federation, long before Federation, people said, well, if Tom Wills had gone to people then and said, I've got this fantastic game I've been influenced by seeing Aboriginal kids play, the fact of the matter is back then, the Anglo-centric nature of how people were back then, we said no chance, we didn't care about that, so it's uncivilised. colonised or whatever. So that's why these things aren't so... And to be honest, the mongrel origins come from Victoria. We're here in Sydney. I'm not entirely sure how it's come to be a Sydney thing, but it's something they've done since, as I said, before Dreamtime at the G and before the Indigenous round or Doug Nicholls round concept. So there you go, Richie. It's not a hardcore fact thing around Marngrook, there are different sort of theories as to how it all came to be, and I'm sure that we're talking about 65,000 years. Lots of different ball games were played, and were all influenced in some way by the world's oldest living culture. Meanwhile, there is 7 points sitting between Carlton and Sydney here half-time at the SCG. 6-4-40 plays 5-3-33. You can keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. The second half coming your way very shortly. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Right now, time for ABC News.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Vote counting in the federal seat of Goldstein in Melbourne's inner southeast. It will go down to the wire, with Liberal candidate Tim Wilson's lead narrowing to around 250 votes. The AEC says a few hundred postal votes are expected to arrive from overseas late tonight, ahead of the midnight deadline for votes to be received. It remains unlikely that Teal independent Zoe Daniel will regain a lead, with the ABC's chief elections analyst Anthony Green saying she would need to win 3/4 of the 500 uncounted votes. Former Victorian Liberal leader John Pesutto says he is committed to representing his constituents as he deals with a multi-million-dollar legal bill that may bankrupt him. Here's state political reporter Richard Willingham.
Mr Pesutto is in the fight of his political life. If he's unable to pay $2.3 million in legal costs to fellow Liberal MP Moira Deeming in 3 weeks' time, he faces bankruptcy. People who are bankrupt are ineligible to sit in state parliament, and Liberals fear the party would lose a by-election in his seat of Hawthorn. Mr Pesutto was ordered to pay costs this morning after he lost a defamation action brought by Ms Deeming after he tried to expel her from the party room in 2023. In a statement, Mr Pesutto said he was taking time to review the decision, but reiterated his determination to continue serving his constituents.
The United Nations Children's Charity says a recent polio outbreak in Papua New Guinea has been detected in healthy children. The virus has been found in 2 children who live just over 500 kilometres northeast of Queensland's Cape York, triggering a national emergency response in PNG. Genetic sequencing has shown the strain is linked to cases of polio currently circulating in neighbouring Indonesia. UNICEF representative Vera Mendoza says only 47% of children are immunised against the disease.
That is unacceptable. That means we have 53% of the children who are not fully immunized, who can easily be susceptible to vaccine-preventable diseases. So this is why the government is now pushing significantly hard, and this was even before the outbreak.
A Thai construction magnate and 16 other people have been charged with criminal negligence over the collapse of a Bangkok skyscraper in an earthquake in March. 92 people were confirmed dead in the rubble of the building that had been under construction, and 7 other people remain unaccounted for. Police say evidence and testimony from experts suggests the building plan did not meet standards and codes. The accused have publicly denied any wrongdoing. 2 climbers have become the first mountaineers to die on Mount Everest this climbing season. 45-year-old Indian Subrata Ghosh died below the Hillary Step while returning from the peak. Meanwhile, 45-year-old Philip II Santiago from the Philippines perished on his way up. He was tired after reaching the 4th high camp and died while resting in his tent. Both members were from an international expedition. 4 people have been charged after the seizure of more than 3.5 kilograms of the drug ice across 3 separate searches in Tasmania's northwest. Meg Whitfield has more.
A 27-year-old Bracknell woman has been charged with major trafficking after police seized 3.39 kilograms of ice and 5 litres of GHB during a routine screening at the Spirit of Tasmania ferry terminal in Devonport on Wednesday afternoon. Police say in a separate incident, 2 other people have also been charged with trafficking after police seized 63 grams of ice following an alleged evade incident in the northwest on Tuesday. A 51-year-old Northwest man will also be proceeded against following a 3rd unrelated search at a Devonport residence on Thursday morning, which also resulted in the seizure of a quantity of ice.
The ACT Supreme Court has sentenced a man to 25 months jail for acts of indecency on a woman and her child, which happened when he was staying the night with his friend's family. Monty Bovell reports.
The 31-year-old man was found guilty by a jury of 2 acts of indecency against someone under 10. He later pleaded guilty to an act of indecency against the child's mother. The man was to sleep on the couch after the group had been at a party. The offences against the child began in the car on the way home, with further offences during the night before the man's friend called police. The court rejected non-custodial options for sentencing. The man will serve at least 13 months and won't be eligible for parole until March next year.
And police have raided a home in Sydney southwest as part of a search for an immigration detainee, a 28-year-old Tongan national who's accused of escaping custody after stabbing a Border Force worker.
A lot has changed over 17 seasons of Gruen.
Advertising has changed too. It's worse and it's everywhere.
But one thing that hasn't changed is Gruen.
The brand new season of Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Curno's on a long lead, a long way from home. He's got a man in space though, inside 50. Durden tracked it back, got hands to it, then fell over. It's tapped back into his path though, and Durden slams it through. Laddams is in front. Hamling makes the contest. Laddams gathers it. Row bottom, and now Heaney with the grubber effort. Off the boots of McGovern. That might have been on the full. It is. Isaac Heaney. To get this SCG crowd going, they need an energy boost. Carlton lead by 11. Heaney on his left. Oh, yes. Now, just in a replay, that is the wrong decision. That was a bump ball off McGovern's boot. Hit the ground before going over. It should not have been out of bounds on the full.
McInerney lines up the set.
That shot. There we go. Scores are back level here at the SCG. 5-3, 33 apiece.
The Francis issue, you know, obviously with him being off, and Blakey's had to start up on Mackay in a stoppage situation.
Opens up the angle, does Harry Mackay, and
this does go through for a goal. He has 2. To give the Blues some ascendancy, some momentum as we approach the major break. They're out by 7 points.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The sounds of the second term here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Carlton 6-4-40 lead the Sydney Swans 5-3-33. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Ty Connelly, Ryan O'Keefe and Declan Byrne. The second half is not too far away here. Just while I've got you all here and we're waiting for the third term to get underway, well, I've assembled a bit of a panel here because I want to have a chat about something that Dave Matthews, the Giants CEO, brought up during the week. Adam Kingsley reiterated his own stance on this, and that idea is shorter quarters. Now, Dave Matthews suggests that that is a way that is going to make the game more appealing to new followers, a lot of which come from Western Sydney. I've got a guy here who has a non-traditional football background from Ireland, Ty Connelly. I've got a born and raised footy boy here in Ryan O'Keefe. Daniel Garb has witnessed sport all over the world, of course, including and understands the melting pot of sporting culture in Western Sydney as well. How do we feel about the shorter quarters idea?
I have been saying this for years. It should be 4 20-minute quarters, flat 20 minutes. Everyone knows the time, whatever it is. It's too long for the generation at the moment. They do not sit down and watch a whole game of football. It has go too long, and what it does, it just drags it out. The youth come in. They've got short attention span.
You have no time off. Just one countdown clock, which
20 minutes. They all know what the time is anyway because they're holding the signs down there. So just go 20 minutes, bang, and away it goes. I think in 4:20, it's an 80-minute game. Away you go.
I'm going to go against it. I'm a traditionalist.
You're just, hang on.
I'm only setting up an argument. I'm with Ryan. I think COVID showed the ability to actually play numerous games in a quick turnover with shorter periods to play the game. There's a couple of things in it. There's one from a physical point of view, from getting a longevity in our better players. Our players will play longer if they're shorter games. They will play longer, and we'll see more of the Paddy Crippses in the competition for longer. Two, obviously, from a spectator point of view, sitting down and watching a game for 3 hours is a bloody long time, and from a visual or on air, it's a long time, and I get a sore throat, and I talk a lot, so 3 hours of footy is a long time.
Do you run the risk, though, to innovate for the sake of bringing in new audiences, that you alienate your
traditionalists
and your
Okay, let's be traditional, all right? We had no centre circle. There used to be no 50-metre arcs. There used to be no centre square. The game has evolved. You've got to keep evolving.
You used to be able to smash blokes in the back of the head and it was play on. And now, of course, you get weeks for it. So things do change. I think it's too long as well. I think 16 minutes, though, was too short. I think there was enough time for teams to get back into the game if they were behind. For me, it's 18 minutes plus time on. That is your sweet spot. If you cut that down, you're probably saving over the course of a game 10 to 12 minutes. I think that makes a big difference. For me, I fear for the players sometimes. It's a brutal sport to play half an hour a quarter of.
There wouldn't be a player out there, and right now we're looking at him after coming out after half-time going, oh, God, I feel great. Which is, it's just, and now that's a piece of the war of attrition as a footballer too, and you talk about the 120 minutes. But, yeah, I like the 18 minutes. The 18 minutes is quite appealing as far as, obviously getting to a point where you're probably going to save 15 minutes in a football sense. But are you saying more games as well? Is Dave Matthews saying more games, or just saying less game time? Like, could you play less game times and play 2 games in and extend the
every
amount
5 days?
Yeah, extend the amount of games that you're playing, which is you're turning into a Monday game and a Thursday game or a Thursday.
I'm going to throw one. This could be another to say you're either going to play every team once and have an extended playoff series, or you're going to play every team twice.
Just solving all the world's problems here on ABC Sport.
But then you have a shorter finals. Yeah. So it gives you play everyone, then you go, it's just the top 4 finish players in the finals.
We're tied with the extent of a season because of the grounds and availability with cricket. Yeah. That's an issue.
I can't think of another sport in the world that is played at the pace and physicality of Australian rules football for that long.
Yeah.
I don't think a sport comes close.
Which is the tick. This is which we should be actually holding up and saying, do we lose that by coming down?
Just tinker a little bit, just a touch.
Earlier, by the way, the VFL, Carlton won that by 30 points. Declan Byrne, you called that game for the AFL website. How did Callum Mills go?
Oh, he looked really good. Classy, no rust, 19 touches and a goal in just over a half a footy. So managed minutes, you think he'd be back in next week. He looked really good. And news down here as well, they flirted with it. They've gone the whole hog. Ollie Florent is off the sub bench. Aaron Francis is out. Ollie Florent starting out there in the back 6.
Bit of push and shove here, by the way, as well. Wiedering and Hamlin going at it as well. Amadi.
And just on the other end, Spriggy, they haven't changed the defensive 6. They're keeping Rampy as the deep Noah McCoy, and they're keeping, obviously, McCartan and Kerner, so with the Francis out.
Shout out to Rich, who's listening, travelling by train from Milan to Paris, listening to the game. Go Blues. Thank you, Rich. Peter in Cairns listening as well. 0437 774 774. The second half of Marngroup 2025. Final up for your ABC Sport. You're with Daniel Garb.
The unsociable Swans are back. Hamling trying to rough up Wiedering. Carlton lead by 7 points. Looking to go 5-5 for the season and claim a massive scalp at the SCG. Sockered forward by the Swans. Picked up, though, by Haynes at halfback for Carlton in space. Puts it over the head of Walsh on the wing. Well done by Wicks. Led Motlop to the football. He has beaten Motlop tonight. Hands down, Sam Wicks. His kick, though, was over the head of Cleary, but he was pushed in the back. So the Swans youngster has it on the wing.
The other one is James Jordan watching on Walsh again. He's done a great job at Walsh with only 10 disposals for the half.
Motlop's been in form. Wicks is playing superbly on him. Amadi comes out to meet it. Gathered by Heaney, got free in the handball to Campbell, kept his feet, close to the boundary line, 40 metres out, puts it across the face of hands. It just stays in here for Durden. He needs to get rid of it quickly, does. Bouncing ball, is that insufficient intent? Florent, the sub, will gather it and go inboard.
He does go inboard to find Blakey. Room to move on now. Goes inside forward 50. Grundy up in front. Pitnet in the pack as well. Little nudge comes down there this time from Jackson Benz. And now the football goes towards the boundary line. Kept alive by Haywood. Back to Lloyd. He snapped a centering ball. Amadi couldn't reach for it. Heaney crumbs now. Gives the big fend off there on Ollie Hollins. Hand pass on the bounce to Sard of all people. Carlton have numbers there. Little one too. And Sard eventually can just thump it clear. No, he can't. Lloyd parks himself under it. Still a hot footy on the outer side of the ground. Umpire calls play on. Now will ball it up. 55 out from the Sydney attacking goal. Paddington and Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Blues are playing copycat. They have brought their sub in as well. So Boyd is into the game for Silvani, who had that right quad thigh issue.
It's a blow for the Blues. Silvani's been in excellent form. They find Kerno on the wing. He's put it out in front of Motlop. Here's the foot race. Motlop and Wicks gets in front, but left it behind. Motlop gathers and then falls over.
What a great contest.
Wasn't that fantastic to watch? And then Wicks tackles him. Motlop caught holding the ball. The stall gift came to the SCG for a moment.
Well played, both footballers. Well played. Both kept their feet. The contest looked like Weeks had it. He's knocked it over. Motlop got the ball and then he recovered Weeks to tackle. What a super contest.
Motlop is quick. And I think perhaps we've underestimated the pace of Sam Wicks because he beat him there after starting behind. The ball's bounced off the chest of Warner. Boundary throw in right half forward for the Blues. That's an exciting start to the third term. 2.5 minutes in. Carlton lead by 7 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the problem is with Silvani being subbed out, if they can link that to McInerney's hit on him in the second quarter, it may all be an issue for Justin McInerney again. Of course, he was already rubbed out for a few weeks after his Brendan Starcevic hit back in, round 1. Meanwhile, play continues on here inside 50. We'll ball up in Carlton's attacking area. So it's just a little sort of side swipe on Silvani. And
I reckon he missed him.
One down here by Pitnet to Lloyd. Thumps it beyond defensive 50 and Marty tussles down there with Lewis Young. Sard's out the back for Carlton. He blitz away with a hand pass to Walsh. His handball not so tidy though. Campbell provides some pressure. Got rid of Sard. Now he tumbles his kick inboard. Young still getting back there. Wadering with handling. He was held for a second. Umpire lets them go. Campbell gets out the back to Haywood. Evades a tackle. Campbell tries again. High left foot kick inside 50. And Marty back with a flight with a spoil from McGovern.
Yeah. I'll give him Marty. I reckon the last 4 or 5 times the ball's coming in, he's been there making a contest. I don't know whether there's been a directive given to him, but that's what we need to see from him. Is that it's great work of Marty.
The Sydney themselves in the contest has been outstanding, though, but a couple of times now we saw Sad there jump out of the way. A couple of contests here on ground balls. The Sydney been cleaner and harder at the contest now. They've started the second half on fire here. Just need to get some reward.
Sheldrick gets hands to it, and the sweeping handball to Heaney inside 50. Goes backwards to Jordan. Now to Warner, who retreats to find some space and just chips it over the top for McInerney. Not 15 to the umpire. And so it's play on as Carlton won it as the ball hit the ground. Curno's run down, though, by Florent the sub, who's made an impact. That's got to be holding the ball. The umpire closest to it for some reason didn't call it. The other umpire had to come in. Ollie Florent, being the sub, might not have sat too well with such a consistent performer for Sydney. But he's got the SCG crowd going with the big tackle on Charlie Curnow. Now puts the Swans into attack. Grundy's underneath it. Heaney gathers. The quick snap is across the face. The margin cut back to an even goal. 6-4-40 Carlton. Sydney a 5-4-34 down to Declan Byrne.
Yeah, just confirming no concussion issues at all with Silvani from that McInerney hit. So out with sort of that right thigh groin soreness.
Yep, okay. There were a few big hits he took in that first half, Jack Silvani. Subbed out early in this third quarter. Carlton kicking around their deep 50.
Isaac Heaney's got his own pill in the second half. Just those first 5 minutes of it, and he's everywhere. He's getting lots of chances with his hands on the ball, and he's going to hit the scoreboard soon.
Ollie Hollins kicks out beyond offensive 50, and now McGovern on the it. Beat Haywood to the ball. Thumps it down the line here. No one's down there for Carlton. McCartan there first with the Swans. Hand pass off to the sub in Ollie Florent. And it's on the half volley, gathered there cleanly by Lloyd. As Cripps running him down, just got the hand pass away. No, he didn't. Umpire said holding the ball. He rewards the Cripps tackle, just forward of halfway.
What was he thinking? Why didn't he give the ball? I don't understand why players sometimes try to take it on too much.
Had a couple of players running past him as Cripps kicks it inside 50. Here's Mackay. Gets it to his partner in crime in Curnow. McCartan just pushed him off it. What a contest it is between those two. Now Warner in the right back pocket. Relieves some pressure for the Swans. Campbell did well to leap at it and try to bring the ball to ground. Gathered here by McGovern. Looks for Sard, who picked it up one-handed and threw it on the boot. Got the kick to half forward. Warner's back there, though. And he sends it up to the wing. Good contest made by Chera. Tries to work it back to Ollie Hollins, and now Motlop. He left it behind, though. Stripped from him by Campbell. And now Haywood with the tackle on Motlop. Ball up on the wing. Tough footy here at the SCG. They're going in hard early stages of the second half.
It's a hot pill, isn't it? Now at the moment the contest is on.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 6 points here. 7 going third quarter. Pitnet sockers it forward. Chad Warner reaching for it for the Swans. Runs in a Motlop. Ball up here. Richard in Brisbane asks, boys, what would Robert Walls think of shortened games? I don't think he'd be a fan. I do love there's a few Carlton signs out there as Hewitt, hand pass off here to Ollie Hollins. Too quick for Grundy. Goes down the corridor now for the Blues. Florent with the spoil there from behind on Evans. Towed away by Charlie Curnow. Bouncing off half-back here for Blake. It sets up on its point and he does streak away the Lizard. Hand pass off to Hayward. Little 1-2. Blakey's still going. Handball on to Hamling. Off to Amati. He's goal side with McGovern for company. Soccer's forward there. Is it trapped by Heaney? Yes, and he snaps Heaney and bounces it back and it's the post. Minor score. Margin 5 points, 8 going third term. I saw a Carlton fan with a sign that said RW, thanks for the full premiership from Robert Walls, a giant of their club. And of course, we're here to acknowledge St Nichols round tonight, but Robert Walls, a massive loss of the Carlton Football Club.
Swans are coming. Carlton's lead back to 5 points. Hewitt up to Cripps on the wing, just forward of that, in fact, at half forward. Good mark by Cripps on his chest. Looks for Curnow and finds him just inside attacking 50, but on a very tight angle. End up on the boundary line, left half forward. He'll kick from 55, and this will take some kicking, even for a player as good as Charlie Curnow.
He's got the ability, hasn't he? But the game is opened right up now, isn't it? The last couple of minutes going from end to end.
Curnow gets going now.
Oh.
What an effort, Charlie! And he just stands like a statue in front of the Sydney fans and says, how good am I? Couple of majors for Curnow. He kicked his 300th AFL goal earlier. That is a magnificent effort. 55 out, the tightest of angles. Only the best can deliver in moments like that, and he extends Carlton's lead back out to 11 points.
A game now where the pressure's up. It just shows you've got to make the most of your opportunities. And, Sydney down one end just missed it. Like Cleary was all on his own in the top of the square. Could have been a goal. It ends up being like a 12-point play there. And then the class of Curnow be able to, make it a half opportunity into a goal. But it just shows when there's a lot of pressure, you can't be too cute. You've got to be able to just keep getting the ball. It's a territory game at the moment. You've got to get it going in forward.
I'm no lip reader, but I saw a guy in row 5 just said F yes Charlie as he was standing like a statue, as Garvey mentioned. There were Swans fans there, a couple of Blues fans as well who love that. Carlton 11 points. Cripps and Heaney are tussling in the middle of the SCG. Comes to Lloyd and now Chad Warner. His kick straight up in the air on the members' side. Lost back with the flight there, Cooper Lord, and now Walsh is in a two-man tackle. Ball up on the members' wing right in front of our broadcast position here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 11 points. The umpire wastes no time. Pitnet and Grundy had each other. Umpires called a free kick for somebody. It's going to go Grundy's way. 50-50.
I know, but get it out of the game. Let them play, the big fellas.
Grundy plays on quickly, thought about the handball, thought about the bounce, then went along with it. Adams flies through his hands. Hamling's down there. He falls all over Wiedering. He's trying to mess with his game as best he can. Ball up, deep in attack for the Swans.
And that's totally fine, that entry for Sydney. Get a contest from Laddens, bring it in, we'll take a forward 50 stoppage, just set up behind the ball.
The voice of 2012 Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Pitnet slaps it away, but only as far as Warner, who snaps on goal and straight through the middle. 2 for the Chad. And a couple of stars. Curnow at one end and then Warner at the other. With a bit of individual brilliance. The Swans strip Carlton's lead back to 5 points.
Well, they're dominating the stoppages, so let's get forward stoppages, and that's what, you're kicking goals. So don't be too cute, get it in there, make a contest, and that's just going to be the blueprint of tonight's game.
Nicely done too, but Chad doesn't need much space on his left foot even on that side. He's trying to build, he kicked goals on his left this year as well, and kicking goals that he's done. But you're right, Sydney had 2 players behind the ball. They'd set the ground up really well. Even if Carlton did win that stoppage coming back out, it's almost repeated the first half game from where Sydney had the problems around the stoppage and they were setting up behind the ball. Carlton, it's flipped where Sydney now are winning the ball around the stoppages and setting up behind the ball. But
let's not forget what's at stake tonight for the Sydney Swans. Win and avoid being 3-7. Carlton win plus a percentage boost gets them inside the 8 tonight, albeit with most of the round still to play. Here at the SCG, back in the middle. Pitnet and Grundy doing the ruck work. Heaney extracts the football. Kick goes nowhere. Chad Warner's out after it. He's got the loose man there, his brother Corey, who knocks down the hand pass there. He puts away Corey Warner. He was from the tackle of Paddy Cripps. Now back to Cleary. He was also dispossessed in the tackle. Walsh tries hard for Carlton. And now bursting on the outer side there is Jackson Binns. This is a pinpoint pass to find a man in low and marking on the outer side. So Carlton move the football along. Out to Charlie Curnow. On half forward, and piling from all angles. Umpire spotted a free kick for holding the ball, and that was because of the pressure work down there of Charlie Curnow. So it was a good follow-up from the big man. Boyd, the sub, has the long sleeves on. It was his entry a few seconds ago. Curnow inside 50 now. Deeper into the pocket, and Grundy spoils it out of bounds for a throw-in. Carlton by 5 points, 7-4-46, plays 6-5-41, 12 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg, Ty Connelly, Ryan O'Keefe, and here is Daniel Garb.
Boundary throw-in. Deep in attack for Carlton. Grundy and Pitnet has been an engrossing battle. Grundy works his way to the front. And now it's a chance for Ollie Holland's excellent smother by Roberts. Right across his boot. That was forward bounds. And then Rowbottom has been a little bit quiet tonight. Won a hard ball, got it out to Florent. Roberts chisels one back to Florent, a left half back. Bounces off the sub. It was entered the frame. Florent, boundary throw in just forward of the wing for Carlton. But Rowbottom, we haven't called his name too often tonight. Just the 11 disposals.
The first quarter was strong, but you haven't since.
It's like they're rotating one of Warner, Heaney or Rowbottom forward. So when they go forward, it seems to be a bit quiet for them.
Lost the structure on the ball.
Carlton by 5 points. Cooper Lord's kick partly smothered. Trickles out of bounds for a throw-in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Well, we had Papley on before the game, and he sort of hinted at that with the inclusion of Sheldrick, saying it allows Sheldrick in the middle and Heaney and Warner to go forward. Shout out to Sheldrick. This will be his first full game since July 6, 2023.
Oh, wow. Sad. He subbed out or in every game so far this year. Grundy wins it down here. Chad, whatever to shove. That's out from Lewis Young. Lord puts Carlton back inside 50 and double-fisted spoil from Blakey out of bounds.
There's a chance of cramping for sure, isn't he?
What's that?
First game Sheldrick's played since 2 years. Full game.
I'm backing him in. Wade listening in Geraldton, WA. Good on you, Wade. 043777.
Oh, you love a double air shot out, don't you, Spriggy?
Especially up in Gero. That's East Freo territory up there. Paddy Cripps is Northampton. Grundy down to Heaney, and he can turn his hurry kick beyond offensive 50.
He put it on the chest of Laddams, but it bounced off his chest.
He's working harder, though. You're right, Ryan. The key forwards for Sydney is certainly working harder. You're just looking at Hamblin down here on Withering. He's actually not. Now he's turned around. He's not looking at the ball, and he's just been an absolute pest to Withering. And Withering's asking the umpire about it. You know, it's interesting to see.
Yep. Unsociable role up forward for Joel Hamling at the Swans. Boundary throw-in is won cleanly by Grundy, who's starting to have an influence on this game the longer it goes on against Pitnet. Has been more than serviceable. It's Mackay who's actually doing the ruck work at the moment, but he's done a good job in the absence of Tom De Koning Pitnet, but Grundy is starting to take control of those contests. Now it's Laddams in the middle. Gets it down to Warner. Tries to punch it away. And the stoppage on the wing. Heaney gets ball on his boot quickly, but it's marked by Lewis Young at half-back, who's dropped back into defence now in the absence of Silvani. He's gone off with that injury. A big blow for the Blues. Has been so impressive for them this season. Mackay has it now just backwards of the wing.
And both subs made either at half-time or early in this third quarter. Mackay's kick up to the flank. Little too deep for Curnow. Knocked back here for Florent. The Swans were away off half-back. This kick just very low here for Hamling. Young goes in hard, beats Amati to football. Lord gathers now for the Blues. Handball here for Ollie Hollands on the logo members' side. Ducks his way through a tackle, goes towards half forward, marked by Charlie Curnow. He is 65 from goal, pops it inside 50, wants to find Boyd. Blakey got in front of him and affects it out of bounds for a stoppage inside 50 for Carlton at the round weekend. 7-4-46 the Blues. The Sydney Swans are 6-5-41. 16 going third term. Friday night 40 on ABC Sport.
Just seems like one of these teams is going to just break it open a little bit and get a couple of easy goals.
It's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment. The Blues just holding the slender advantage as they have for a while. And that's a strong tackle by Wicks, who's had a really tidy game down back.
It looks for Sydney for mine. The stoppage piece has been outstanding all game, and if they keep it up, you know, eventually you think it'd come from.
Wicks caught Lord holding the ball. So Carlton get back in numbers.
It's a big test now for Chera and Lord and Hewitt inside, and Cripps, who hasn't had a great impact in the second half of the game so far.
60 minutes gone in the third term. Carlton lead by just 5. Your experts on ABC Sport, Ty Connelly and Ryan O'Keefe, Sydney Swans premiership players. Here's Tom McCartan sending it up to the wing. Laddams the target again in front of Mackay. Well done, Amati. Just came across that contest and clunked it. That's what Swans fans want to see more of. Joel Amati becoming a reliable target. Long ball from him now inside 50. Heaney will fly through his hands. Ball hits the turf. Heaney got around it quickly. Haynes, though, is the man who clears it into the middle of the SCG, and that's a strong mark by Curnow.
He was paid. Had enough of it, said the umpire. And they start to surge forward on the navy blue jumpers. Curnow comes wide. Fine George Hewitt. Fourth in the comp for clearances. Having a great year, the former Sydney Swan. Hewitt to Boyd, who leads up. Hot footy spilled by him, and Lloyd says it out of bounds with Boyd at the junction of 50 at right half forward for Carlton. Marcus also says, speaking of our wonderful Indigenous players, the late great Robert Walls had one of them, the very best, playing alongside him in Sid Jackson, two of the great gentlemen of football. Had a few of your texts coming through from earlier. Bill in Kilmore wants the Carlton players to bring back some of this Sydney rain to the dry conditions in Victoria, as it's thrown back in here, and Motlop is wrapped up. He's a Larrakia man, as I mentioned, born in Darwin, raised on Noongar land in WA. And now Mackay, as again the stoppage was happening quickly, up by a spot of a free kick going Carlton's way, and the 50-gamer in Jesse Motlop. Carlton lead by 5 points, 18 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just Motlop's fifth disposal. Short to Cooper Lord. He will line up for his 17th touch. He's 60 out. Couple of kicks from goal. To go short to the pocket. Curnow's out in the lead and marks in front of Blakey. Well, once he jumped and timed that jump to perfection, there was no chance for Blakey. That big frame of Charlie Curnow blocked him out.
Any young forward just needed to watch that craft there. He ran a screen. No one was even looking, but he just ran a screen around a Sydney player. Didn't have much space, but it was just enough.
And we looked to snap on the left, now goes back on his right and kicks it across the face. So well done by the Swans on the mark there, because as soon as Curnow stepped off, they went at him. That threw Charlie off. And what should have been a goal was just a behind. Carlton lead by 6 points.
Roberts finds Chad Warner from the kick out, and the Chad off a step. High ball down the members' side. Pitnet marks. Can Carlton put this game away? It's only a 6-point lead, but they've had a surge of entries in this third term. Can they kick Sydney out of it? Well, they kick themselves out of it. Curnow crashes the pack. Motlop comes through here. Elijah Hollins ducks a tackle. He tries again. He had his wicks through the defensive work, and again the umpire will ball it up.
They haven't looked that dangerous, though, Spriggy. Having said that, inside their forward half, Carlton, they've had the injuries, but they looked a lot more dangerous in the first quarter.
Well, they rue the inefficiency. Here's Paddy Cripps. He's always efficient. High ball towards the hot spot here. Rampy goes to hacked out of the air by Evans, and it's through to the right-hand side for a minor score. Their lead out to 7 points, the Blues, as we approach time on in this third term. 7-6-48, plays 6-5-41. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
You can see why both teams are where they are in the ladder at the moment. I just think they just don't have that class, that finish. Their turnovers by foot is what's killing both of them.
Great example.
And another one, Florent went to Bice, who went quickly out to Corey Warner, but the kick was just slightly out in front of him. He couldn't gather it. And over for a boundary throw-in when the Swans should have been charging out of defensive 50.
Like, both teams have had opportunities to absolutely score and make easy options, but they've just... execution's been poor.
Into time on now in the third term. Carlton lead by 7 points. Here is Corey Warner. Motlop almost tackled him. Got the handball away. Bounced off Campbell. Oh, Lord burrows in. Rowbottom tackles him. The ball up on the wing. Carlton 7-6-48. Sydney 6-5-41. Inside 50s. Plus 14 to Carlton, but they haven't made the most of it.
Sydney's first option for a lot of players is give a handball rather than the opportunity should be to kick.
Well, Adams out of the stoppage. Keeps going inside 50. A run by Marty. Hayward there. Campbell beat to the football. Hand pass from Chera. But Hayward mops up here for the Swans. Laddams walks around Cooper Lord, the big man. Sheldrick can't soccer it forward. Carlton numbers around the ball at half back. And now Cripps. It's tumbled down the line. Florent dives in hard on the outer wing. Still a hot footy. Hewitt off the deck. It comes to Elijah Hollins. Carlton still moving here. Out in some open space. Evans, room to bounce. Ball skids back to him. 65 from goal. Too low there for Charlie Curnow. McCartan comes the other way to Rowbottom, and now they're away through Braden Campbell.
Campbell slams it on the boot to centre half forward. Hamlin came out to make a contest. Parried it down to Haynes. McGovern now Wiedering, and that's a clever kick. Switches it to Binns. Goes inboard. McInerney read it well, though. Got a hand to it. It fell the way of Chera. 51 out. Not a great kick. In fact, it'll fall straight into the lap of Chad Warner inside defensive 50. Pops it over the top for McInerney, who marks a centre-half back.
Yeah.
It's a scrappy game, but it's a fast game. Carlton lead by just 7 points.
I think they just need to possess the ball a small bit here, Sydney, for a while. Braden Campbell, both teams between the arcs, hasn't been going up and down, and just with no composure with the ball in hand.
It's a fast game because it's turnovers.
Yeah. Tyconelli, Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Friday night footy as McInerney's kick to one. Campbell, Hayward gets into some space on the outer side, and the pressure from Motlop high inside 50. Wearing goes a spoil from behind on Marty. It's out of bounds for a throw-in, and that's just forward of halfway for the Swans attacking towards the Paddington end.
Sydney been trying to get Grundy on for the last 3 or 4 or 5 minutes almost. He's been standing there on the other plays on the other side of the ground, and it is hurting him when he's actually not on the ground as well.
But again, opportunity, like Ladham's had an opportunity, just get it in deep. Have a stoppage. You've shown how dangerous you are having stoppages in your forward 50. Get it in there.
Ladham's in the ruck, but Pitnet palmed it down to Cripps. Now Motlop. High ball on the wing. Oliver Hollins brought it to ground. Chera got hands to it. He's been really busy. Yeah. Adam Chera. Corey Warner gathers it for the Swans. Sheldrick sends them to half forward. Amati's out to meet it. 2 Blues players right with him. One of them, Haynes, got it to Hewitt. And he's caught holding the ball.
Oh my God.
Great tackle, Hayward.
I'm not sure he had much opportunity there.
There's a hot call by the umpire. Will Hayward, about 70 out, will go short. And find Florent, who's been really good since coming on as a sub. Plays on now, Florent from just inside 50. Eyes up the big sticks and misses them to the right. It's 6 points again, the lead. 7-6-48 Carlton. Sydney 6-6-42. 23 and a half minutes gone in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just one of talking about the handball. Corey Warner, he just wants the he refuses to kick. He's had 8 handballs and 3 kicks for an outside player. That's the sort of mentality I think they need to sort of reverse a bit.
McGovern, Elijah Hollins, his kick was an untidy one as McCartan won't control the ball out of bounds for a throw-in. Shannon from Frankston has sent an impassioned text in defence of full-length games, which, by the way, I never said I was against full-length games. But
give your opinion.
Mate, if I had to read Shannon's text, I need like 45-minute quarters, I reckon. It's a very long one. Down it comes. Grundy to Heaney, hand pass to Chad Warner. Snaps toward the arc of 50. Marty in the 2-on-2. Got a spoil from McGovern. Grundy waits for it there. Got some hand pass from Campbell, and now Heaney. Back to Jordan, all the way back to Chad Warner. Can they use the ball smartly here, Sydney? Marked by Roberts. And that might not be 50. He has it. 75 from goal. Can they go direct, Ryan O'Keefe?
Go get it in there.
Roberts on his preferred left side. Deep to the pocket. Who wants to sit? Amati's down there. Hamling runs after it. So too. Heaney spent it before he had it. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in the left forward pocket. The Swans attacking. And it's Carlton who leads by 6 points. 7-6-48. Plays 6-6-42. 25 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC.
And a few shots and goal here, so they have Sydney in the forward 50 stoppages. And Ryan's calling for him to get it in, actually get some front half pressure and stoppage opportunities.
Both Heaney and Warner around this contest. Grundy gets it down to Warner, but Paddy Cripps wasn't letting him out of his sight, especially after Warner kicked a goal from that exact play in this term. Strongly tackled Warner by the Blues skipper. And then Jordan is wrapped up by Chera.
Strong tackle. He's had a good quarter too, Chera, hasn't he? He's strong with his legs and pulling his hand, but he's a strong tackler inside, clearly.
Up to 21 disposals for Adam Chera. Palm down by Grundy to Heaney, left it behind, and then Chera's kick is smothered by Heaney, so still inside attacking 50 for the Swans. Chera gets it again, doesn't clear the area though, socket forward by Jordan. It's really scrappy now, then Saad throws it on the boot. Tracking it back was Florent, eventually picked up by Rampe, 52 out, goes long towards goal over the head of Haynes, Wiedering and Hamling. We'll have a boundary thrown in the pocket, and Hamling gets some congratulations from his teammates for just ensuring there was a contest. Just knocked over Wiedering, so he couldn't get to the football. That's his job down there.
The winner.
This is perfect for Sydney. Repeat entries, build the pressure, set up well behind the ball. Now Carlton's under the pressure. They might give away a free kick or something.
Approaching three-quarter time here at the SCG. Out of the ruck, Grundy, dispossessed by Pitnet in the follow-up, and now Chera just thumps it clear for the Blues toward the outer side. Mackay, but Wicks comes the other way, brought down by Mackay, the much smaller body And it goes out of bounds. In fact, it was a kick, was it? It's out of bounds on the
Yeah,
ball.
he just tried to kick it. Just got the ball and take the tackle itself. And actually, because you've had no time to pick it up, but it just is an easy release now for Carlton to go back into the front half.
Yeah, Carlton ball just behind the wing on the eastern side of the SCG. Standing strong Roberts, not paid the grab though. Walsh, tackled by Jordan. Swans get the football through McInerney, and now it's Corey Warner. Went the hand pass, dropped the footy. Cripps is taken there by Chad Warner and will ball up again. Not a high quality game. Carlton leads by 6 points. Both sides need this desperately.
And we're in the late stages of the third term. The Swans get it towards half forward again. McGovern leads Henny to the football. Hayward gathers it cleanly. Cleary back to Rowbottom at centre half forward. He's wrapped up by Chera, who's having a huge influence in this term. Adam Chera holding the ball against Rowbottom.
He took that ball. Actually, Chera was on him when he took that ball. He actually took it in his hands, and then he's given a free kick.
There was a hot call earlier paid against Hewitt, so perhaps the umpire thought that's the standard. We've got to pay it against Rowbottom as well.
Right here.
That's a missed kick by the Blues, trying to exit half back. Heaney's got it now. That's a beautiful ball on his left to Rowbottom. Chera's with him again. Quick kick inside 50. Saad just trapped it with his chest. Warner swoops on it, bounces off a couple. Then his kick is smothered. Lewis Young with a bit of composure gets away, looks for Lord. McInerney's there with him, brings it to ground. McInerney has it outside 50, looks for Heaney and finds him. And the mark is paid.
Yeah, it was a mark. Woo. Yeah, I think it was the Carlton supporters.
They are furious. They don't think Heaney had enough of that. Boiled away from him by Elijah Hollins. And the Carlton fans who are still angry about the out on the full paid against McGovern, which
every
wasn't.
day in the replay, isn't it? Every day.
That's a mark every day of the week.
He kicked the goal in the first quarter, which was got a free kick that wasn't a free kick, but that certainly was a mark. And just some nice composure, because Chad Warner didn't have the composure in the last entry. Justin McInerney, great composure to look inside, and this bloke's had a game.
Hasn't he? Up to 29 disposals with this kick, Isaac Heaney.
15
searching for his second goal of the game to bring the margin back level. What an anticlimax. This is out to the right. But Carlton fans happy. They feel that's justice. And as we get close to the three-quarter time siren, the Blues lead by 5 points. It's come alive here at the SCG, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sports.
Come alive in the score, but not the quality.
Yeah, the Swans are playing the game in their half, but just pressure, getting it in there, stoppage, repeat entries. Just play the game down there.
1 goal for the Swans to 1 goal 2. The Blues in this third quarter.
How many
big pack grabber.
How many inside 50s can't have that quarter? You know, their inefficiency in their front half has really cost them, and they haven't even looked from a scoring.
13-12, the inside 50 count in that third term. Sydney's way. Margin 5 points Carlton's way as we approach three-quarter time. I'm nervous now for that boundary umpire. And if this game comes down to a kick, and we had that second quarter goal from Isaac Heaney because of a bump ball off Mitch McGovern. Goodness me, that will be an incident. Rowbottom wrapped up down there, and then it's three-quarter time. So this is desperate stuff for both sides. The last quarter coming up. Carlton 7-6-48. Sydney 6-7-43. This is the Marngrook game of 2025, which is Sydney's attempt to honour Sir Doug Nicholls' round. And the goal kickers in this game so far. 2 each, as we saw Charlie Curnow at his second goal in that third quarter. 2 each for Curnow, Cripps and Mackay. For the Blues, and Corey Durden also on the board. Meanwhile, for the Swans, Chad Warner kicked his second in that third term. Singles to Heaney, Hayward, McInerney and Hamling. That's the situation here so far. You're finding us on ABC Radio, News Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and of course the ABC Listen app. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
There was something very different about this federal election.
There are concerns about the impact AI could have on young voters.
So, what can we do about it? If You're Listening presents Australia versus the Internet. Find the podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This will take some kicking, even for a player as good as Charlie Curnow.
He's got the ability, hasn't he? But the game has opened right up now, isn't it? The last couple of minutes gone from end to end.
Kerno gets going now. What an effort, Charlie! And he just stands like a statue in front of the Sydney fans and says, how good am I? It slaps it away, but only as far as Warner, who snaps on goal and straight through the middle. 2 for the Chad. And a couple of stars. Kerno at one end and then Warner at the other. A bit of individual brilliance. The Swans strip Carlton's lead back to 5 points.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Highlights are few and far between in that third quarter here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb. We've got Declan Byrne on the boundary and your experts, Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe and his fellow premiership winner Entai Kennelly.
Yeah, scrappy, very, very scrappy game. You know, it was a contest battle. It's between the arcs, the inefficiency by foot and hand from Sydney's perspective, overusing the ball. Was a clear standoff for the game itself. You know, it's exciting as far as the scoreboard is concerned that it's close, but and Ryan called it during the quarter. It says it shows where they're sitting on the ladder, their inefficiency by foot and by hand, and their fumblings and they're just not being clean below the knees is very, very evident. Now it is slippery and dewy and a bit of drizzle, but you know you expect at the top level the players to be better and be cleaner from both sets of teams, you know. But from a Sydney's perspective, you know, their ability to actually look more dangerous by slowing the ball up and getting it into the half, where there's some contest from the big fellas and actually getting the ball to the ground has been the clear difference from the first quarter and certainly in the second half, and their ability to go to town in the front half with 450 stoppage goals from Warner and Heaney's looked very, very dangerous in the front half. Chera's looked great around the ball from Carlton's perspective, and they haven't had much opportunities with 7 inside 50s from Carlton's perspective, and they didn't really pepper the goals at all in that third quarter.
Yeah, I just reckon they haven't adjusted to the conditions, both teams, and it's just that both teams have had opportunities to be able to score or be a lot more efficient going forward or get the game inside. But the turnovers,
there is a lot of contest in the game. Like there's 60 tackles each a quarter, which is for 3 quarters, which is a high number in today's game. So the game is scrappy in contest from a turnover, but it is a stoppage, wet, dewy game, and it's not.
No, but the amount of handballs is huge, particularly by Sydney. So that handballs it's encouraging the pressure and the tackle to come.
You're not adapting to the conditions.
Why they just get it out of this scrap, which is going to be hard, get it forward. And when Sydney did that, they played it in there. They repeat stoppages, and they looked a lot more dangerous, and they were having shots on goal. But the opportunities to get it in there sometimes and just be a little bit too cute or give that handball. And I say, just watching them this season, a lot of the first instinct for a lot of players is, I've just got to quickly give the hands, and it doesn't create any ball movement or going forward.
There's not many quick kicks out of the stoppage, you're right, and a couple of times Sydney have done it to their end, and Isaac Heaney's been the one that's been in the stoppage actually getting it out. You need 2 of them around the ball and obviously inside 50, but you want to be, your forwards need to be in front then obviously as key forwards.
But both forward lines here, like the key forward, just get it in there for us. Like it's particularly Carlton's, and again they're sort of turning it over and not giving the Carlton forwards the opportunity to get there and do what they can do.
Well, the Francis piece hasn't hurt Sydney at all. You know, Rampy's gone back on Mackay and he's done a great job. And then Florence actually given some potency. He's had a shot at goal and has looked dangerous with the ball in his hand as well. So it's actually been a good thing from a Sydney perspective as far as how it's turned out with the obviously the Francis concussion.
The winner of this game is going to be the team that makes the most of the opportunities, and I think both at the moment they're both wasting a lot of opportunities. It's who's going to be more efficient in that part.
Yeah, the less errors. It's very clear, isn't it? If you can be clean at all, and the game did open up a bit early in the third quarter as far as we're swinging from in to in, but the team that is a lot more cleaner. Clearly going to win the game.
We've said it a couple of times over the first several weeks, but is Sydney playing for their season this half an hour?
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
100%.
Definitely.
Yeah. And look, like I said pre-game, it's not this season they're looking at Sydney. Sydney are looking consistent. This is the most consistent they've played. Yeah. From a consistent from a scoreboard piece, but their effort and intent, you know, even the Giants game. But this has actually been Sydney's probably most consistent game of football, and it's been dirty and it's been, you know, not appealing to watch, but often that's what you need as a football club to try and get yourself up and going. And Carlton look at being outstanding, their pressure and contest for the last 5 weeks, and they're not going to roll over at all. Just looking at the screen. Sydney Carlton haven't won 2 out of the last 19 games.
Yeah.
You called that before, Spree? He was
13 of 15, so it's obviously also 17 of 19. So
they don't play here a lot either. They don't play here every year. So that's gone back 35.
The result has swung in each of their last 6 games, though, overall. And they played here last. So it may well be. Garby, sorry, just very quickly.
Nick Blakey, just 6 disposals. They've done a good job, the Blues, of shutting him down. Maybe he can have an impact in this final term to get the Swans over the line. It's Carlton who lead by 5 points. Here's Brett Sprigg to start the last term.
Chad Warner clears here for the Swans. Bouncing the corridor. McInerney goes down the pipe now for Sydney. 3-on-3. Hamlin goes up. Amati keeps his feet. Takes on Haynes. Wins the football. Snatch. Peter Wilson style over his head. And he's just got a minus score.
So one time he should have looked for the hands. He'd actually half forwards coming in, screaming in. And Sydney being a bit selfish around goals tonight too.
Yeah,
Carlton,
I agree with that.
Carlton by 4 points inside 30 seconds of the final term.
Heaney has 29 touches. Warner 23. 2 goals. 7 score involvements. Cherra with 25 leads the way for the Blues. Here's Nick Haynes, sends him up to the wing. Carlton by 4 points, started the final term, and pitting it with a strong mark in front of Grundy. And a very good job in the absence of De Koning. Looks for Curnow. He's pushed off it by Tom McCartan. Now it's gathered by Blakey. Can the Lizard get into the game? Looks corridor and finds Wicks. They want to play on quickly here. They do to Warner. Handball over the top as they get close to half forward. Cleary to Grundy. 51 out. Big Brodie Grundy! The big man with a very big goal, and he does a lap of honour around the SCG. Sydney, for the first time in what feels like maybe an hour and a half, have the lead by 2 points. They are 7-8-50, Carlton 7-6-48. Grundy with the biggest moment of the game so far.
He's had a great time. He's had a great game. He has really, but you can't underestimate Tommy McCartan's ability to body walk Curnow and walk him out of the contest and allow Nick Blakey to come onto the ground ball and turn it inside. And Sydney played fast from Wicks into Warner and obviously Grundy. There's not many ruckmen in the country that can do what he's done there. And at his age, I think he's going to be cooked because of the celebration. So he's ran from the 15 to the boundary and he's lapped everyone.
He played every game, kicked just 2 goals last year, 26 games. He's kicked goals in back-to-back games this year, Brodie Grundy. And he does contest the ruck here with Pitnet. Hand pass from Cherra, picked off by Chad Warner again. He goes on the overlap with a bounce. Has room to think about it now. He kicks off the outside of the boot. McInerney back here again. Going inside 50. Sheldrick's hand pass. Only player there is Haynes for Carlton. Now Hewitt to Sard. They'll rebound off half back.
Sard down the corridor. Great contest between McCartan and Curnow. Free kick to McCartan. Everything going Sydney's way now.
He needs to be better with the ball going forward there, Warner.
It's one knock I have on Chad, and I love Chad as a player, is his ball use around the ground.
Here is Warner. Excellent kick by Blakey, who's now starting to get into the game. Finds Warner at centre half forward, and Amati's free in the pocket. Spotted up by the Chad. Amati will kick from 40 out at an angle slightly worse than 45 as the Swans look to extend the lead out to 8 points.
And they get back, all the players get over to McCartan. He's had a great game. Said it numerous times, but to win a 1-1 against a quality player in Curnow and Warner getting his hands in the ball. I'd noted before Warner having a shot from outside 50, then Joel Amati here, who's about 35 at an angle.
3 behinds for the night for Joel Amati. This would be a massive goal for the Swans. It's back-to-back goals. Sydney lead by 8. Joel Amati's on the board.
Never in doubt, Garvey, I didn't have enough faith in the young fella to actually go back and kick out and kick and zip 3, but Sydney's centre bounce work has been outstanding, and then back off Grundy again, and he's walking him over now hard here, so he is, and he's up and about Grundy, obviously off the goal itself, but the Warner clearance, Heaney went to town, but let's see, Warner takes a break.
It just shows to be able to get, you've got to just keep getting it in there. Just get it in there. And it's not going to be pretty sometimes, but the centre bounce clearances, again, on the SCG is so vital. And that's probably that last one by Warner. Go deep straight away. Don't sort of turn it over.
Sydney hadn't led since early in the first term, or midway through that first quarter. And now have back-to-back goals in this final term to lead by 8 points. 56 plays 48. Pitnet palms it down there. There was a block and it will go Pitnet's way. He was interfered with by Grundy. Can Carlton make the most of this? Boyd goes blitzing off half back. Down the corridor. McCartan intercepts a strong overhead grab. Full-back for the Swans.
Having an influence. Their leader of the back line, Tom McCartan. Short to Riley Bice. Carlton have to play catch-up now. Bice goes out to left half-back.
I'm not too sure it was with the Florent. They kept pushing it back. I don't know if it was there, but...
Free kick to Evans. He goes into the corridor for Chera. Possession number 27 coming up for him. The Blues would love the quick reply. Only 5 minutes gone in the final term.
Oh, leg.
And that's an excellent grab out in front of Mackay. And it's taken by Evans, who after winning the free kick went inside 50. And that was courage by a small man in front of the oncoming Mackay to get in front of him and then take the grab. And now he'll kick from about 45 out on a tight angle to the right.
I don't think it was meant for him, and he was meant for Mackay. I mean, I don't think the free kick was there either on the replay. He was actually just running back, and Oliver Florent stood his ground and was stronger in the contest and got the free kick. But he worked hard to get back into space, and not too sure forwards love the small forward come back into space.
The Blues need to quieten the SCG. That won't do it from Frankie Evans. Not one bit. Out of bounds on the full. That just gets the Swans fans going. Sydney lead by 8 points. And we've gone 6 minutes in the final term.
How many set shots have we not in the full tonight? There's another thing for the skill.
Four.
Yeah.
Four. Yeah. And also Ty Connelly, Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sports with Riley Bice. Centering ball. And Fine Roberts in the corridor here for the Swans. Move it along to the outer side. Evans makes the contest there on Florent. Mopped up uncontested Blakey. There's room to move. His kick is looking to find Haywood, but got some pressure from Sard. Ollie Hollins skids a kick out towards half forward. It missed Motlop. Socket away here by Paddy Cripps. He runs out of room. That'll be out of bounds. Deliberate.
You're kidding me.
Paddy Cripps socket inside 50 in his own attacking area, and the umpires pinged him for deliberate. Swans ball at left half back. That's not a good decision.
Oh, wait.
Swans by 8 points here.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore, boys. You kick it out, you're in trouble.
Up to the wing it goes.
Evolve with the game.
Yeah, the leadering.
So
now Ollie Hollins. It was Elijah Hollins. He's kicked it straight to Heaney. Possession number 30 coming up for the Swans maestro.
They'd need a couple of goals when they see it's not enough of a lead. They've had a dominance.
Go short to Lloyd. Now Blakey running off half-back. Long ball looking for Laddams. Guided it down to his fellow ruckman in Grundy. Grundy over the top for Campbell. Campbell well tackled by McGovern. That's got to be holding the ball. He's taken over the boundary line. I reckon the tackle might have stuck for long enough before Campbell went over.
They're not holding the ball. It's on the ball, isn't it? Should be, yeah, you're right.
Should be,
but he's over the line or not. We're watching the replay.
Yeah, there was a couple metres in before he was taken over.
Doesn't matter.
Boundary thrown in attack for the Swans.
Toss back in, laid down by Pitnet. Hewitt can't clear the area. Jordan tackled out the football this time by Walsh. That will be a Swans free kick. He's all over it. Yeah, Walsh took him without the footy.
Yeah.
And there was at least one umpire watching, so it's going to be a Swans free kick, 40 out, slight angle left of centre.
Isn't it amazing the way everything goes your way? Sorry, Spriggy, you're on. The free kick should have been Carlton's way, and then you get a free kick from the next stoppage. It's when things are going your way and you're on, you're first to the ball, and obviously Walsh holding on that free kick. James Jordan's done an outstanding job on him, on Walsh, that is. He hasn't had much of the ball. He's only had 13 disposals and taken away a real influential player from Carlton.
Played his 100th game last week, James Jordan, a former Demon. It's a big kick, and he puts some breathing space here for a potential game-high lead. He misses to the left-hand side.
Keeping them in it.
Swans lead by 9 points. 8-9-57 plays 7-6-48. 9 gone final term. Friday night for the ABC Sport.
Oh, that's a dangerous kick from Sard. Punched away from Boyd by Lloyd. Boyd slow to get to his feet. But he showed a bit too much of it to Lloyd, did Sard with that kick. And again, the Swans trap Carlton in their defensive 50.
Carlton fans are going to be rifle into this
that was
game,
high. Carlton fans are going to launch a royal commission after this if they lose. Mainly because of the goal that shouldn't have been to Heaney. There's been some decisions that have gone against them.
There's quite a few of them here tonight, isn't there?
And they're not happy about it. And that's out of bounds on the full. Against Elijah Hollins.
No, it's touched.
He was touched off the boot, so that's a little break for the Blues. Boundary throw in just outside, attacking 50 for the Swans, who are 8-9-57. They've hit the lead in the last, courtesy of a massive Brodie Grundy goal on the run. Carlton 7-6-48. 9 minutes gone in the last term. Here's Brett Sprigg on ABC Sport.
Both rucks missed it. Florent put a toe out the back there as It was kept moving there by Elijah Hollins briefly. Hewitt for the Blues. Back to Elijah Hollins. And pass out wide here. Cooper Lord from right half back. It skids on the outer logo. Roberts gets there for the Swans. Young in the back of him, and now Walsh off here again, trying to make it work. Young picked off by Arrow on his hand pass. Goes inside forward, 50 row bottom. It's dropped there by Haynes.
Oh!
Laddams with a bicycle kick. No!
That was
missed to the right-hand side.
Did I just say that? That was one of the greatest things I've ever seen, Spriggy.
Laddams.
What?
Say bicycle, scissor kick. What was it more of there, Garby?
A little bit in between. That was, never mind Peter Laddams. That was Zlatan Ibrahimovic up forward.
Hey, Swans by 10 points. 10 gone. Final term. Friday night for ABC Sport.
Oh, wow. That was don't think, just do.
That would have been one of the great goals in AFL history. As Heaney goes inside 50. Laddams with a bit of confidence now. Palms it down to Sheldrick. Tries to gather it again. Another bit of soccer work from Laddams. That's tidy. Eventually Wiedering gets his hands on the footy. Picked up by Hayward just outside 50 as his shorts pull down, but gets the handball away. Heaney from 51. Another big moment from a superstar perhaps. Marked down there, no. Juggled by Hamling. Gathered by Corey Warner. Keeps it in. Looking for Laddams. Backwards to Wicks. Snaps towards goal and through for Ava Hines. Swans peppering away.
The big fella's
the
up
lead
and
is
about.
11 points. Laddams is making it all happen down there.
Great to watch.
Declan Byrne.
Yeah, I call Peter Laddams most weeks in the VFL. It is rocks or diamonds. He does that sort of crazy stuff every week.
He's a wild man.
Wow.
The Blues have it on the kick out there.
He's got to put him away, Sydney. Sorry, Spriggy. You know, they've had so many opportunities, Sydney.
Side finds Wiedering. Now wide to Matt Carroll. Debuting gather round against the West Coast Eagles. Now it's with Haynes, the inaugural Giant. Spent most of his career in Sydney at this point. To McGovern. Needs to exit defensive 50. Sheldrick makes a contest. Out the back though. The man they're waiting for it is Hewitt. On the side. He's uncontested. Fires the hand pass here for Walsh. Comes back here to Curnow. He's run down by McCartan.
What a tackle.
No issues there. Tom McCartan wins the footy at centre-half back for the Sydney Swans. 11 points is their lead.
Tom McCartan has had a massive impact on this football game in the second half. Some huge moments on Charlie Curnow.
Why'd they even experiment with playing him forward? He's just... They're so much better when he's down back.
He was drafted as a forward.
As we said before, one of the impacts has maybe made him a better defender.
Yeah.
Been in great form the last 3 weeks.
Huge night.
There's Roberts. And out of Bice, the Swans happy just to slow it down a bit.
Yeah, they've done this really well, Garby, to allow the forwards to actually contest and be predictable when they go along down the line.
They lead by 11 points in the final term. Into attack they go. Laddams leaps at it. Through his hands. You've got to push in the back. Yeah. Advantage paid to Heaney across the face. Well, they've blown a chance there, Sydney, because Laddams would have had the set shot. Not sure he would have converted it. Through for a behind. Sydney lead by 12 points.
Shearer, little 1-2 handball. They come beyond defensive 50. It is marked by Elijah Hollins at left half back. Can they wheel and go here? Untidy kick mopped up by Hewitt in the end. It's Shearer on the logo members' side. Sends it deep inside forward 50. One-handed mark was dropped down there. As Sydney's defenders provide some pressure. Curnow soccers toward the line. It's going to be delivered again. No. In some ways it had to be.
Yeah.
That's just like Paddy Cripps, which also probably shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
But if they're consistent, they're paying that. That is stiff for Charlie Curnow, though. And the Swans win the footy away again. Back to the members' side. Jordan provides a contest there on Walsh. He's wrapped up down there by Haynes. Umpire says give it to me on the members' wing.
Well called, Gabby. But if we're saying umpires are making calls, and it's the wrong call, and you wanted to make consistent with the wrong call,
overturn it. Yeah, just make amends for it.
Yeah. The term is not deliberate. It's insufficient intent. You try hard to keep it in. So I'm not sure if that'll help Carlton fans right now. Roberts. Now to McInerney for the Swans. Chiselled ball to Warner on the wing. And they've settled beautifully, Sydney. They lead by 12 points. 40 minutes gone in the final quarter. Still plenty of time. You get the feeling the Blues will respond at some stage. Will the margin be too grand? Warner to half forward. McGovern does well. Brings it to ground, though, only as far as Sheldrick. His kick is straight into the lap of Boyd, who takes a bounce in the defensive goal square. Now puts it out in front of Ollie Hollins. That was a little bit dangerous. It's set up nicely for him. And he goes short. Now it's gathered by Florent. Another turnover by the Blues. And Florent finds Bice next to the centre square.
I don't think either team want to win this. They're doing their best trying not to.
Sends it back from whence it came, with help from the umpires as well, perhaps. Florent, not an umpire basher by any means, but Florent goes inside forward 50. Haney to Haynes in the contest, and both have to look at that. It goes out of bounds for a throw-in.
It's had a good game too, Haynes, hasn't he? You know, his ability to defend and intercept, 16 disposals.
8-12 plays 7-6. Sydney leads here by 12 points. 15 going, final term. Friday night football on ABC Sport.
Mackay doing the ruck work. Carlton under pressure again. McGovern was perhaps taken out of that by Rowbottom. Play on the call. Rowbottom gets hands to it. Slaps it forward. In attack for the Swans. Hayward eventually grabs the football. Now Sheldrick. It's scrappy. Now it's in the hands of the Blues and Walsh, who puts it out in front of Ollie Hollins. And he was pushed towards the boundary by Warner, but pushed in the back. It was Durden, in fact. Good call by the umpire. That was in the back of Durden. Sydney lead by 12 points. Bounce ball in front of Motlop. And Florent takes him over the boundary. In between both benches. Carlton 7-6-48. Trailed the Swans 8-12-60. 16 minutes gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just quickly, 0437 774 774. Glenn and Karanara asks, when was the last time a game was drawn? Well, you're going all the way back to last Sunday, North and Brisbane. Last game of the round. Could be a draw here. City leads by 12 points. Motlop can't trap the foot. He does so a second time and kicks toward the 50. Fighting across Rampy for the Sydney Swans. He's too quick for Harry Mackay. Turns him inside out, and then on his left, his preferred left side, goes back to the wing. Amati crushes the pack. It's off hands for a throw-in.
Great contest again, isn't it?
I love it. After half-time, both Baddens and Amati have brought the contest early, and that's what they need to do. That's why they're in the team, and hats off to them. They've come out of half-time and rectified that, and that's why the Swans are in the position they are at the moment.
This will be huge for Dean Cox. Still in the first half of his first season as a senior coach, is to get them to 4-6. Carlton, though, still well and truly in this game. And they've won a free kick on the wing. Adam Chera's 30th disposal's a handball to Boyd on the run. Drives it into the pocket for Curnow. Got in front of McCartan on that occasion. Fantastic battle between those two. Curnow's marked on his chest. He'll kick from just inside 50, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the left, looking for his third major.
He'll probably come out on his right foot here, and it's clear he's looking at it, but he's kicking from 45, so he might kick through.
He kicked one from 15 metres further out on a tougher angle on the other side of the ground, Charlie Curnow. Carlton needs this badly. Charlie Curnow provides it. 3 goals for him. Stands up hugely for his side to peg the margin back to 6 points as we get closer to the dying minutes of this game. 18 minutes gone in the last. The Blues won't go away.
What a good player. What a great player, in fact. He's Tommy McCartan has had a night and a battle with this bloke, and he is fourth, and he's had 15 disposals. He's kicked 3 goals, but his ability to keep Brazini and showed some unbelievable leadership to go back there and kick that goal and keeps actually Carlton right in the hunt.
Exactly, and this is where they're making the most of the opportunities. Yeah. What's the Swans kick? 8-12. Like, is that going to come back and haunt them?
Despite the earlier issue with the gates and fans getting in, 39,082 the crowd tonight here, Friday night for ABC Sport. With the result in the balance, Heaney off to Rowbottom. The Swans go forward of halfway. Hurried snap kick, fighting across. It's been dropped down there by Matt Carroll. Mopped up here by Campbell, who closes on goal. And the Swans get the instant reply. A goal from that centre bounce clearance took all about 15 seconds. Swans back out to a 12-point lead, 9-12-66, plays 8-6-54, 19 gone, final term. Final up from ABC Sport, Ryan O'Keefe, Ty Canelli.
That's another fundamental mistake that's caused that goal.
Drop mark, yeah.
Drop mark, like an easy drop mark, but Campbell's been busy with that really.
Yeah.
And I think that's his game, because he's a beautiful kick of the football and he's got a bit of speed to become that real crumbing pressure forward and hit the scoreboard.
I'd love to see him play on ball, because I've seen it as a junior, playing his ability to actually play around the ball and the hunt from the ball, because he's got that speed. But yeah, he's had a bit of a night, hasn't it? It's been around the ball, being busy with his pressure, and he's clean and he's hard at it. He's had 5 tackles and he's had 14 disposals.
Dean Cox loved that, the double fist pump. Immediately his team replied after a massive major by Curnow. Not often you say this, but I actually feel for the Carlton fans tonight. They've had some decisions go against them. Then they get back into the game with that big goal by Curnow. Someone drops a mark in defensive 50 and the Swans waltz in. It would have been a very difficult night for them, listening in, watching on and at the footy here at the SCG. And now Rowbottom has it 49 out for another for the Swans. That's out of bounds on the full though. So the margin stays at 12 points. Sydney 9-12-66. Carlton 8-6-54. We're into time on, past the 20-minute mark in this final term. Ty Kennelly, Ryan O'Keefe and Brett Sprigg with you. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Now they go long and direct. Carlton Footy Club. Walsh mops up here off half-back. Kick goes straight up in the air. Clear, he wins it down for Rowbottom, who takes on the Chera tackle. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. Swans by 12 points. The margin hasn't gone beyond 13 points all game. There was a controversial goal, a free kick, which Isaac Heaney capitalised on in the second quarter, which may well decide the game. Cripps brings it away here for Carlton. Goes towards centre-half forward. No one's there except Jake Lloyd. Pedals it to advantage. His hand pass picked off by Mackay. In turn, he overruns the ball, and Rampy brings him down. It's going to be a free kick for a high tackle as Rampy came in. So this is the way the free kick there on Harry Mackay. There's a bit of light rain falling out there as well. 65 out here, Mackay. Goes inside 50. Picked off by Blakey of the Swans. Messy hand pass. Going to be careful here as there is a free kick now. It's Hewitt who was taken high.
And what Nick Bakey's doing in that instance, you've an opportunity to actually sink your foot into the ball. He's taller than Spriggy. It's actually starting to drizzle and it's getting harder and harder to control the ball. You're 2 goals up. You're 35 yards off from goal. You're facing the goal coming 100 miles an hour trying to play dry footy. It's just not on, and then you get a free kick against you.
It's been my bugbear all game. Kick the ball, but you didn't get it out of there, really.
Free kick against Cleary.
Look good.
Here comes George Hewitt against his former side. We'll close it back to a neat goal to margin. 45 out. It's not going to quite have the legs. It's marked by McCartan. No, still ball in dispute as Evans tries to capitalise, but it's rushed through by the Swans defenders there. 11 points is Sydney's lead. 9-12 plays 8-7. 22 gone final term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Could be a valuable point, that one.
Never looked confident with that one, Hewitt, did he? And time is now against the Blues. Sydney lead by 11. Blakey runs it out of his defensive goal square. Grundy happy to let that go over his head for a boundary throw in just forward of the wing for Carlton. Chera 30 disposals for them. Hewitt 25. What about these two? Heaney 35 for the Swans. Warner 27. 1 goal 5 for Heaney. A couple of majors for Warner. Their 2 biggest names in the absence of Goulden standing up superbly in the midfield as Grundy was another one out of the middle.
He's been monstrous.
He has been huge.
If they win it, it's off the back of Heath Grundy.
Brodie Grundy. Heath Grundy might be at your premiership, wouldn't you? But it is a famous name in the Sydney Swans colours. Grundy worked it towards half forward. We'll have a boundary throw in there.
Just give me old mate Reg a shout out. That's why.
Saying 2 famous names adorn the best on-ground medal as well. The Goods a lot of medal here in the Marngrook game as Grundy in the back of Pitnet. Umpire lets them play as now a ball up again. Swans by 11 points. 23 and a half gone in the final term. Up it goes. Grundy pumps it down there for McInerney. Head over the football. Walsh equal to the task there for Carlton. Ball not quite extracted. Now a hand pass does come loose off to Heaney to Chad Warner. High kick snap toward the hot spot there. Amati in there with Haynes. Sard can't bring it away now. Haywood, opportunity for him. Back to Rowbottom. His kick goes up in the air once more. Campbell tries hard in the aerial contest. McInerney was held there by Motlop. Sard can burst away. Shared with Ollie Hollins, and he does balk around one. Blues can rebound.
Good kick by Hollins to Mackay, but he dropped a chest mark. Another mishap by the Blues late. They were set to go deep into attack, and now Swans can hurt him on the rebound. Heaney found Lloyd at half forward. He had 10 metres of space, Mackay. He could have wheeled away and got them going again with plenty of open space behind him, but he dropped the chest mark.
That could be the moment you see Sydney will park Rampy or McCartan behind the ball. It's going to be very hard to score for here.
Hayward just pops it up into the pocket. Amati comes out to meet it off hands. Gathered by Ollie Hollins and now Hewitt. Perhaps they can run it out of defence now, the Blues. Mackay to Saad. They've turned it over once more. Jordan's picked it off. Gave it back to Wicks. Snaps it into attack. Amati trapped it. Heaney, can he convert this one? Yeah, you go, Isaac. 1 goal 5 becomes 2 goals 5. And that would just about seal the contest. Isaac Heaney with another heroic performance puts the Swans out to a 17-point lead.
Probably seals the BIG too for mine anyway. His ability to actually get the team in the game from the first quarter on. But yeah, they look like they're right. Again, the team that should have kicked it. Coming forward with the ball, Carlton had the opportunity to kick it and they didn't. They turned the ball over. And
it's the team who's turned the ball over the most at the moment is lost it. And yeah, it's just crazy. And what the Swans have done in the second half, they've made their game simple, and more often than not, they've just got it in there. And hats off to Amati and Laddams, who I was harsh and I was riding him in the first half, but both of them have actually stepped up and just made a contest.
Restart back in the middle. Can Carlton win it away quickly? Cripps, hand pass off to Chera. Snaps down the line. Hamling waits for it now. Got a man behind the ball here, Sydney, is Roberts. Does go wide to find Grundy on the outer side.
Isaac Heaney had 5 disposals to quarter time. He has 38 for the match.
Sydney by 17 points here. They get the win here in the Marngrook game. Off to Jake Lloyd. Off a step, his kick, high towards left, half forward. McInerney parks himself under it and takes a simple uncontested mark. This is taking some time out of the game here. And they even retreat. No, he opts to just hold it for a moment.
Just put it at the top of the square if you're not having a shot. Just lob it out on top of the square. It's even better than kicking a point so you don't give the ball back to them.
The highest lead of the game so far for either side. 17 points the Swans' favour. McInerney's kick to the pocket. Wiedering goes up on the top of Heaney. Haynes. Handball bounced there towards Chera, and now Boyd, the sub, on to Ollie Hollins. Back to Boyd, draws the player. Comes out wide again here. Elijah Hollins. They'll go again off right half back, the Blues.
It looks like time will be the enemy of Carlton from here, along with a couple of players in Heaney and Warner to go with Big Brodie Grundy. They've been superb. This guy, Justin McInerney, hasn't been bad either. That handball goes straight to Paddy Cripps, though, at half forward, and then Campbell runs down Chera and catches him holding the ball. And the Blues are spent now. And with this SCG crowd riding them on, Sydney are enjoying the final couple of minutes here in the SCG.
Joel Amati, you're in trouble. Joel Amati, late contact here on the shoulder to the head.
Oh, yeah, that's bad. Really bad.
So it's a late instant silly. The handball was off and Lord was down for a while.
That could be 3 or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's scared a little bit because the player is back on his feet.
Yeah.
So it's
he was down for a while.
Silly how we penalise the outcome and not the action at times, but it was bad by Amati. He's now taking the mark. It hasn't got in his head too much.
That's going to be his last action for a while, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Amati will kick.
Silly, didn't need to do it.
He'll kick from 20 out on an angle to the left. They'll worry about that this week. Early this week, the Swans. For now, they'll enjoy a massive 4 points. Back to 4 and 6 for the season. And Joel Amati looking for his second goal of the game. Puts his arms outstretched and enjoys the applause of the SCG crowd. 23 points the margin now to Sydney. They've fought their way back into this game superbly after half-time. And that is after the Sydney Derby win. Definitely the second biggest win of the Dean Cox era.
Well, we'll probably discuss what happens about that a bit later on, but hats off to him in the second half. As I said, he's come, he's actually brought some energy, he's competed, and it's amazing what you do as a big fella. If you just actually bring a bit of contest, you'll get rewarded in the end. So that's something this second half, if you're going back and watching his own tape, he's go, well, what did I do? Why was I good? It was just present, compete. present, compete, and I think that's going to have to be the blueprint of his game.
3 goals in a hurry. They've kicked 6 of the last 7 in the game, the Sydney Swans. To lead it as we approach the half-hour mark, Chad Warner spins other centre bounce clearance. Nick Haynes comes back the other way here for Carlton. Shearer marks down the corridor. He goes long to find Mackay. Spoil from Hamling playing in the defensive line. Down to Elijah Hollins. All the way back here to Paddy Cripps. 50 from goal. He lets fly. It's on its way. It's going to be heaped through by Blakey for a minor score, which will make it now a 22-point break for Sydney.
Swans will travel to take on Melbourne next week. Carlton are at home to GWS. It's marked by Hewitt, the former Swan. Just outside attacking 50. He'll pop it over the top. And it's marked, in fact, they're pushing the back. So a Carlton player in Walsh, who's been beaten by James Jordan, it must be said. Another big scout by the Swans tagger. Just 18 disposals for Walsh.
He's taken on one of the influential midfielders, hasn't he, out of the game, really. He hasn't had no impact whatsoever in the game.
And Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner-inspired victory for the Swans at the SCG. Walsh's kick from 47 metres. He's touched on the line. No, it's not. It's a goal. But it is irrelevant in the large scheme of things. 16 points the Swans lead by. 4 and 6. Do not write them off just yet.
Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Well, the Swans say Marngrook is their biggest game of the season. This is a big result. The Swans trailed for most of the night. They fight on to a 4th win of the campaign, but down for most of the evening here at the SCG. Had the last say in that final term with one of 6 goals out of the 7, and then Sam Walsh there at the end to make it in the end a final 16-point margin the way of the Sydney Swans.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white. Honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
It was Carlton by 6 points at quarter time. They led by 13 points at one stage in that opening quarter. Carlton by 7 points at the half, by 5 at the final change. In the end, it was more of a scoring flurry from Sydney. An otherwise lacklustre game for both sides really here on Friday night footy at the SCG. 16 points, that full-time margin in the end. Sydney 11-12-78, Carlton 9-8-62. For the Sydney Swans, Heaney and Amadi finished with a couple each, as did Chad Warner. To go with his 3 disposals. Campbell, Grundy, Hamling, McInerney and Hayward also on the board for the home side, while for Carlton, Charlie Curnow kept them alive there at the end. 3 goals, 1 for him. Harry Mackay with a couple as well as Paddy Cripps, who kicked both of his in the first term. Durden and Sam Walsh also on the board for Carlton. That now makes it 6 wins in a row in the Marngrook game for Sydney against Carlton. They will get the Marngrook trophy and they'll see the goods Lockwood medal presented very shortly, do we think, to Isaac Heaney. Carlton now continue this awful record at the SCG. Sydney's now won 10 of the past 11 against them here at this ground, and 14 of the past 16 as well. So in the end, a comprehensive enough final quarter for the Sydney Swans, Tyke Neely and Ryan O'Keefe.
Yeah, and it's amazing. After half-time, the Swans came out and you can see they were a lot more direct, and they just simplified their game a lot better. And I suppose they were the team that made probably less errors. There was
a lot of errors.
It was a lot of it's a win. It's a sloppy win, but you take the W and you move on to next week. But you can see why both teams are where they're at the moment. They're just like, if either team are playing a team in a lot better form, they would have been hurt a lot more. But look, I just think the Swans came out and they just simplified the game a lot better. They just got it in there. They played the game in their forward half. They had repeat entries, and the big guys in terms of Hamling, Amadi, and Laddams brought the ball to ground and stopped the uncontested intercept mark or the intercept marking that Carlton were doing in that first quarter. They're looking really good.
Yeah, from quarter time, really, the scoreboard was flattering when we were saying at quarter time from a Sydney perspective, it was only 6 points down, and Carlton didn't take their opportunities. And Sydney adjusted as far as their structured piece, where Carlton were intercepting the ball in their back half, and Sydney were getting opportunities going forward, but they actually adjusted their keys and their toes to get the ball to the ground, and it's a really hard fought win. It's sometimes that's what you need from a team's being inconsistent with their ability to play 4 quarters of football. That's a type of win, that gives you a lot of strength and belief in the fact that, well, you just got to grind it out and find a way sometimes, and on the back of your superstars. On the back of Heaney, and on the back of Warner and Grundy, they were absolutely, and Tommy McCartan down back. It was hard for Carlton. Chera was the one that was really trying his guts out. Cripper had a really strong start to the game and kicked 2 goals and got his hands busy on it. And so did Lord. But it was just. It looked like from half time it was going that way to Sydney, and it could have been a lot more really for mine.
It's interesting. Carlton still had 2 more inside 50s.
Yeah, they had a gap. Remember, about 10 in the first quarter and a half. They started the quarter and they didn't score. They didn't hit the scoreboard, did they?
But it was some of the fundamental errors, like the 2 drop marks in the last quarter. That just snuffled any chance of Carlton getting back. And that's probably a thing about Harry Mackay. Like, he can do some brilliant stuff, but he can do some absolutely howling stuff as well.
The presentation downstairs shortly for the Goods O'Loughlin medal, and the man himself, Mickey O, is down there to either present the Marngrook Trophy or indeed present the medal for the player adjudged best of field. It's during our presentation with Luke Carroll.
Corner there from the Sydney Swans here at our Marngrook match at the SCG. Tonight, the Sydney Swans defeated the Carlton Blues. Before we call up the winning captain, I would like to welcome the living legend himself, Mr. Michael O'Loughlin, to come forward and present the Goods O'Loughlin medal to the best player on the ground. This medal was created to honour the contribution of both greats Adam Goods and Michael O'Loughlin. And the winner this year of the Goods O'Loughlin medal tonight, with 38 disposals, number 9, Isaac Heaney.
Or number 5, but it's his third Goods O'Loughlin medal as well of his career, so he was phenomenal, as we mentioned in that last quarter. And he embraces Mickey O, and I imagine he'll probably come and say a few words on the microphone here, Isaac Heaney.
I guess firstly, thanks to the boys over there. Amazing, tough effort, and been a bit up and down like us this year, and we scrapped it out, which is amazing. The fans, absolutely incredible. Thank you, and what a round, eh? Learn about our Indigenous, Indigenous, and we can really connect here together as one. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Michael O'Loughlin will now present the Marngrook Trophy to our captain tonight, James Rowbottom.
There we go. So the Swans honour this annual tradition. We're getting the win.
I just want to second Isaac. Thank you to everyone for coming out tonight and supporting such an important cause and important round for not only the AFL but the country. So thank you everyone and have a good one.
There we go. So there is the winning skipper, James Rowbottom, for the Sydney Swans. Winners here by 16 points in the Marngrook game. And as I mentioned, Isaac Heaney now for a 3rd time judged best of field in this fixture.
So their 2 home wins in the last 3 weeks against the Giants, now the Blues. Medals in both those games. One goes to Warner, one goes to Heaney. I mean, those 2 are just standing up in such a massive way for this football club right now. They're hanging in there. They're 4 and 6. They're just outside the 8. There's a bloke called Errol Goulden coming back in a few weeks.
And Mills
I'm
next
not
week.
quite sure we should be writing off these Sydney Swans just yet. When Errol comes back, and then Mills, and then Papley in 5 or 6 weeks perhaps, they can just hang around and they get those players back. They are still going to be a threat potentially in the second half of the season. I think some have gone a little bit early.
Well, it's not their top players we're worried about. It's the bottom 6 players, and I'll keep harping about it, but ahead of the ball, those players that they're not big stars or big key for. They just got to compete, and if they can compete, the superstars can feed off that. But if they're not competing, it just makes it too hard for 3 or 4 players to keep dragging them over the line. But again, if their Swans' best players are playing their best game, they're hard to beat. But when they're not playing their best games, who's stepping up? So that's the challenge going forward, which they can do.
Yeah, clearly it's the injury piece for Sydney, and there's always a bit with this part of the year for them is they actually hang on and get the wins. 4 and 6 they take with the cattle that they've got out of the team. You would take it every day of the week. You know, people are always going to cry early on them because of obviously the way they performed and inconsistent. But they have showed in games they can blow teams away like they did against Gold Coast and Essendon in the second half last week without hitting the scoreboard. Tonight was a different story. It was a real grunt and grind game, which is, look, there's a lot of cattle quality still out there. You know, there's still certainly a lot of quality not in the team at the moment, and you're not at a point where you can scrape a few wins and get over and get those wins on the board. Then the quality comes back into the team. It adds. You're finding another one. Sheldrick was outstanding tonight. You know, that's another one. They found Wicks as a shutdown defender. You know, so you're finding players in the back end of when you've got the depleted list, you find players in step up, and that's without Nick Blakey having a great game. You know, there was a couple that were down in their bits tonight, and you know, Braden Campbell was okay at times. Will Hayward hasn't got going at all really this season. You know, so there's blokes that have got a lot of upside still in that team with the cattle that come in, and they're on the same points as Carlton though. Yeah,
yeah.
So
for all
Carlton's chat.
So they're 4 and 6 now. So the win puts the Swans up into 11th, just behind Carlton. Albeit, of course, there is still most of the round to play. So that's how it looks at the moment. It won't be their main takeaway immediately from this game. Of course, they'll be happy with the win. But Joel Amati and that hit there on Jordan Boyd at the end. I mean, you're looking at it, it's clearly intentional. Whether they can argue it's medium or high, you could probably say it was high impact.
Doesn't matter. He's getting weeks.
And to the head, he's getting 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's stupid. No need. As a player, everyone knows, and not even players know, you just cannot put bumps. You cannot try and hit or...
He's left the ground too.
You just don't do it. You just know that you're going to get rubbed out. So you just got to put that away. Like, it's not part of the game anymore. So you really just got to eradicate it.
It was clumsy. At best you could say it was clumsy.
And then talking about the evolution of the game and shortened quarters and stuff like that, you know, back in the day, it was the tough big hit. You just can't do it anymore because the game's evolves. It's like you evolve or you get out of the game.
Yeah, you choose to bump today, and you hit someone high.
Yeah,
you got to live with the consequences, and
so
every player knows that.
Aaron Francis with concussion, you would imagine it'll be an issue, obviously, for next week's game as well. We can hear him down in the Swans rooms. Declan Byrne is there.
Yeah, they are very happy. 39,000 fans in the SCG tonight. There's a fair few of them down here in the rooms. Nothing like a Friday night to get everyone down and excited. Chad Warner yahooing. He is pumped about that win. 3rd time winner of the medal. Isaac Heaney as well. He is beaming. Will Hayward last in. Callum Mills here with a big smile on his face as well.
They fight on to a 4th win of the campaign in Dean Cox's first year in charge, and they'll be away against Naarm or the Demons. That's Sunday, the middle game next week. Let's hear Declan say, "Oh no." What's going on down there, Declan?
They went early. Rampy and Caden Cleary walked in for the last 5 words of the song. Were singing it by themselves as they entered. I'll look if I can get someone, but I hate doing that.
I thought you were getting showered yourself or something down there. Anyway, we'll get back to you very, very shortly with some reaction there from the winners' rooms. Sydney here by 16 points. So we mentioned Heaney. I mean, who else? I mean, Chad Warner you mentioned as well. Could have been in the conversation around
Grundy was huge. He was second behind Heaney in my opinion.
What was Brodie Grundy? 19 disposals.
He's had 47 hitouts.
Yeah.
12 contested, and a goal. Well, very important goal for Brodie Grundy.
Yeah, the Corning was a huge odd, obviously, coming into the game. You're playing against a second ruckman, so that makes a huge difference. And allows you to get the clearance numbers because you're predictable from a ruckman that's winning.
And he started well pitting it, but as the game wore on, the class rose to the top.
Plus 13 clearances, plus, plus 5 centre clearances. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the shift was really in the game when Isaac went on board with Grundy's dominance in the second quarter, and it really shifted the game back Sydney's way. And they, as much as their inefficiency forward, but Carlton really didn't have a whole lot of looks at it in the second half, really.
Yeah, it's when they put Warner, Heaney at the start of the second quarter. Go, all right, we're going to get going in here
and fix front of the ball.
Yeah, and it was fine.
Harry Mackay started well and then faded. Curnow was fantastic all night, kicked 3 goals. But
and a good game.
Tom McCutton was brilliant as well. That was such a great battle. 2 big men going at it. Hammer and tong, as we say.
They're great to see, don't they? Those one-on-one battles, certainly from key forwards, key defenders. And we saw a lovely one, obviously, with Motlop and Wicks, that running back towards goal in that contest, that 1v1 stuff. It's and they're few and far between the one-on-one battles in the game today, but that certainly was one tonight, and Curnow's ability to keep fighting.
Declan Byrne, back down to you.
Yeah, down here in the rooms, it is all happening. He just sat down, but I've dragged him back up. Tom McCartan, 2 home wins in a row. That one felt pretty big.
Yeah, it's huge, mate. We need to respond. We've had a bit of an up and down start to the season, but I think big Friday night win. We grinded away, and it's a huge result.
Massive occasion, massive night for you as well, lining up on Charlie Curnow. How hard a task is that when you think of it during the week and you come to game day? He is a force to be reckoned with, but how do you think you went?
Yeah, he's a pretty tough opponent, Chuck. They kick to him a lot and they work for him hard, and he's a great player as well. So I kind of rely on a bit of team defence and felt like I got some good help from the boys tonight. So, I felt like it was pretty even, but he did, good contest.
It was a tackle in that fourth quarter. You got him. I bet that one felt good.
Yeah, it did. I reckon it was one of my only tackles for the year, so that was a good one.
Tell us about Dean Cox as well. He's as excited as ever down here. Second home win for him as well. So how's he been the last few weeks?
Yeah, he's been great. Obviously, he's got a great relationship with all the players, and he was obviously here for 7 or 8 years before he took over as coach. So all the boys love him, and we love him. So good to get that in from tonight.
Before we go upstairs, where do you like playing? Back or forward?
Wherever I'm needed, mate. I'm not too fast. Wherever the team needs me.
Let's head upstairs. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Ty Kennelly and Ryan O'Keefe.
Hey, Tommy boy, how you doing, mate? Great win. Well done.
Tiger, how are you, mate?
I'm great, mate. They'll be all pretty happy down in Geelong tonight. What a contest. We were just talking about your ability to compete against one of the best forwards in the country at the moment, his form. And then he keeps fighting, and his ability to kick 3 as well. It was a great contest. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a good contest. It's always a tough one against him, but we just had to grind away and got a bit of help from the boys, which is good. But he's a great player, Charlie.
Was there a shift at quarter time in the messaging as a group from the contest and front half of the ball? Obviously, you weren't quite set up front half of the ball from quarter time on.
Yeah, a little bit, a few positional changes, but we kind of just tried to keep possession of the ball and keep it in our front half, and I thought we did that pretty well in the last couple of quarters. It was good.
Tom, Ryan O'Keefe here, mate. Great win, and I prefer you as a back, mate. I think once you go down, the team looks a lot more settled. But tonight, Brodie Grundy, I thought his game was huge, and the ability he gave first use to the midfielders, and then particularly after quarter time, I think he just showed his dominance. And how good a player has he been since being at the club?
Yeah, he's huge, Rock. He makes a massive impact, and you can tell when he's up and about, he makes a huge difference to the team, and his mindset's always team first as well, which is the thing I love about him. He's always looking to help down the line, and when he does that, he brings his teammates into the game. So, he's great to have on board.
And after half-time, the Tigers talked about message at quarter time, was a bit more of a directive, hey, let's get the ball into our forward line, and our, Peter and Marty and these guys, they're going to make a contest for us, because it just seemed to me that you just went a little bit more direct and you played the game in your front half a lot more, but it seemed that it was, let's just get it in there and let's give ourselves a chance to kick a score.
Yeah, exactly, especially with the conditions too. I feel like a few shallow injuries were kind of costing us a bit with those turnovers, and I feel like once we got it in a bit more and just tried to lock it in, we could set up behind the ball as defenders, so I thought it worked pretty well.
Tom, Dan Garb here. Loved your game tonight. We've spoken about Brodie Grundy. There's a couple of guys in the middle, though. One named Isaac, one named Chad, who go okay as well. What's it like watching those two perform at their absolute optimum like they did this evening?
Yeah, it's pretty special to have those two in the midfield, and, they put their boys on their back pretty often, especially in the last quarter, so it's good to sit back and watch them.
How big's that win for you? I mean, it gets you to 4 and 6, and we know you got players coming back, but you've done it before, you've gone on big runs. I mean, how much confidence does it give you that there's still plenty for the Swans to achieve in season 2025?
Yeah, I feel like it was pretty big in the context of not our season, but just we've been grinding away pretty hard the last few weeks and just sticking to our process, and it's pretty good to get the reward of a win and hopefully just keep building from there.
Tom, the nature of the win, because in all honesty, it wasn't a particularly, glossy performance from either side. It was a pretty scrappy win, a game for both sides. Tough to watch at times, but to grind the game out the way you did and have that last quarter, and to know you can win from those positions where you have trailed for most of the night. How satisfying is that in particular?
Yeah, it gives us massive confidence, I think. Just our ability to sustain it for 4 quarters, and it's probably something we haven't done consistently enough the first 7 rounds of the season, especially last week. So I think to grind away in that last half, and especially that last quarter, is really, really pleasing.
And back to Melbourne next week. You're back to the G, which obviously is a special place to play. That you've got the Demons next week. How do you approach that?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a break now, which is nice. Got 9 days off, but we'll be back in the club on Tuesday, and our prep starts from there. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully can get 2 on the trot.
Tom McCartan, appreciate your time. Well played tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See ya.
Tom McCartan there in the Swans rooms there with Declan Burns. So 16-point winners, the Sydney Swans over Carlton, 11-12, 78 to 9, 62.
Do you know Tommy got drafted in year 11 and never completed his year 12? He was drafted and picked 33 to us in Swans in 2017.
Right.
Never did his HSC.
He sounds reasonably smart to me.
Oh, he is. I'm not saying that, but a lovely family in the McCartans.
There might be, speaking of the McCartans, there might be another one in the AFL soon. His older brother by 15 months, Charlie's going really well for Geelong in the VFL and being watched very closely by a number of clubs.
What's Paddy doing around the club? He's got a few different...
Yeah, he works with the VFL team as well,
Yes.
and he's been coaching with Jared McFay, so it's an impressive coaching group they've got there.
We'll... push on and see if we get some reaction from the Carlton rooms here as well. 0437 774 774 is the SMS. Fran from Melbourne, thank you for your text. She says, go the Pies tomorrow, and Jessie Hogan for the Coleman. She's a big Jessie Hogan fan, is Fran. There's a whole lot of texts here. Stephen Ballarat says Vossi is doing the best job he can. Just feel like we have 6 or 7 VFL players in the seniors. Not a judgment on the VFL. Wouldn't us country footy players love to have achieved that level? But AFL level turnover, loose handballs, etc. will kill you, and they did.
I think the depth of their list has been an issue for a while, Carlton's. And if you can take care of their better players, you generally take care of Carlton. Their depth is not great in their list, and it's certainly something they're going to have to address. And when you catch all of a Welch or a Cripps is not on, they don't look like a team that can cause a lot of damage, and that's been a problem from over the last couple of years.
Is their list that bad though?
It is, man. It's the depth of their list is nowhere near a top 6 team. Top 6. It's that there's nowhere near. There's players in that team that are playing that shouldn't be playing AFL football at the depth. If you're looking at a top 4, top 8 team,
they've got some really good players. I think maybe hyped up more than they are, but we should look at their wins. Besides that Geelong win, they really haven't beaten anyone really. When you put it up into the top eight team, so
how would that team go against Collingwood tomorrow or Brisbane? It's that Carlton team.
Yeah,
they'd be strong. So look, it's easy to put teams down when they've had a loss too. You forget, and you can only beat who's put in front of you from Carlton's perspective as far as winning 4 out of 5 games.
Steve hated the umpiring, so did Rob.
I wasn't a fan either tonight.
Smurf listening in from a sunny Galway.
Oh,
great coverage, lads. Big hi to Ty Canelli. Thank you, Smurf.
I'd love to be in Galway right now on the west coast of Ireland. It's one of the best cities in the world, drinking a lovely, nice cold.
Listening to the
Galway
girl, what's his name?
Ed Sheeran.
Not Ed Sheeran. The one before Ed Sheeran that was the actual Galway Girl song. Enjoying the call but not the game. Mistake-ridden drivel. It's not the length of the game that is an issue. It's the total lack of skills and totally unpredictable umpiring. Lifetime Blues supporter but losing faith with the AFL. Not the game I love, says Simon in York Peninsula in SA.
That's harsh.
We've got a lot of commentary here on the umpiring. Now, just by the way, Rich from Ocean Grove, and he summarises this far better than I ever could. I'm a published author in the field of Australian history, and while sport is not my area, I'm a footy tragic, so I know enough to give some clarity on the Marngrook issue. Put simply, there is no firm historical proof about it. It's perfectly possible that there is an Aboriginal element, Indigenous element in the origins of our wonderful game, but it can't be proven. My reading, like a lot of what is best about Australia, AFL is a mongrel mix mix of lots of things which we have made our own. What can't be denied, without Indigenous participation, the game would be much the poorer. Thank you, Rich, for that. And it's is a historian, Richard Evans, who's sent that text 0437 774 774. Yes, but the Marngrook concept forms the basis of this event, which tonight, on this Friday evening, the Sydney Swans have beaten Carlton by 16 points.
The umpiring is a story from the game. We heard tonight Laura Kane was sitting in the umpire's dugout watching closely after the furore this week following the Lockie Schultz incident in Perth. That out on the full against McGovern, they do make mistakes, of course, but that was an absolute howler, and it does have an impact on a close game. And there were a number of other decisions I thought that went against Carlton tonight. Blues fans will be seething with the officials, but sometimes you just have those nights and you just got to cop it.
Yeah, it's... And I don't know if that's the answer either, copying it, because we've...
What else do you do?
I don't know. We've got to be better as a game, when there's so much at stake. We're supposed to be this billion dollar industry, and we've got to clean up, our umpiring, refereeing decisions and what happens in the game. So I don't know the answer, but are we just going to cop decisions that can cost you, millions and millions of dollars of winning premierships because, we just put our arms in the air and say, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know the answer.
Maybe we go full-time with umpiring. But the other problem is if you criticise too much, then young people don't want to get into umpiring and the quality then, becomes degraded. So it's this flow-on effect. It's such a tricky subject.
Indeed. We'll get some reaction from the Blues rooms if we can, if they don't scoot off too quickly, but we're with you until another 15 minutes or so here on ABC Sport. Just a quick reminder of what's to come tomorrow. So from midday Eastern, Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball with AFL Saturday. You'll hear Sports Talk in WA from 10 o'clock local time there, as well as SA Grandstand in those respective places. Same with Tasmania from 11 and the NT from, I think it's 11:30. First up tomorrow is Collingwood versus Goanna. The Crows, 3rd versus 5th at the MCG. We've got 2 games in the twilight slot, so Yatapulti, Port Adelaide versus Geelong, or if you're in WA or on News Radio here in New South Wales, it'll be the Giants versus Walyalup, which is the Dockers. We'll finish things up at Docklands with the Western Bulldogs and Essendon. Massive game for 2 teams fighting for a spot in the 8. And if you're thinking, hey, I haven't had enough of Declan Byrne yet for the weekend, he does his show, the Saturday Sledge, which is local radio, New South Wales, Queensland, ACT, from midday Eastern, and also available on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC Sport button. He's also back on deck tomorrow with you guys at the Showground. So there you go. That's all still to come. A rare weekend. There's also a state game tomorrow as well. So we've got SA versus WA, not broadcast, but it's on tomorrow at, I want to say, midday Eastern, which is neither SA or WA time. Yes.
Is that the Sample versus Watford?
Yeah. So they play the SA Vic one during Gather Round, and then they play 2, don't they, SA? So they've got... There was an SA... There was an SA VFL one, wasn't there, during Gather Round, I'm pretty sure.
There was.
And then, SA VWA tomorrow in Adelaide. So love that. Love to see the state colours out there. And we might see State of Origin back next year.
And rep footy, I know it'd be really good to have New South Wales v Queensland, and there's been a lot of rep footy being put on by the AFL, which is fantastic, particularly in New South Wales and Queensland, and it's great to see some local home ground talent, sort of the best be able to pit against another state.
I actually went through and did a list of New South Wales and Queensland Origin teams for AFL, and they're very competitive teams, full of just AFL players, which has been rare in recent years. Let's get into the Carlton rooms with Declan Byrne.
George Hewitt has very kindly given us a few minutes. George, I assume that one stings. You just came out of a meeting. What went wrong tonight?
Probably just mainly didn't get our roles done. They're good players, played very well. We just couldn't be strong enough around the contest and take ground where they could.
3 quarters, it was a real scrap. Did it feel out there conditions were tough and it was inches and very close game the whole way through?
Yeah, it did. I thought it was probably a good game of footy for 3 quarters, and they just bounced around the ball, got it forward, and when it got to the deck, their good players got dangerous.
What was Vossi's message at the end there?
Yeah, just mainly just we've come up here a few times. We just haven't, there's been similar results. Key players still doing damage on us, so we just need to get better.
Obviously hurts maybe a bit more for you, an ex-Swans player coming into the SCG. How did you find it out there tonight?
Yeah, it was tough. It was physical game. We just got beaten by them, which is hard to swallow, but we have to work on it during the week, which will be good.
I know players don't like to focus on it, but do you understand the insufficient intent rule? You had a couple of calls go against you, which looked strange. Did you see them, and do you get what the rule is about?
The holding the ball?
The insufficient intent when the ball's going out, paid against you guys. So the deliberate out of bounds.
It looks like they're trying to, like I know the sample do it, sort of last touch. It just sort of seems like the AFL's going that way, which I reckon we know that's where it's going, so we probably don't get as upset as the crowd do.
Head upstairs, Todd Kennelly, Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you go, George. Ryan O'Keefe. Look, yeah, that's probably a game, I suppose, when you review it, that you thought that's one that got away, because you got off to a really good start and you're playing some really good contested footy to your strength. Do you feel like it's just some basic errors and not the ability to finish off some of your really good work that's costing you guys?
Yeah, probably. Most of our effort's been pretty good. We probably get done with maybe lack of polish, but sometimes it's just, outworking them around the ball, and then you get that extra number, so your skills do look a bit better. But we need a few more left footers like you, Pebs.
Finish off the work.
Sochi.
And sort of, in terms of a midfield group, we thought up here that was going to be a really, really tight battle. What did you take away from that? Did it look like, Jordan did a job on Walsh, and yourself and Cripper were sort of going head to head with the other Swans midfield? Was that something going into the game that you plan for, that they'll have a run with you, and it's going to be probably up to a one-on-one battle?
Yeah, definitely. We just put my hand up, myself and Criff and Ches. We just got outdone by Haynes and Warnes. They were pretty clinical tonight. They were clean, strong. They were damaging up forward. So something we need to work on, which should be good to work on.
Georgie, well done, mate. It's certainly the season that you've had. It's been outstanding. As an individual, you've really took your game to another level, mate. So well done. It's been a joy to watch you develop and grow as a young man in the club, and certainly taking your game to another level and showing some leadership. So the shift has been huge in the club from 0 to 4 on for the last 5 weeks. What's been the catalyst there?
Choose the kind words, Ty. We felt like, even though it was 0 and 4, our effort was good. We just, like what Pam said, lack of polish probably going forward from either the contest or on turnover just wasn't there. And we probably got in control of that for 3 or 4 weeks. And then tonight and against the Crows, 2 away games, we just haven't been able to deal with the pressure, which is something we need to work on, which is frustrating, but we just got to have an honest review and say, what is this, mental or what's stopping us? So
you set the game up really well, Georgie, didn't you? You set the first quarter up really well, and then it just kind of fell away, didn't it?
Yeah, we probably felt like we should have been 2 or 3 goals up, but they just stayed around, and I think it was only 5 points a quarter time, which has kept them in the game, which is tip your lid to them. But you just got to take your moments a bit more.
We'll let you go, George. We appreciate your time.
Cheers, Babs. Cheers, mate. Good to talk to you.
George Hewitt there with us in the Carlton rooms, and thanks to Declan Byrne there as well here on ABC Sport. So Carlton now in their last 20 appearances here at the SCG, 2 wins, 18 losses, going all the way back to 1994. Wins in 2011 and 2019.
Wow.
So it gives you some idea of how hard it's been for them here at this particular ground.
I reckon we played a few games against them at
Stadium Australia.
Whatever that place is called that I try to forget.
We played a final too against them out there.
Yes, we did. Yes.
The first
we won that too.
The first mongrel game was out there. So 2002 against Essendon. That was, at the time, they got there was 54,000 there that night. Matthew Nix kicked 4 goals in that game. Steve Alessio had 3 goals and 23 disposals, and Barry Hall kicked 3 goals, 3 as well. So there's a few little sort of things about that place, which we were at. We had a game there only a few years ago, the derby against the Giants. But anyway, they're back to...
Trying to work out why they couldn't extend their lead over the Swans more in the first half, the Carlton, because they had the game on their terms a lot. Mackay and Kerno were playing really well. Cripps kicked a couple. Maybe it's the small forwards who weren't giving them enough. Durden kicked 1, but Motlop was quiet. Did Sydney just defend and hang on really well? Why didn't they get 3 or 4 goals up, as George Hewitt said they should have been, and which might have made a difference come the final siren?
Turnovers. Look at both there. They just turnover. The opportunity. They just couldn't finish the work. The polish, the cleanness of. That's what the good teams are doing, and the good players. Like when Kerno gets the ball, he's a beautiful kick field. He makes good decisions, and he's one-step goals. Like that's why he's a great player. But the other players are just not at that level around him at the moment, or a lot of them are.
And they just didn't put the scoreboard on. Like that, we talked about it 5 or 6 points at a quarter time. That it was quite flattering from our perspective as far as that the scoreboard should have been a lot worse. And structurally, Sydney couldn't handle the 7 defenders that they had behind the ball. They were getting the ball out, but Carlton were intercepting it. And then Sydney adapted in the back half and played the game by still playing the game in there, but they actually got the ball to the ground in the front half of the ground, which allowed them more opportunities. And they won the contest without a ruckman in the corning.
Yeah, so White, Motlop, Carroll, Evans, Durden, Binns, they just didn't have... No one stood up and had a 10-minute patch where they sort of made something happen, did they?
Who's doing our votes? Don't give them to us just yet. I just want to sort of revisit a couple of things. So, Amadi, we think 3, potentially 4, depending on how they grade the actual impact, or it's high or medium, but it's no...
He's not playing next week, we know that for sure.
It's going to be 3 at least. Based on other instances we've seen this year and how the matrix it works, it's 3 or 4 for Joel Amadi, at least. Justin McInerney on Jack Silvani.
No,
it wasn't. Silvani was sub. That was a groin injury. It wasn't to do with his...
If you look at it, it missed him. I reckon it was a bit of a stage to that. I'm gonna put it. Missed him. Fresh airy.
And I suppose overall the umpiring will come into question, not just for the overall quality and the decisions we saw in that second half, the deliberate out of bounds. Interesting that George Hewitt mentioned that the Sandford rule, which the Sandford rule applies to last touch between the arcs. Now, the 2 occasions we actually saw, I think both of those kicks were actually inside 50. Yeah. So it'd probably still be the same thing.
No, it's not inside the arcs. The ruling in South Australia, it doesn't count in your front arc, but in your back arc it does.
Right.
Three-quarter in your front half. So if your front half, it's opposition get it, but if you do it in your back half, it's not going to be.
So in those situations,
so you can't have a shot on goal.
So in those situations, if Cripps, Sockers. Inside and Kerner did as well, they would still be awarded free kicks to the defensive team.
No. So if Cripps did that in the back half, so the Swans wouldn't get a shot on goal. That makes sense. But in your front half, you do it. The opposition gets it.
It's sounding very South Australian. Can we just?
It's a back
three between the arcs.
It's back three-quarter. Back's three-quarter.
But the other thing as well is also the Aaron Francis.
Yeah,
the delay coming off the ground.
There's a problem here.
In the wake of the Lockie Schultz thing, this is the same scenario virtually.
There is a problem. And then who's the player Joel Amadi hit?
Jordan Boyd.
Boyd was down as well for a while. I was watching him down, and they actually umpires the game. The ball could have come right back in on top of him. They actually didn't stop, and he was down flat on his face. So now the incident is we're all quite well aware of it, but I didn't think they're actually going to stop the kick him when I saw Francis. And I thought they're actually going to keep it going. And he was actually running across the 50 with Medicos. The issue is if Medico misses him on the ground and he's on the ground for a while, who stops the game? Which is the ball. Obviously, the game goes around him. So, look, we ask a lot of these umpires. We do, and there's enough of them there, and we have to help them. And I'm as critical as anyone at them, but we have to give them help and we have to give them guidance. And full-time umpiring has to be the way to go. There's no question about it for mine, because everyone out there is getting paid full-time, and the ones that are making critical decisions and having an impact on the game are not. So what are you going to get? You're going to get decisions and influence like this. Unfortunately.
All right, who's giving us our votes in the ABC Player of the Year?
Yep, I'll get 3 to Isaac Heaney.
Okay, starting with the 3.
Start with the 3.
Change your suspense or anything? I suppose it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He got the medal, so
sure.
I'm going to give 2 to Brodie Grundy.
And Chad,
and 1 to Adam Chera.
Oh, you kidding me?
Chad Warner missing out. 30 and 2.
Chad.
4 clearance. You don't like him because he likes to snap going inside 50.
So Carlton didn't play.
Come on, man.
Carlton didn't play tonight and come within a few points, so they got no players. Chad had a good game, but he slaughters the ball a lot, to be honest. He's great, and that's my only sort of criticism on the game at the moment. When he's having a shot on goal, he's brilliant. Like, he kicks the goals, but around he turns the ball over a lot by foot, which I think that's the difference between, say, like him being where he's an A grader to an A plus, and being right up in that that you're talking the Dacos and the Heenies and those sort of stratospheres.
Tomorrow from midday Eastern, Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball for AFL Saturday. Sports Talk in WA from 10, as well as SA Grandstand locally there as well, and Tasmania and NT with their local grandstand programs. Pies v Crows tomorrow, 3v5.
Oof, I'm backing the Crows. I'm loving what they're doing. I'm absolutely loving what Nixie's been able to do with that team and keep them going. So, yeah, keep going, mate.
2 games in the twilight slot, Yatapulti, Port Adelaide versus Geelong, or if you're in WA on News Radio here in New South Wales as well, it'll be the Giants versus Waylup Fremantle.
You think the Giants... depends what Port Adelaide team turns up.
Docker's last 2 visits to Sydney, they beat the Swans here and they only went down to the Giants by 9 points. So they might feel buoyed by that. I wouldn't write them off tomorrow. They might spring a surprise.
And also the Giants coming back from a huge win down there, which they've been incredible.
And then a massive game for 2 teams fighting for a spot in the 8. Essendon and the Western Bulldogs to finish up at Docklands for your Saturday night game. So it's all ahead of us tomorrow with our various AFL and ABC sport programs right around the country, including Declan Burns' Saturday Sledge on local radio in New South Wales, Queensland and the ACT. Thank you, Ryan O'Keefe. See you tomorrow at the Sydney Showground. Thank you, Ty Kennelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Garb.
Thank you,
tomorrow
Brett.
as well. To Declan Byrne, to our tech, Tegan Nichols, and to Adam Jones, the cult figure, back in the studio as well. To you, most importantly, for your company across this Friday night, it was the Sydney Swans by 16 points over Carlton. 4 wins now for the Swans, 4 wins still for the Blues. Good night from Sydney.
Had this pig and I'm rubbing its stomach.
1 hour.
How do you wash a possum?
2 microphones.
You know, romance is not dead when you're an emu.
Conversations this morning from 11 on ABC Radio.